Hey, what's going on, everybody? Brad here, and we're going to be doing a live stream today. Sorry if that's audio is a little hot there. We're doing a live stream today to raise some money, and so you can all donate. There's a button down below. What side am I on? I think it's on this. I think it's over here. I don't know where it is. But yes, this whole entire live stream, which is going to be a bunch of hours long, we're going to try to make this go marathon levels, even for the Jurassic Park podcast. If you guys listen to any of our episodes, you know we can get upwards of like 2.5 to like anywhere to 4 hours long sometimes. So we're going to try to beat that. We're going to try to beat that and hope that you can all help out along with us. And I'm going to be asking for your help out there. So I hope you guys can all participate along with me. If you guys have any topics or anything you want to discuss, please go ahead and leave them in the chat. I see there's some people here already. So yeah, if you have anything you want us to discuss, we're going to try to bring in some guests along the way. This is all going to be off the cuff, I guess, and thrown together. Hopefully this all works well and smoothly. I've got some fun stuff for you. So like I said, we've got some guests. I've got some things to play, so I can take like a little pause here and there just in case we're going very, very long. So we've got a long while to do this. But yeah, anyway, below there's a donate button. So if you guys see that, you can click that and you can go ahead and donate to a charity that I picked, which I felt was pretty near and dear to my heart and my family's hearts. And, it's something that we had to utilize earlier this year, and that is the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia. It's a great organization. We didn't want to have to go, but we had to go there and helpful in all aspects, whether it was dealing with us as a family, helping us with insurance, doing all this other stuff. So, we wanted to be able to kind of give back. And I know that everybody in the Jurassic community, everybody in there is just great people. There's just from, start to finish, there's just awesome people. I know, we talk about other communities every now and then, but the Jurassic community is killer. I love you guys. So, like I said, we're going to be doing this live stream for a long time, and it's going to be a lot of like off the cuff stuff. I don't really have any notes or anything, but yeah, I've got these headphones on and nothing's playing in them. So I'm ready to do this. Later on, let's see, what time is it? 5:09. So yes, we just started, but in a little bit, I'm going to bring on Caleb Burnett. And Caleb, if you guys have listened to the show at all, he's also all around the Jurassic community and stuff. So if you've participated in the online, social media aspect of the community, you've definitely seen him around. He is our music guy here on the podcast. He knows, I'll oversell him if I don't know if he cares or not, but like he knows everything about music. He is our go-to music guy, and I love chatting music with him. And we're gonna be talking about music of Jurassic, maybe what we can expect from the future of the music in the franchise, and we're also just gonna talk about a range of Jurassic topics as well. Usually when I do these live streams, we pretty much just talk about whatever. I'll write down a lot of different topics and whatever comes to mind. But you guys are also killing it in the live chat all the time, so I'm expecting no less here today. So please join in and let me see. I got to bring up the video here because so I can see what's going on. All right, so. All right. Yeah, and if you guys are watching it all, make sure to share this around. Pass it along to your friends, your family, whoever. And also the thing about this donation drive that we're doing, it's going to be available until December 20th, and I believe that is it's a few Sundays. It's like a Sunday, December 20th. So we're going to be doing that and kind of wrapping it all up on that day. And you can donate up until then. So even if you don't want to do it today or you can't do it today, feel free to continue to do it. We're going to add the function to the bottom of every one of our videos coming up. So yeah, if you want to help give back, I think that would be pretty awesome of you. And you could do it on the bottom of any video. You'll see it down there. So not just this one. This one's just kind of to help raise awareness, to talk about some stuff, and just to have some fun. And of course, if, no pressure, no pressure at all. If you guys can't, or, you don't have the money to do it right now, you want to do it, but you can't do it. And of course, like it is the holiday season. So there is a lot of commitments right now. There are a lot of commitments for everybody. So it's kind of hard to donate, but I understand that. But if you can, whatever it may be, any small amount, I think you can choose your amounts. It usually automatically populates like certain amounts, but you can, I'm just going to bring it up here on my phone just so I can look and check it out with you guys. But let me turn this down. Yeah, so a nice little pop-up comes up when you're using it on like a mobile device, and it actually talks about like what it is right there. It says Jurassic Gives Back. Let's raise money for kids. This creator is hosting a fundraiser on this live stream. 100% of the donations will go to the nonprofit, the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia Foundation. So you can click donate now right there. It has the options on the screen for $5, $20, $50, or other. I know a lot of those are high numbers, but even if you just click other and put in $1, however many dollars you want, that would be awesome. And again, it said it right there in the thing, 100% of the donations are going to the Children's Hospital. So none of it is coming here. None of it is coming here. So don't worry about that. We're not taking any of that money. All of the money is going to the Children's Hospital. So Jurassic Gives Back. It's something we started off this summer to help raise money. That my watch is going off. To help raise money for the Foundation Color of Change. So we were able to donate, it was like over $700, close to $800 over the course of time. And we gave away some stuff to people. We had somebody on the show. And so that was a really fun opportunity to give back. So Color of Change got, like I said, I forget the exact amount. I don't have it in front of me, but it was like almost $800, and I think that was pretty awesome. It might have been over $800. I can't remember. But anyway, I think, like I said, the Jurassic community is full of awesome people. So just help give back. And this is for kids in hospitals that don't have, are just not having a great time probably right now. So, you can help make it a little bit better. You can make it better for breakthroughs and stuff going on at the hospital. You can make it better for the families and the interactions with the doctors and all that stuff. So you can help just research and training and stuff like that. So this money can go a long way. So, let's help give back. And I think we've got a fun night for you guys. We've got, like I said, we've got some guests coming up. Kayla Burnett, I just mentioned it, is our first one. We also have some video content from Tom Jurassic, so I'm going to go ahead in a little while. I'll play some video content. Me and Tom, we're going to talk here live, but, we were like looking at the time and we're like, oh, he's I think 5 hours ahead of me over here in the States, and he's over in the UK. And we're like, okay, it's going to get too late for him. So we actually recorded some content for you guys already. And yeah, so I'm going to play two different parts. So I have two parts, and we talked about our year in review here for the podcast. So we did like a full wrap up of everything related to the podcast, but also outside of the podcast, whether it was Jurassic news and stuff like that. We talked about some of our favorite moments too. So I think that's going to be a fun one. So we'll play that in a little while. Let's see. Yeah, that will probably be later on tonight, but we got, like I said, we have two parts, and I think it'll be fun. So anyway, let me know. I see some people here in the chat. It looks like, let's see, Monsterzilla 1954 says hi. Hi. Dark Dude says hi. Love this podcast. Started right at episode 1 and watched every video up until when I got sick. But it really helped, and it's so great seeing that you're doing a fundraiser. Hopefully you're feeling better, Dark Dudes. Is that how you say that? So yeah, hopefully you're feeling better. But episode 1, man, that's crazy. You know what I was gonna do? I was thinking about, and I don't know, I don't think I should do it, but maybe I could play like a clip or two. But I was thinking, like, should I go back and play episode 1 on this live stream? Because yeah, it's for myself, I feel like it's a little rough. It's a little rough. But I think it's kind of cool to see where the show came from. And now that we're doing like live streams and everything, we're live on YouTube. We've got a ton of followers over here. We crossed that threshold. I think it was like 10,000 you needed to cross in order to have the availability to do fundraisers in general. I've wanted to do them on the channel before, but we never had the opportunity. So just seeing how far the show has come since episode 1, it's been pretty crazy. I know a lot of you have been there the entire time, or you're just kept catching up, maybe like Dark Dudes up there. Yeah, Dave. Jurassic Dave's in here. Hey, what's going on, Dave? Dave is awesome. He helped out with our last Jurassic Gives Back, and it literally just wrapped up. So shout out to Dave for being awesome and patient. And he wants to hear the evolution of Brad. Oh gosh, this is going to be dangerous. Where can I even find that? Where do I have? I don't even have that. Do I have that audio on here? I might actually have to go to the podcast itself. Let me see if I can do that. This is, like I said, this whole entire live stream is going to be on the fly, off the cuff. So I'm going to be making it up as I go along. But let's see. Where is my window? All right, here it is. So let's bring this up somewhere. And I'll bring up... Where is this? All right, new tab. All right. So, oh, that's a little too small. Editing like this. I don't know if you guys have used OBS before, but that's what I'm using to run the show, and it's a pretty great program. And yeah, it's a lot of like on the fly work, and hopefully everything works out. Let me log in here. So you guys, and I'm gonna do it. I'm slightly embarrassed to do it, but we're gonna bring it up. We've done. Let's see. So far, we've done. This past week was episode 258, but we've done a ton more episodes than that. We're in the 300s as we speak because of all bonus episodes and everything else. Jurassic. Okay, I scrolled back to 2018. We have to go all the way back to 2015. Yikes. Oh gosh. All right. 2015. So when it was 2015, 5 years ago, um, I had thought about starting a podcast for a long time, and I I put it off for like years, and then decided to finally give it a go. I had a podcast. I don't even know if you can really call it that, but I had a podcast like years and years and years ago. What was it? Like 2008 or something like that. And oh, the audio's playing. Um, yeah, I had it back in like 2008, and I had a lot of audio issues and stuff like that. And of course, a lot has progressed. So back in 2015, I'm like, all right, now's the time. I'm gonna start the Jurassic Park podcast, and yeah, and go from there. I gotta switch over my audio input here. Hold on a second. All right, so let's see. Now my audio hopefully it doesn't sound too different for you. But all right, so transitioning this over. All right, we have episode 1. What was Oh, that's right. I did an addendum to this intro cuz I'm like, "Hey guys, this was recorded a long time ago and I feel like a lot of stuff has changed. So let's go ahead and let you know that before you judge the show right off the bat." But yeah, I want to see it. Is anybody saying anything in the chat here before we get too far? Oh, shout out to my wife, Kelly. She donated to the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia Foundation. Thank you, Kelly. Also, shout out to Jared McGowan for $20 to the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia. Thank you so much for donating there. That's awesome. You guys are killing it already. Yeah, and every time you guys donate, I'll give you a shout out. If I didn't notice it right away, try to let me know in case the chat's kind of going quick. But yeah, all right. So thank you again, guys. Let's move over to this. And I know Dave was antagonizing me to play the evolution of Brad, I guess. So you should be able to hear this. Let's take a look.
Onto your butts.
All right, so that is my intro.
Hello, and welcome to the Jurassic Park podcast.
Who is that?
I'm your host, Brad Jost.
Oh my gosh.
We're here to discuss all
That
things
is so-
Jurassic Park.
That is so bad. Whose voice is that? I don't know if I can't. I don't want to play it because I don't want to mess up the copyright restrictions or anything like that. But oh my gosh, whose voice was that? That's crazy. I saw, and the thing was, back then we were living in a condo and I had nowhere to record, so I don't. It's probably, the mic is probably right there, but I don't want to get it. But I had like the only mic that I could use outside of I have a ton of audio equipment, but that it was more for like music and bands and stuff like that. So I didn't really have any way to push it into my computer. So the only way I could do that was if I recorded on my I did it on my computer, but I did it through a camera mic. And it was this massive camera mic with a foam cone on it and everything, and I'm sitting there in a closet full of clothes. And I'm probably super embarrassed. It's still embarrassing to this day, but at least I know people can't really hear me too much. Kelly can't really hear me too much upstairs. Maybe she can. She's probably gonna make fun of me now. But I was in a closet. I'm like, hey guys, welcome to the Jurassic Park podcast. And at the time I released it, I'm like, this sounds good. Let's skip ahead here.
Possibly to be dubbed Jurassic Gate, is most likely in no way a laughing matter.
Whose voice is that? Man. And the music, that my editing style has changed drastically. I feel like the show has mostly stayed the same since 2015. My voice has changed. I've become, I guess, more confident with the show and the recordings. But I've lowered the music quite a bit, so at least it's kind of more so in the background. In the original stuff, it was very, very loud. Let's see. Well, that's just insanely loud. I think that's when Giacchino's music came out for Jurassic World. Still, same thing. But I don't know, man.
That anymore. In fact, in my opinion, it was never right to say that thing. I definitely don't want to, but probably.
Oh, I don't know if you could really tell what I was saying there, but man, I remember recording this statement. It was like something like a quote from Chris Pratt or something like that. And I just remember like it being a very, very confusing quote, and I was like stumbling over it. I recorded it like a ton of times until I got it right. But yeah, it was a mess. It was a mess. And I guess let's see. Oh yeah, actually the article is right here. No, I guess it's not. They probably moved it since then. All right, maybe not. I guess they get rid of that stuff. That was from USA Today. Chris Pratt apologizes. And then this will be a nice kind of introduction into what we're gonna do here in a minute. I got to get that set up here. But that first episode, which was yeah, that was a while ago. Hold on a second. Yeah, that was back when Giacchino's music first came out for Jurassic World, and we were just like getting our first glimpse at it, and I was playing it on the show and kind of talking about it. So that'll be a nice transition into this. I don't think, do I have this all set up? Let's see. Yeah, I do. All right. All right. All right. So I'm going to try to get my first guest on here. Like I said, this is all going to be off the cuff. But let's see if I can get him to join. My invite was sent. Trying to get Caleb here on the show. But let's check back, see what's going on in the chat. Where is it? I got too many things open on my screen already. Oh, Caleb's in the chat. There he is. Oh, no. Kelly says, if you can find a blooper cut of you saying host Jost over and over, I'll donate $200. All right, so I think Caleb's trying to get connected here. Let me see. It sent him an invite, but let me talk about that host Jost thing. Let me I gotta answer a question here real quick. But back, when was that? Oh, that was probably in 2015, actually. So we had moved into a new house in 2015, and our bedroom is up above me, and I'm sitting here. I think honestly it might have been, I don't know if it was when I first got this microphone, but it was when I was testing out a microphone. And if you got to figure out how to speak into a microphone first. And I was testing it out. I'm like, I'm sitting there going, host Jost. I'm like moving the mic back and forward away from me and stuff like that, trying to figure out like how it sounded the best. I'm saying host Jost. And then I think she texts me. She's here. You could maybe describe it maybe better. But I was sitting there recording that, and she's upstairs in the bedroom. And then she just like texts me, host Jost. And I was like, I can never record again down here. This is going to be terrible. Oh gosh. So, needless to say, I just found I'm this is all very embarrassing to be like recording in a room by yourself, just saying things like host Jost, trying to test some audio, and then have your wife make fun of you for it. But yeah. So thank you again to Caleb for donating. Caleb donated. That's awesome. He's gonna join us in just a second. We're just trying to get connected here. Let me try. I gotta. This is all stuff I probably should have figured out ahead of time, but I just chose not to. Let's see. All right. All right. How do I get this to work? All right. Yeah, I'm trying to get him in the chat here, so please feel free to talk amongst yourselves for a second. Oh, where is it? Why is it? It's not inviting. All right, let's try Caleb. Let's try to create this group. Why is the link not popping up? All right. Okay. All right. Here we go, Caleb. Caleb, stay tuned. It's creating a link for you. Copying the link, and I'm sending it to you now. So hopefully this would work. All right. So trying to get him in here in just a second. But anyway, yeah, it's always super embarrassing. Recording down here when I hear people, like hear my wife walk. I say people, but like she's the only one walking up there. But when I hear like her walking upstairs, and I'm like, okay, guys. Now I got to go back to 2015, Brad, and be like, "Hey, it's me here on the podcast." But yeah, let me do something real quick here. All right. So also big shout out to Judith Moy. Also donated to the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia. Thank you, Judith. Thank you so much. That's awesome. So far, we've got a bunch of donations. I'm so proud of you guys. That's awesome. Keep it up. Keep it up, everybody. And like I said, I'll repeat it. I'll be repeating it all night long. But there is a donation button, a donate button down below. So go ahead and click donate. And you can donate to the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia. All the money will go to a great cause. So, this is going to be me like several times during the night trying to figure out like how to get everybody in these chats. But yeah, I'm going to roll these sleeves up because I'm like, it's super hot down here. But let's see. There were some more comments I wanted to go through. Mr. Goji54 says, I just got the Dino Rivals IREX for Christmas. Awesome. Wait, you already got it? It's not Christmas yet. What? Is it Christmas where you are? Is that no, that's not a thing. It's always the same time. Anyway, maybe did you get it for somebody else or did you get it for yourself? That's awesome though. I think that's a pretty cool one. I think I got it during the Dino Rivals stage. I'm still trying to get connected here to Caleb. Oh, it looks like there he is. There we go. Now we're getting there. Oh wait, did they literally? Oh my gosh, this is gonna be hilarious because it looks like they just took away the video function on Google Hangouts. So I'm gonna have to. I don't know what's going on here. This is all going swimmingly. So yeah, this is all. Oh great, this is cool. We'll see if this works. Who knows? All right, so I'm join. Apparently, you got to join over to like Google Meets now. So the audio disappeared. Caleb, are you there?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Let's see. Can everybody else
Sweet.
hear you? Go ahead, talk for a second. Let me see.
Hey, what's up? Caleb
Yes,
Burnett here.
they can hear you.
Sweet. Finally, we got it figured
I
out.
I know. I'm cracking up because I'm like, hey, everybody, let's go ahead and use Google Hangouts. And Google Hangouts has been like, it's been the go-to place for me because the audio quality sounds much better, I think, over the internet than, say, for instance, Skype. So I always choose to use this. And now I go to click like the call button and it's like, hey, do you want to go over to Google Meets now? And it's like, join me over there. And I sent you the link and I'm like, oh no, it's sending us somewhere completely different now. So I don't know what's going on.
Hey, I've been laughing with you this entire time because my day has been filled with tech difficulties. So, but we made it. We made it.
We're here. We're here. Anyway, somehow we're doing a live stream, and I think it's going good. It's going good. We've gotten a lot of donations so far, and thank you to you as well. You donated too. I really really appreciate that. But yeah,
It's great. So
awesome. So I brought you on. We're gonna talk some music stuff. We're gonna talk just random Jurassic stuff. And if anybody doesn't know, I'm gonna say this like very lightly, but we have a segment on the show. Me and Caleb have a segment on the show which hasn't really happened yet. It hasn't actually happened. We did one, I think. Was it the one? And then I
we
think that
did,
went
like,
really
the
well.
the entire episode talking about the music, like just in general. And
Yeah.
then like I did my own Jurassic Track segment for a while, and I've been busy
Mhm.
and haven't been able to produce any more of those for a little while, but that's coming
Yeah.
back eventually.
Yeah. No,
But
that's fine. But like I find it funny because we were so excited, to get that segment rolling, and it was sometime last year, and then we ended up recording one other time this year actually, and the plan was for me to come up to New York City to come visit you and to go record together in person. It felt like the kind of segment that really needed to be, playing off of each other, hearing things together and talking about it together instead of over the internet. But we're going to have to figure something out sometime. But I think, that all kind of went down the drain this past year.
yeah,
But,
but it was like late 2019 when we were like doing this and planning it all out, and then
mhm.
we talked about meeting up again, and then everything this year, happened, and it just hasn't happened. But you know,
Yeah.
it's gonna
Well,
happen in the future. So
someday it will happen. Um, But
yes.
yeah,
Yeah.
so before we get too deep or anything, could you just talk a little bit about yourself, tell people who you are, what you do, and even a little bit about where they can find you, just in case they want to look you up while we're talking.
Yeah, sure thing. So, if you don't know me, I'm Caleb Burnett. I'm a musician. I'm a composer for film and advertising and all sorts of other things. I have a segment here on the Jurassic Park podcast called Jurassic Tracks, where I talk about music from the Jurassic Park films a little bit. And more of those segments are coming up in the future. If you want to find me or my music on the internet, just go to calebburnettmusic.com. I'm at Caleb Composed on any social media you think of. And yeah,
Yeah,
I love Jurassic Park music
yeah,
still.
Yeah, and that's why I was so excited because you love the music. You know exactly what you're talking about. And like for me, I've always wanted to do a music discussion segment, and I have a little bit in the past, but not like as in depth as I'd like to, kind of discussing tracks and all that stuff. We're not going to really go in depth with music per se here tonight because we can't really play the music over YouTube. But that would be something we typically do on the podcast. But I was really looking forward to that segment because I really love that music, and it's been something that like I've loved since 1993. You know, like and I, I've told this story before, but like this is how much of like a geeky little kid I was that, you know, I had to do a school project and it was about Jurassic Park. I've literally never stopped doing this. This was back in 1993. I'm doing a school project on Jurassic Park, and I brought in my boombox, like a huge two-speaker that detached and had wires that like you could spread them apart throughout the room if you wanted, or you could hook them back together. It's got the tape decks, the CD players, the radio, and I brought in my CD, my John Williams Jurassic Park soundtrack score, and I played that and I talked over it. I'm like that. I'm thinking back. I'm like, I literally just did like some sort of version of a podcast back in 1993, live in front of
That's what I
people
was
in my
about
class.
to say was like you did the Jurassic Park podcast test run
Yeah.
for show and tell.
So it's so silly, but like I love that score, and I felt like a connection to it all the way back then. I'm sitting there in front of the class and like really feeling that impact of like the very beginning of that score with that boom, and then the choir moments and stuff like that. It's just something that like from those first notes like really stuck with me. I love it so much.
Oh, it's fantastic. It's haunting from the beginning. Like there's no other score like it. So
Yeah, yeah, and I think I think well, John Williams killed it. He killed it again with The Lost World, and I think while it may not be as iconic of a score, at times I do think it might be better for me. That's mostly that goes to say the same thing with the film too. Like I kind of go back and forth between both films, loving both one of them more than the other. But I think that second score was just phenomenal and totally different and kind of unlike a lot of anything else you've heard from John Williams. I've listened to a lot of his stuff, not everything, but I feel like that is like such a unique score. You know, because a lot of John Williams stuff sounds like John Williams. You know, you can kind of hear him. You can hear a little bit of Jurassic in things like, you know, Star Wars or Harry Potter or whatever the case may be. You can hear all those things, but like you don't really hear a lot of The Lost World, I think, in his other work.
oh, I totally agree. I tell people that The Lost World Jurassic Park is John Williams' most underrated score because like it never gets talked about in conversations about John Williams. Like no one ever no
No.
one, people bring up Jurassic Park certainly, but no one ever
Yeah.
brings up The Lost World Jurassic Park, and it's a totally different animal. Like yeah, there's orchestra, but there's also like instruments that are associated with the locations in that movie, South America, and all sorts of other
hmm
locations for that. And so it's just completely different. And yeah, I really think it's his most underrated score because it's so good.
Yeah.
So
I I I definitely still get chills, like hearing that journey or Malcolm's journey slash like the theme for the Lost World, like that just adventure theme. The hearing the timpanis kind of like bring you right into that like that moment where the sound just like swoops in and just it's amazing. It's so good, and I still get chills, and I think that you know it's utilized so well in that movie, and we've probably talked about it, but it was you know used very sparingly in Jurassic World during that moment where Blue kind of sweeps back into the fight against the Indominus Rex, and that was always
yep,
like that's always
it's
a
so quick you don't
mind-boggling
even
moment.
realize it.
Yeah, and I remember being there like, oh, that's so cool. What was that for? And then like never having an answer. And I don't know that it's ever been answered. If I was to chat with Michael Giacchino, that would be the first thing I'd ask is like, what happened there? Why was that used?
Well,
What was the meaning behind
yeah.
it?
what was the motivation there? And I was just gonna say I'm excited to see like if anything like that pops up in Jurassic World Dominion since Malcolm is
Yeah.
back.
Oh
That'll be
man.
interesting. So
Yeah. And these two scores, Jurassic World and Fallen Kingdom, both by Michael Giacchino, they're drastically different. Kind of like in the way that Jurassic Park and The Lost World are drastically different. Jurassic Park
Totally.
3 is like kind of in the middle of everything. It's got some great moments, it's got some repetitive stuff from the past, but Jurassic World and Fallen Kingdom are completely separate. They're pretty iconic, I think, on their own rights, and I loved it kind of in the same way that I love The Lost World. I love what Giacchino did with the Fallen Kingdom score because it's so dark, it's so scary. It's just literally a monster movie score, and that'll probably make people angry that I just said monster movie score because they don't like it when you associate Jurassic with monster movies. But like that's really what that movie is because we're not really. Of course, we are focusing on dinosaurs, but we're also focusing on monsters, and that's what these hybrids are.
Absolutely.
So the iconography of that film is pointing out stuff like Dracula and essentially Frankenstein and what else? Wolfman. So
Well, I mean, Jurassic Park has been a film franchise that sort of is a reference and a partner to Frankenstein since the beginning because like you're bringing something back to life that
yeah.
has been dead for so long. And so no, I was just going to say that like when well, first of all, I'm going to agree with you because the Fallen Kingdom score is wonderful. I love that score so much.
Yeah.
Um and before it came out, Michael Giacchino talked about how the score was gonna sound like if Wagner and Igor Stravinsky, who are two big name composers in music history, very stylistically unique. He said that the score was gonna sound like if they got together and had a musical child. And so when he said that, like me as a musician, I was just ecstatic, and that's exactly what the score turned out to be. Like it's a monster movie. It's Wagnerian. It's big. It's operatic, as if
Hmm.
like the Indoraptor came from the underworld. Like that was like the first thought I had when I heard that score
Yeah.
with the Indoraptor. Um, but I mean, I was just gonna say that like when speaking of like using old themes and new scores, like Giacchino talks about when you ask him about or when he's been asked about it in interviews, he always says that like he wants to use those classic themes sparingly and only when they're earned and things like
Hmm.
that, which is fine. But I think that Jurassic World Dominion, if there has ever been an opportunity where some of those themes are earned, like this is gonna be it. And so like this score for this next movie I think is gonna be its own animal too because there are just gonna be a lot of new opportunities to use old music and make new music and things like that. So
Yeah.
yeah.
I was wondering, like, in a world where it doesn't, Jurassic Park had that beauty and the awe, and the score really made sense there. To utilize that those sweeping, beautiful themes. How do you earn that in Jurassic World Dominion, where things are definitely they would seem to be. We really don't know much about the movie, but things would seem to be kind of a darker world, a scarier world where things are loose. Like, how do you reconcile that with this beautiful Jurassic Park theme, or any of the other themes? Like, if you do want to reuse stuff from Jurassic World, because a lot of that stuff was pretty beautiful as well. Whether it was family themes and stuff like that, I could see that being utilized quite a bit. But how do you like?
Right.
Where do you think we're gonna go?
I think that you know some of those older themes are finally going to be warranted because you have characters coming back after 30 years who they're new people. They're not the same people who they were in
Yeah,
1993.
yeah,
And so the old themes are probably going to be more warranted than in the past. I don't think they're going to be just the old themes are going to be all over the place or anything. But I think also, like, speaking of the Jurassic World theme, or the classic themes from Jurassic Park that everybody knows, I think uh Jurassic World Dominion is an opportunity to like take those themes and state them in a way that people are going to recognize them, but also like vary them in a little bit, like within this new world where dinosaurs are loose and
Yeah.
it's chaos, and no one is sure what to do. I think it's an opportunity for some of those musical themes to come back in a new but still recognizable way, with some variations that make them haunting or very cool or scary even. And so I think that's an opportunity for that to happen.
What do
So
you think is like the over under? And I don't even know what that statement means because I don't watch football or sports. But like, what do you think the over under is on Giacchino using that piano? Bing, bim, bim, bim. Like he loves the slow piano version. He used it in the visitor center in Jurassic World. He used it again in the cage sequence in Fallen Kingdom where they're talking about, do you remember the first time you saw a dinosaur? Like, where does it get used in this movie?
yeah, I mean, I
It's
think
got to.
I would be totally surprised if it wasn't used again.
Mhm.
There's going to be a situation that's either tense or just nostalgic that it makes sense to use that thing. um yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I like what he's done as far as the past few movies, kind of revisiting the old scores and even revisiting the main theme a little bit. There, it was the main theme, right? When the Brachiosaurus was burning alive on the dock. Moments like
Yes.
that, and Nublar's kind of disappearing in amongst lava. So that is a beautiful theme, but he transformed it into something sad and scary and terrifying in a way. So
Yeah,
I
I mean, we
definitely can see
know
it.
we know those that theme is going to be in the trailers. They always they always
Oh
use that in the
yeah,
trailers.
yeah.
Because everybody knows that theme. I mean, almost even if you haven't seen the movie, you've seen it used in a commercial or in a clip or something, and so it's very, very recognizable.
Yeah.
But
I One of these days I want to do like a poll or something like that. Maybe we can do it right here. But like, what do people associate with the main theme? And I think maybe we talked about this a little bit before,
yeah, we
but
talked about it a little bit before.
because I think it's a pretty interesting question, and I don't think there's really a wrong answer. But you have like do 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 do, right? Or you have the do 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 do. It's part of the same song, right? But do you consider
So
the adventure theme part of that as well? I don't know, but yeah, I don't know. What do you consider like the most iconic version of that theme? Is one of those two I usually go back and forth on.
oh yeah, well, I mean, it's those two. The two you just hummed are like the A and B are like two
Hmm.
sections of the same thing.
Yeah,
And like I would, there's also the bum ba dum ba ba
yeah,
da
that
dum
one
ba
too.
dum
Yeah,
bum ba. And
and
that's like
any are the right answer, I think.
right. I mean, in my musical analysis mind, Jurassic Park has two main themes because they're both very prominent. There's the fanfare theme, which I just hummed, which is when they get to the island, and it happens when the T-Rex bursts in and saves everybody at the end. And so it's variable. It fits into a lot of situations. But then there's also the slower theme that you hummed that is in those nostalgic sections. It's
Yeah,
when there's beautiful scenery or we're seeing dinosaurs for the first time. And so those are I go back and forth too as to like what I call the Jurassic Park theme.
yeah,
But in my mind, honestly, it's both. Because I mean, the situations that they're both used in like are all throughout the franchise, like
hmm
the action sequences, the beauty, the nostalgia, those are all throughout. So I mean, both themes really are marker for Jurassic Park. So
yeah. I was doing. There was like my son goes to like an online class for a little while going to school, but like they were doing like a show and tell, and also it was like nursery rhymes or something like that, where they would bring something in that associated with a nursery rhyme. And one of the kids brought in a T-Rex, literally a Jurassic World T-Rex. And in my mind, I was like, what nursery rhyme is she gonna sing? And then I think I went do 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 do. And like I was like, that's not a nursery rhyme. But that was where my mind went yesterday when I saw that happen. And I was just thinking about it now. I was like, oh, so maybe that's what I associate as like the big theme out of that, more than others. I don't know.
Oh yeah, I think everybody who enjoys this franchise has one that comes to mind first.
Mm-hmm.
One of my my favorite musical moments in Jurassic Park is when there's the shots of the gift shop, and then we go into where Hammond is talking to Ellie, and there's some different musical instruments playing the same themes there. It's a music box and some vibraphone and some other more quiet, nostalgic things. And so the themes are very, very versatile, and they're all over the place.
Yeah.
So
let's see. I want to go through some questions here because people are also talking about the score as well. So shout out. Let's see. First off, I don't know if I said this one. Jurassic Dave, did I comment that you donated? Thank you, Jurassic Dave, donating to the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia. If you guys don't realize, we are doing this all for charity, so go ahead and donate via the button below. Also, Jurassic Room donated. Thank you, Jurassic Room. And Belgian Jurassic also donated. Thank you. And Belgian Jurassic was just on the show, not this week, but the week before that, because he actually won our contest last time around for Jurassic Gives Back, where he could come on the show and be a part of the wire. We were having some like scheduling issues, and then we actually got him on another segment as well. So we got him on there last week, so you can go listen to him there. But thank you to everybody donating so far. I really, really appreciate it. All the money is going to the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia. But some of these questions, let's get into these questions here. Siaka says, any thoughts on theming/messaging on Jurassic music? Do we have any thoughts on like what the music may mean as far as like a message? What kind of message does that music have? Do you have any ideas?
I in the original trilogy, I think the themes and the music have a little bit more of a direct meaning. It's nostalgic. It's showcasing beauty, or it's terror or scary type film music. And then a big theme of the Jurassic World franchise as we're moving along here is the dangers of corporate greed and the dangers of meddling with science. And so I think those older themes come back, but they're twisted in new ways. And that the message of that to me is like these dinosaurs and beauty and things that we love are getting twisted by these bad people.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's a message that comes to mind for me.
So what's the theming/messaging behind Big Hat No Cattle? That's really
that's Jurassic Park 3. Enough said. But no, Big Hat No Cattle. I love Randy Newman so much.
Oh yeah, of course.
And that song is talking about the Kirby's, because they are all big talk, and I'm gonna write whatever I want on this check, but we are frauds, and
we got nothing. No cattle in our ranch. Yeah,
exactly.
It's perfect. I don't know anything about that song outside of that, like of the movie. When was that written? Do you have any idea?
It was already on an album that Randy Newman had released. It was like not super old when Jurassic Park 3 came out. It was only like a couple of years old.
Okay.
But it was on an album that he released. His albums are very, very much that way. The lyrics are very metaphoric, and are talking about society or religion or people or all these different important themes on his albums. So I mean it totally makes sense.
Yeah.
So
I figured because like he's very well known for making movie music, whether it's Toy Story or something else. So he's always writing songs for this. So I actually never looked into like that song and where it came from, or where was it previously. So it's good to know. At least it was around. It just fit the tone of this movie perfectly.
Oh yeah, perfectly. And I
um,
think, I tell people I think Randy Newman had a little bit of influence on the actual musical score of Jurassic Park 3 too,
oh
because like, and that's an interesting thing to say, but like there are parts of that score that just sound so much like some other music Randy Newman has done. So
yeah, it's
that's
like
that's another topic for another episode.
it's so weird how like the Spinosaurus comes out of nowhere and all of a sudden you just hear like strange things and it's just like why is that playing right there?
That wasn't on Engine's list.
All right, so Siaka also asks the Lost World theme, or says the Lost World theme seems to play kind of randomly in the newer releases. Not that I'm complaining. Yeah, I agree. Like it just was a very random inclusion, and I would like to have some more clarification there. Was there anything in Fallen Kingdom? I don't think so.
In Battle at Big Rock, it
Oh,
gets
Battle
used.
at Big Rock, yeah, definitely.
And I can see why it is there because it's this chaotic world, and that's
Yeah,
kind
yeah.
of how that music feels. But yeah,
Yeah,
so.
and yeah, we didn't even talk about that, but that was awesome. Like I loved it's very sparingly, the first portion of the film, there is music there, but then you hear that big Lost World theme during the credit sequence, and that's when you're like, "Oh, there's music. This is awesome." And hopefully,
Yeah.
if they're using that as something to bridge a gap into Dominion, that does give me hope that maybe the Lost World theme will be used in the movie a bit. Who knows? But they've got that on their mind at least, that this our world, I guess, is now a lost world. So it's kind of cool.
I agree. So.
Jurassic Dave says the Lost World soundtrack was the first CD I ever bought. I love that score.
Nice.
Yeah, that CD jacket, disc jacket thing, whatever it was, because it wasn't like a jewel case. It was actually like the cardboard ones, the paper ones or whatever that you fold out, and it has like the standees in there for like the raptors, like a T-Rex and Parasaurolophus and stuff like that. It's the best CD case that I've ever seen ever, and it's amazing.
I scour eBay and other places from time to time trying to find one of those, man.
It's like it honestly is like a holy grail item from Jurassic collecting, I feel like, and it's just something I've had since I was a kid. And oh man, I don't ever want that to go away. It's awesome. Let's see here. Siaka also says the Kirby family has a motif that would be nice to hear again. I agree. That would be really nice to hear.
The family, it's not like called that on the track list or anything, but like the Kirby family theme from Jurassic Park 3 is the highlight of that score for me. It's just a really
totally
good piece of music.
Yeah, when they're
reunited.
Well, yeah, the moment where they hear the cell phone ringing and they are all running through the field up into the fence.
Kirby, Peyton South Plus, and Westgate.
Yeah, it's just like it's literally a beautiful theme. It's like such a bright moment in that score because it's somewhat of a copycat score in many ways, where it really tries to feel like John Williams. It really tries to replicate a lot of those ideas and thoughts that he was putting on the score in the first film. And it's just very loud. Like the score is just very loud and in your face a lot of the time. So when you get a moment like that, I'm like, oh, that is just really beautiful. And it's awesome. I love that moment.
Totally. There's those when the Spinosaurus is attacking the plane and all of those sequences, and the music is just going nuts, and instruments are, there's no real structure. It's just chaotic, and I'm I'm not trying to drag the score or anything, but like that's something that the Jurassic Park original score does really well, is the chaotic and instruments all over the place, and Jurassic Park 3 does the same thing. It's just not quite the same. So
yeah, no, I think it's a good enough score. It feels like a bit repetitive for me. Like I kind of like what Giacchino did as far as like branching out and doing his own thing. So that's and like I said, where Don Davis did his own thing, I think it was beautiful. Like, so yeah, more
Absolutely.
of that, please. And speaking of that, Jurassic Room says in Dominion, I just need William H. Macy to pop his head out from behind his counter watching live news coverage. I mean, honestly, if that does not happen, I'll be disappointed. Like, something needs to happen. I just need to see them one more time. Just a moment, literally just like that, where it's just
I want
them
to see them
together.
on the. I want to see them on the first chartered flight to the moon. I want to know if that happened.
Oh, what would be great actually is if they got out of the mall, the Westgate Mall or whatever it was, and they finally, after however this is 2001, so 20 years or whatever, they get out of the mall, and they finally have their own place. It's like its own building, and they're at a ribbon cutting, and then like a dinosaur just charges out of nowhere and just smashes the building, and you're like, and you just see their mouths all wide open, and William H. Macy has like the big scissors in his hand, like ready to cut it, and the dinosaur just tramples through it. That's what I need.
It's gonna be the Spinosaurus that targets the Kirby's.
That
He's
would be
gotta get his
amazing.
revenge,
As long as they don't barricade themselves in the building, the Spinosaurus should have no problem getting them, because apparently he can't get through doors.
Hey, but don't put the electric fence.
No,
That
no.
that has proven to be incapable of containing the
Yeah,
Spinosaurus.
something much more intimidating. He's got no problem with. But doors, if you got some locks on those doors, it's over.
gosh.
Jared McGowan asks, I wonder, or just says, I wonder what the score will be for the reunion scene for Grant, Sattler, and Malcolm.
Oh man,
Yeah.
I get chills and excitement just thinking about that we're gonna get to watch that. But
Mhm.
when Alan and Ellie are together for the short time that they're together in Jurassic Park 3, the theme you hummed a while ago plays, the bum ba-da-dum, ba-da-da-da-dum, ba-dum, that one.
Mhm.
And I think that's that's the theme that's heard when they see the Brachiosaurus for the first time in Jurassic Park. So I think it's kind of associated with them. I don't know that it's like their theme,
Uh-huh.
but it's associated with them. And so I think if I was to like guess a theme that would be used, then I would say it's going to be that one. So
Yeah, that's this film franchise is a little tough when it comes to that, because it really isn't like something like Star Wars, where main characters have their own themes and different score used. This one just
yeah,
kind of like has like broad themes that can be applied to a lot of things. So yeah, you'll probably hear a lot of those things, but it's not like, it's like how many times, like Giacchino's saying, like I want to use it sparingly. How many times can I throw that theme over top and not sound redundant?
yeah. Well, and I think the Jurassic World franchise is the first time really in these films where you can associate a specific theme with somebody
Hmm.
or a dinosaur. Like there's a theme in Jurassic World that's clearly associated with Owen and Blue, and
Hmm.
it's used again in Fallen Kingdom. It's not like overt direct, but it makes sense to associate it. And I mean, I would argue that there's an Indoraptor theme in Fallen Kingdom, but
Hmm.
like that's really it as far as like musical theme associations go with characters. But
Yeah.
uh,
Yeah. Yeah, so I really don't know what they would use for that outside of just like a main theme. Honestly, I feel like it could be a cool moment for no music, and that sounds kind of like crazy, but I love it when
I agree.
there's music sparingly, and you give the characters some room to breathe and to have a discussion with no music. Some of the best moments in Jurassic Park where their characters are talking and there's nothing playing. It's just you hear like jungle, or you hear just the sounds of a room. Yeah, so I
Oh
love
yeah,
those moments. So hopefully that's kind of the approach we see for this. It's like we don't have to
yeah. I
have
think
some emotional thing. It's just like it's just them. They're the emotion.
absolutely. I think that depending on like the context of the scene, it's like have Alan and Ellie not seen each other in 20 years, or have they seen each other in between now
Hmm.
and the last time they saw each other? How long has it been since Ian, and Ian has seen everyone else.
Yeah.
And so like I think, no music can make things more emotional in a scene like that, because
Mhm.
it's you get the shots of you get the you get the Spielberg shot of their faces, and you see exactly how they're feeling, and you don't need music because you see it
Yeah.
on their faces.
Yeah.
And I mean, if there's any music there, I hope it's like quiet. It's the quiet, slow, beautiful Jurassic theme, and it's not,
Mhm.
it's not in your face. So, but yeah.
Yeah. Siaka says, would it be a step too far to hear a main character hum or play the theme tune like you see with some other nostalgic properties? I would say yes. It would be a little too far for me, unless that they somehow tie it into the canon of the theme park itself. And I don't think that they would at this point. We heard the theme park music for Jurassic World, and it was different. It was its own thing, and I really appreciated that. It sounded more like a Disney style approach to the park music, and you see that in Star Wars. There's a bit of like diegetic music in there as far as like what it is, but in particular, you hear like the Empire theme used quite a bit in stuff like marches, and this is actually used in the world. So the characters that are playing roles hear that music as well. So apparently, the Empire adopted their own theme from the movies. So it's kind of cool, and it makes a little bit of sense that the theme the Empire would have this like march, to it. So in that sense, it makes sense. I can't really see that happening in Jurassic, though.
No, I think that the music they use in the theme parks is its own thing, and it's
Hmm.
great. And if the music in the Jurassic franchise is sort of a glue between the picture and the audience, it just makes everything work. And if it's taken out of that role, I think it just doesn't work as well. So
Yeah. Let's see. Um, got some conversation on the themes itself. I don't know how to describe what is done. Dun dun da da da. I guess that would be it. Dun dun da da da. Dun dun da da da. Hopefully that's what he meant by that Jurassic
that's
Room.
fantastic. That's great.
There's always like a specific way that I feel like musicians kind of speak, and it's always so funny to hear from the outside. I feel like,
Well, and we always use, I mean, musician or not, people always use like the duns and the das and
yeah.
when they're humming it. So
Bells in Jurassic says Grant's ringtone should be the JP theme. Imagine him getting a phone call during the movie. That would be funny, if it was used there, or like a commercial on TV for like the DPG or something like that. Like, yeah, that would be interesting. This to bring it in, but I would like
as bad as Alan is with technology,
true.
I don't
Yeah.
I don't know I don't know how up to date he's going to be with his smartphone. So.
Yeah. I mean, let's have a way to bring that Kirby paint and tile into the theme, like into a theme. That would be really cool. Not just a cell phone ring, but like actually music. That would be cool.
Yeah.
Um,
Kirby, Paint and Tile Plus, and Westgate.
I love it. I love it. Yeah, and honestly, if we don't see them doing something, like whether it's them sitting on the couch watching things and just going like, "Oh, glad I'm not in California," saying something simple. Like I just want them there quickly. Like you have them out to the set for one day, film your stuff, and be done. Have a second unit go to wherever they are, go to California and just film something for that. I know the production's done, but like, whatever.
We need Amanda Kirby to say, I told him not to come nest in Enid, Oklahoma. I told
Yep.
him. So
I literally, even if, I guess I'll accept it if there's like a town, like you're entering Enid, Oklahoma, and it's just like a pteranodon flying over. That would be good too. But I would like to see
little
the characters
scene with that.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
No, I mean, with everybody that's coming back in Spider-Man 3, surely we can get the Kirby's into Jurassic World Dominion.
Seriously. I mean, like, the funny thing about that Spider-Man 3 stuff is like, how many characters are we talking about now? Like, nobody complained after seeing Endgame, like, and Infinity War. Those movies worked spot on, with the amount of people. And specifically in Endgame, that was one of the reasons why people loved Endgame, was because of that moment where everybody shows up. So
Yes.
let's
Well,
not complain as much.
Marvel has proved themselves capable of handling a gigantic cast, so
Yeah.
I think it's good. So
we're in this like day and age, and I don't know what started it. Maybe it was Jurassic. Like between Jurassic and The Force Awakens back in 2015, really creating this nostalgia for the past. You had, yeah, and Star Wars, it continued to do it a little bit. It kind of branched away from that nostalgia a little bit, but now it's back like in full force as far as nostalgia is concerned. It's bringing back characters, referencing all kinds of different stuff. And Jurassic, and now they're bringing back Big Three, and not just for like a quick scene with like Ian Malcolm in like a Senate hearing or whatever. So we're really getting back to like back to nostalgia, and then you see the Spider-Man stuff, and it's just like, I love this time that we're in where we can go back to the things that we were brought up on and just revisit all these things. And man, it's just so awesome. And I just can't imagine what Dominion is going to be. I really can't. It's so hard.
It's gonna be. I am very, very excited for it. It's gonna be. I hope it's a long movie. Let's say that, because
Yeah.
like I just want every character to be able to breathe and the plot to feel natural and all of those things. But I'm very, very excited for it. So
Yeah. I mean, that's my fear, is that like they'll try to crunch this down into 2 hours like they have, with the past two. And I really want them to embrace that. And I think Star Wars had the same problem where it it tried to cram everything into 2 to 2.5 hours or whatever. And I want them to take that like end game approach where they're like, all right, guys, here you go, 3 hours, or hey, maybe they split it up into 2 movies. I don't know if that's even possible at this point because production's done, but maybe they announce something fun. Who knows? But I want them to take their time with this movie, because on the surface there is so much to take care of. You have to reintroduce these main characters. You have to figure out where Owen and Claire and Maisie are. You have to kind of talk about like what's going on with all these dinosaurs on the loose. How do you capture them? What do you do? You also have like Mamoudou Athie, DeWanda Wise coming in, potentially playing bigger roles in the future. You've got Dodgson and like Biosin coming back. Like this list, it just goes on and on. And then you talk about like, hey, this is a globe-trotting film where like it's going to be taking place all over the world, it seems like. How do you cram this in? I really hope they don't do it in just 2 hours, I need a little bit more.
I hope they take the step and say, let's just make this as long as it needs to be, like 2.5 hours. I mean, 30 minutes longer than past films can add a lot of space.
Yeah.
So like, I don't know. I mean, at the rumored plan from the beginning of this film was that they wanted to split it into 2, and then they decided not to. And so,
yeah.
I mean, they have a lot. They have a lot longer to edit, and post production. They have more time, etc. So I mean, anything can happen, I guess, but I don't know.
Yeah, I wonder like if they're okay with that choice of splitting it up after shutting down for all that time and having to maybe rethink things a little bit and change things up. I wonder if they wish they could have still split this up, or maybe still will, or whatever the case is. Like I wish this was like 2 movies. I really do. I wish they kind of took that Harry Potter approach, or the Lord, I think like Lord of the Rings filmed, multiple things back to back. Pirates of the Caribbean did that as well. Yeah, it would have been cool if they kind of took that approach too.
I mean, if it's maybe, as they were straddling all the production challenges with this year, and revising the script a tiny bit, which they did a little bit, and with all of that, maybe they found a way to fit what they needed to into this film. And since they've talked so much about future films and TV shows and all that, etc., maybe they worked it into a way that they can fit the extra details or backstories or side stories into these future things.
Mhm.
And I mean that I that is better than that not happening. So yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. I wish I don't know what the possibility is of like them quickly filming another Battle at Big Rock style thing. I would love that. Back
Yeah.
before that came out, I was like, man, imagine if this was like a series of shorts, with 2 or 3 shorts leading into Dominion. And that was back when this movie was going to come out in 2021. So now we're pushing it again. Like, I feel like they need something even outside of Camp Cretaceous to help them sustain um, you know, I know it went 14 years and still was one of the biggest movies of all time. Um, but yeah, I think they'll be fine either way. I would just love to see something else kind of pushed into place there, like another Battle at Big Rock, explaining things like you're saying, like giving them more room to breathe and kind of say like, well, Battle at Big Rock set up what's going on with the dinosaurs. They're interacting with random campsites and random people. They're out in the wild, just like bumping cars off roads, and fishermen are spotting them. Compies are chasing little kids. So I want more like that to explain now. Like, I don't know, maybe explain where these characters have been, or do stuff like that. It would be really cool if they did that. I don't know if they
Oh
will,
yeah. Well,
but
I mean, and like just extra dinosaur action
mhm.
story or sequence that we can't fit in the movie, or I would love if there was another little short film that came out next year just to bridge the gap. Like they could totally get it done. I was like, Battle at Big Rock was amazing. Like I was so
Yeah.
impressed with, like, you think Jurassic short film and you don't know what to expect really. It's never been done before, but like Colin Trevorrow did such a good job with that. And I think, I hope I'm an optimist. I hope, Universal says finally, like this is an extremely profitable franchise. It's something that people are going to watch.
Hmm.
Like, I hope, that they have confidence in Trevorrow for Dominion and let him do a lot of the things he
I
wants
think
to
so.
do, and things like that. And so I mean I certainly, like, back in 2015, like nobody thought Jurassic World was going to be this $1 billion movie. Like, no, I mean they know Jurassic was a huge franchise, but
Yeah.
like no one expected it to just explode like it has again. And so, like, which is fantastic. I love it. And
Yeah.
so I mean I certainly, just as someone who, like, works in the film world, like my confidence and like my appreciation for what Colin Trevorrow does has just like increased so much since Jurassic World. Like he's just done very good on things since then too. So I don't know. I'm being an optimist about Dominion. So
Oh yeah, I'm very optimistic, and I feel like a lot of people's first inclination is to say like, "Oh, this is going to be a mess," with all these characters and all these things that I counted out before. Like, it's just going to turn into a mess. And maybe if it's like too short or something, like if they make this like Jurassic Park 3 an hour and a half, yeah, you're going to talk about a mess of a movie. But like,
oh gosh,
I
yeah.
I have a lot of faith in him after losing Star Wars and then seeing all this pouring out of love for his script in Star Wars and all that stuff, and then seeing what he did with Battle at Big Rock, and this is the movie that he wanted to do from the start. I think
Yeah.
I think this is really it's going to be really important for him to do something big and amazing, and I think he really wants to like take charge and show who he is. This is like, if he does poorly here, people will forget about Battle at Big Rock, and they'll be like, well, who cares? Like, he just did the Book of Henry, you know, and that was like the last movie or something, and now he's got this movie and it's a flop. Like, he has to do something big and it has to be good, and I definitely have faith in that. I absolutely have faith in that. And I just hope that they build out this world nicely and make it as much of a cinematic universe as you can for Jurassic. I know it's, and I like to talk about the canon of the series and how things all tie together between books and TV and film and all this stuff. And it's a bit different than something like Star Wars. It's not as like um, there's not a lot of like built-in history like Star Wars has, so it's kind of hard to do all that. But I think he's done a great job at doing it so far, and I would love to see him kind of explore that in the future. And um, something I didn't even realize, I heard it. I was actually talking with Tom for some stuff that we recorded for tonight. Um, it was from that like some article that stated that DeWanda Wise and Mahmoud Athi are going to be a bigger part of this franchise, I guess, moving forward. So I was like kind of blown away. I was like, oh, really? Like, I didn't know. I had no idea that that was even a statement that was made. So that's awesome. That's really cool that like we're even now still starting to talk about the future more. And I don't know what that is, but I'm excited. I'm excited for it. And I can't wait to hear whatever the music sounds like and all that good stuff.
Yeah, man, I'm ecstatic too. So, Mark, I mean, something I said about Fallen Kingdom, just because it's the pacing in that movie is fast. Is that like if the movie was like 10 minutes longer, you could add 30 seconds or a minute here and there, and like those spaces really make a difference. So like I, am hoping we get that. There's always before the movie comes out, there's always the leak of the running time of the film, and people judge it or they critique it or they like it or whatever. And
Mhm.
let's say it's leaked and Jurassic World Dominion is 2 hours and 15 minutes long, or it's 2 hours and 20 minutes long, which maybe
Yeah.
with all of this stuff, maybe we think it should be a little bit longer, but that's 2 hours and 20 minutes is like 15 minutes longer than Fallen Kingdom. um and so like that could add a lot of necessary space in there. So yeah.
Yeah. Man, how do you feel about pushing this out? And do you think that I don't think it really gives Giacchino any more time to create a score, because I feel like he's got his process and like, he'll
And
make it.
Giacchino's already working on it,
Is
so
he? Is he already working on it?
yeah.
Yeah. So I don't think it's not like he's gonna work on it from now until like, May of 2022. But like, uh, he's like a workhorse, and he works on like 100 films per year, it seems like, and it's
He's
crazy
doing
what he's able to
he's
do.
doing Dominion and he's doing Spider-Man 3. So
It,
he's
it's
doing
crazy.
both of these massive films, like
Yeah.
crazy. No, he had an Instagram
Every
live
massive
a
film.
couple months ago. Yeah. He had an Instagram live a couple months ago where he was talking about things he was working on, and Jurassic World Dominion was one of them.
Oh,
So
good, good. Yeah, I I think the gap here that we have to wait until 2022, I think that's just for the best. I'm excited to see what comes of that. From a production standpoint, how does it make things better for them? Um, what does the movie how does the movie change? And it just gives them time to breathe. Allows us to eventually get back to theaters and stuff like that. I don't think we're gonna have to worry like like Warner Brothers fans are worrying for like things like Godzilla versus Kong. Like I want to see that movie ASAP. Like right now, I'd watch it in my house, but I know it kind of does take away from the experience, because I saw Godzilla King of the Monsters. I think I saw it 3 times in theaters, and it's a theater experience. So I don't think we're gonna have to
absolutely.
worry about that with Jurassic. Do you think we're gonna have any worry all the way out in 2022?
The year, it was like, it wasn't a question of if, it was a question of when. Past a certain, it got this 2020 with all of its wonders. uh it was a matter of when, it wasn't a matter of if. And
Hmm.
when that news came out, it didn't surprise me at all, and it just
Yeah.
first thing I like to say is that it gives more time for like the fans to enjoy the build up together, and more merchandise and more toys and more commercials and more more teases, more photo teases from Colin Trevorrow, more time for him to do
Yeah.
that. And so like the thing it gives them more time in post production to edit and make sure everything's right. The thing that is the thing that people will talk about being the struggle with this is like, even though there's more time, there's not necessarily more budget for post production. Like the budget didn't get extended, if
Yeah.
that makes sense.
Mhm.
And so like, if they're gonna like I think they're gonna take their time, take this extra time to really make sure things are okay and what they need to be. And I think, if should the situation arise where we have somebody wants reshoots or we want to redo this thing or something like that, that's something that would have to be figured out. I maybe maybe Bryce Dallas Howard or Chris Pratt or whoever can chip it, these actors and cast and crew
Yeah.
can like chip in or something, you know what I mean, and like
Yeah.
try and get this film where it needs to be. But I mean,
Mhm.
I don't foresee that happening, but I do think it's good that they have extra time to just really fine tune it. So
For sure. Yeah, I'm excited. Oh, 2022. It's so far away. To think that like and the thing is I'm always so excited about the film, but like I am just always excited about hearing new scores, whatever the movie is. And Jurassic is one that like sometimes a score will pop up like a few days early via like whatever the release date is, and like it's sitting there in your phone or whatever, and you're waiting to listen to it, and I'm like, I don't want to spoil it. I don't want to spoil it. But now we have to wait like so long, and it's like
yeah,
it's only what 4 years, so it's just adding an extra year, and we're
it's what
capable of
the
doing this.
it's what the Jurassic film gap used to be. People
Yeah,
back in the old days used to have to wait 4 years, not 3. So
yeah,
no, I mean, like I said, it gives more time for Colin Trevorrow to tease stuff. It gives more time to
yeah.
for Michael Giacchino to tease stuff,
And
which he's very good about that.
oh, for sure, those teases that happened during Fallen Kingdom for that score, that was like everything. That was
I
amazing.
was
It
like,
was
oh man,
so good. Him and Bayona just like in the recording studio, just like giving you actually big snippets of pieces, and you're like, oh my god, what is this? This sounds like a huge cliffhanger moment.
oh man,
And
yeah.
things turned out a little bit differently than you first expect, and I don't even know if they were utilized like in that way in the film, but man, it was so cool to hear that, and I'm so excited to hear that. And if he is working on those anytime in the near future, that is something we have to look forward to, and that is something to bring more discussion to the show and to the
Totally.
community in general. I'm really excited for that, but knowing that we have to wait until 2022 to hear a full Jurassic score is a bit of a bummer. And the fact that we didn't get Battle at Big Rock and the one or two tracks that were made for that, or however many, like, oh man, I really wish we could get that. That's such a bummer that that's not a thing. And
Same.
and,
I
yeah, it's a bummer.
Yeah, I mean, I remember where I was when the Jurassic World score tease came out, and like you hear it, and it's just such great music, but like you have no idea what's gonna be on screen during it.
Yeah.
But and then that the tease for Fallen Kingdom, that wild thing they tweeted, and Giacchino's like got his iPhone camera in front of his face and he's like turning it side to side and making it all
Yeah.
dramatic. And
Yeah.
that was if I'm not mistaken, that's the tease they posted is the very end of the like score suite that's over the credits.
Exactly.
But like
Yeah.
hearing that wild thing at the end, I was like, this is gonna be the end of the film and someone's gonna die.
Uh-huh.
And that's not exactly what happened. But
No. No. Yeah, I was like expecting the movie to end on like a big cliffhanger note. Like, I don't know. I forget exactly what we talked about, but I remembered it being like a cliffhanger in my mind. And of course, I mean, that didn't really happen. In a way, the movie is kind of a cliffhanger, but
I was gonna say it's very the ending of Fallen Kingdom is very open ended. But
yeah.
like
But like, I'm thinking like in my mind that like a character you don't know if they're gonna live or die or something like that. Like, just
yeah,
based off of how evil and menacing this was, and like I was just expecting like the worst from that, and luckily we didn't really get that. But I hope we go dark just like that in the next movie. I hope he is inspired again by monster movies and stuff like that. But
Oh
who
yeah.
knows? It's gonna be a while.
Battle at Big Rock was very dark and very scary. So, I'm looking
Yeah.
forward to more of that. So,
Yeah, and whenever this stuff happens, whenever a tease comes, even if it's just a 30-second tease, man, we got to talk about it. We got to get on the show and talk about it. And
yeah.
you do have like I said at the beginning of this, we did tease it a long time ago. It's like supposed to be a big segment discussing these scores like in depth from like start to finish, everything. I hope to get back to that. Maybe we can figure out a way to do that via the internet, the same way that we had planned in person. But you also have Jurassic Tracks. You've done, I think, like 3 of those so far, and they're awesome. Like I
Yeah.
love those so much.
Thank you. They're so much fun to put together, and yeah, I've done 3 so far, and I'm going chronologically. So I've done a queue from Jurassic Park,
Oh
a
yeah,
queue
that's
from The
right.
Lost World, and then a queue from Jurassic Park 3. So the next one, when it comes, will be from Jurassic World, and then Fallen Kingdom, and then after that, I'm just gonna pick and choose, I think. But yeah,
Yeah, you're
I definitely have a favorite queue from Jurassic World that's gonna be in the next one.
awesome.
So
I am excited to hear, your analysis of the next 2 films. And I don't know if we get anything from you from Battle at Big Rock. I don't know how we would. I mean, I guess you could pull the audio if you felt like it from, but there's like not much to choose from there. So, but
yeah, I mean, it's a score. I mean,
yeah.
it's only about 8 minutes, but that's a score that brings back a bunch of different themes from
Mhm.
past things. So
Yeah. So whatever it is, I'm excited to hear from you. And yeah, and I know you're a busy guy. You're producing stuff now, and you're obviously working in the industry as well. So man, you're killing it out there. I love it, dude.
thanks, man. Yeah, it's things are busy. I'm about to move to Los Angeles, so
Oh, awesome.
whenever I get settled out there, we'll talk logistics of this segment, and life will find a way. So
Yes, I really want it to happen. You on the keys, and we're analyzing these scores, playing the themes, and just giving our overall thoughts, kind of like we did here today. It was awesome.
yeah, for sure, it was a great time, man. So
Yeah, so thank you. I guess we'll end this one here. We're still keeping the live stream going, everybody. But thank you to Caleb. Can you let everybody know where they can find you again? I know you set it up in the beginning, but just in case they're just tuning in, where can everybody find you online?
sure thing. I'm at Caleb Composed on any social media, and you can listen to my music and other stuff at calebburnettmusic.com. So
Awesome. Thank you, dude.
yeah,
Thank you so much.
thanks, Brad. This was great.
This is
So,
awesome. And like I said, we're gonna do this. We got to do this more. We got to have more.
oh,
And
we're gonna
20,
do this again. So
2021's a wide open year. Like I have no plans. We're just gonna take it as it comes, and hopefully we talk some music during the year. I don't know. We'll see.
life will find a way.
It will. Thanks, dude. I'll talk to you
All
later.
right. See you later, man.
Bye. All right. So that was Caleb Burnett, everybody. I hope you enjoyed that chat there. I love the music of Jurassic, and sorry, I'm adjusting my mic here. I love the music of Jurassic, and like I said during our conversation, it's something I've wanted to talk in depth about, and unfortunately, we did not get the opportunity because of COVID. We were going to do all these in-person discussions and stuff like that, and that just didn't pan out. So it's time to rethink, reevaluate the segment, but at least hopefully in the future we can have some more stuff from Caleb, whether it's bigger segments or his Jurassic Track segments and analysis. Whenever we get some hints and teases of a score, I'm very, very excited about that. So guys, this is not over. We're keeping the live stream going, okay? In just a little bit, we're gonna bring on Victoria from Victoria's Cantina. So we're gonna bring her on in just a little bit to talk about toys, and I'm excited about Jurassic toys, guys. Hopefully you guys are too. Yeah, so we'll bring her on in just a minute here. I wanted to say thank you to Jack Rex. Thank you for donating to the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia Foundation. Let me take, I got to change this screen here for a second. I have Caleb's information on there still. All right, so there we go. But thank you, Jack, for donating. And just in case anybody is just tuning in now, this whole live stream that we're doing, it's kind of like a little mini event thing where we're getting a bunch of people on the show to talk Jurassic. Like I said, Victoria from Victoria's Cantina is going to join us in just a minute. We're going to talk about toys. And if you guys are watching this and you have just a few spare dollars, whatever it is, there is a donate button down below. It's kind of, I think it's like near the live chat area. Things are a little bit different on the phone. Let me go through that again. Where is it? YouTube. Go into YouTube on my phone. I click on the video itself and it pops up with like a little thing that says Jurassic Gives Back. Let's raise money for kids. This creator is hosting a fundraiser on this live stream. 100% of the donations will go to the nonprofit, the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia Foundation. So please go ahead, do that. You can click donate now. It gives you the option of 5, 20, 50, other. You can choose whatever you want. If you cannot do any of those options, of course, just choose other and do $1. I don't care. Whatever you can do, whatever you can afford. I know times are tough due to everybody probably being at home, and it's been a rough year. I understand it. Of course, it is the holidays, so we are still buying gifts and stuff for family members. But if you can afford anything at all, and that would be awesome. Just click that donate button. If you can't, I completely understand it. No pressure at all. I'm getting some texts here. My wife is saying that my son wants to come on the show. Let's okay. How are we gonna do this? I can I don't know how we're gonna do that, but let's see. I mean, he's eating dinner. It looks like. I can send her. Let me send her a Google Meets link. I don't know if I can do that. Where's the text messaging? Let's see here. Where'd the messages go? Oh, there they are. Okay. Let's see if this works. All right. Texting her a link. My son wants to come on the show and talk. I guess I don't know what he's going to talk about. He's 3. But in the meantime, as we get ready for the next segment, we'll see if we can hear from oh, wait, is this it? Is he here? Nope. I don't know what that noise was. Admit. All right, here we go. Let's see. Oh, he's here. Very blurry. Let me see if I can get let me see if I can get this video here on the show. How did I do that before? I go back. Get the window up. Can you hear me, Lincoln?
Yeah.
What are you doing, dude? What are you doing?
I use it.
What are you doing?
What's up, man?
Hi.
Hi. How's it going, man?
Good.
Good.
But I'm playing in my bed with I played Blippi in my bed.
Oh gosh. You played Blippi in your bed?
Yeah.
Blippi. Here on YouTube. Blippi. What is so funny? You're just gonna laugh this whole time, huh? Can you tell everybody what is your favorite dinosaur, Lincoln?
Blippi?
What? That's not a dinosaur.
No, what's your favorite dinosaur?
Bumpy.
Oh, Bumpy.
Oh, Bumpy. Okay, all right, that makes a lot more sense now. Bumpy, okay. I have to see if I can change this. Let me see. All right, this might be a little bit better. Because video is a little choppy. Let's see if this works better. Oh, that's huge. Oh, wait, hold on.
Can't see.
Oh, that's so big. Hold on, I gotta change this. Okay. All right, there we go. That's better. All right, so your favorite dinosaur is Bumpy, right?
Mm-hmm.
What do you like about Bumpy?
Smash things.
He smashed things. What kind of dinosaur is Bumpy? Do you know?
Uh-huh.
What kind of dinosaur is Bumpy? Come on, man, you know. Are you tired?
Which one is it, Mom? The Allosaurus.
Ankylosaurus. Do you have any other favorite dinosaurs?
Mm-hmm.
What ones?
T-Rex.
T-Rex.
And eat meat.
He eats meat. Yep.
Yeah, the same one I did like for a long time ago. I did this one already.
Okay. All right. Do you like the movie Jurassic Park?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And there's a Dino Dina movie one.
A Dino Dana movie? That is accurate. There is a Dino Dana movie. You love Dino Dana, right? It's a cool show.
Yeah.
Let's see. I don't know how to podcast with children. What?
I just move it out a little bit.
You had to move it a little bit. Let's see. What's your favorite part in Jurassic Park? You've seen the movie like once.
I only see it a lot.
Oh, you have? Where was I?
Yeah. Up here.
Oh. Do you like Owen and Blue? Do you remember when you made this downstairs and you put together this Owen body with a Dennis Nedry head? You remember doing that?
Yeah.
It's pretty silly, right? Really silly.
I see it.
So silly.
Super silly, dude. Anyway, I think that was cool when you made that. That usually stands on my shelf back here. Right there. I don't know if you can see it, but
But I can't see a head on it.
no.
The head's not on.
Oh man. Well, buddy, I gotta get going. I gotta keep doing my live stream.
What do you say?
Thank you.
Thank you. You're welcome. Thanks for coming on, dude. Thanks for coming on the show. You like podcasting?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, thanks for coming on, buddy. I'll talk to you later, okay? Bye.
Bye.
Say bye, buddy.
Bye.
Bye. Have a good night.
Love you.
I love you.
I love you, dude. I love you, Lincoln.
I love you. Mom, let's go watch Dino Dina.
What an ending. What an ending there. Oh, no. Now I'm going to show up so many times here. Let me change that. Oh, I just made myself disappear. All right, here we go. There was two of me on screen. That was my son, Lincoln. So if you guys want to hear more of him, he was actually in this week's episode for a few minutes there because we're doing like phone calls for the Jurassic mailbag, and then he popped in for a minute. So yeah, that was fun hearing his voice on there. So he likes Dino Dana and Blippi apparently. So yeah. Anyway, I'm gonna get to call just in a second here. So what do we say? Let me try to set this up. And we'll try to bring in Victoria from Victoria's Cantina to talk all kinds of Jurassic toys because I love the toys. Obviously, look behind me. There's lots of toys back there. Let's see what's going on in the chat. Daniel Karan's here. The best. He just says the best. I agree. This is the best. This is the best, man. If it's not Allosaurus, he's wrong. He said Bumpy. That's a good enough answer, right? That worked. Let's see what else you guys are saying. Steve says, these are hard questions. LOL. Yeah, I'm like, I don't know what is he gonna answer? What is he gonna say? How do I ask him questions? I've never like interviewed him as far as dinosaurs are concerned, so that's kind of hard. Benny, I should have looked at your question there. Ask him who is better, the T-Rex or the Spinosaurus. I have a feeling he probably would have said T-Rex. He does kind of like Spinosaurus, but I have a feeling he would probably say T-Rex. He has not seen Jurassic Park 3 at this period of time, so maybe one day. Daniel Karan is in this chat. He says, best guest ever. One of these times, we got to bring him in to the show. My cousin, Danny Karan. That sounds weird coming out of my mouth. I feel like I never say your name. Do I? No, I never do. Anyway, Danny, especially not Danny. Dan was on the show. He was on the show back in the early days, talking Jurassic with me. And it's been probably 230 episodes since he's been on. Oh, man. Anyway, if you guys are watching this live stream, we're going to keep this going for a lot of hours. And we're all doing this for charity. So please click that donate button below. Donate to the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia, where all the money, 100% of the money is going straight to that. So I'm going to bring in our next guest here, see if I can figure this out again. Let's see. Oh, moving the wrong thing in the background. Come on here. Come on. Oh. Bear with me. This is all... I got to use a different mouse. That mouse doesn't work. Oh, no. All right, so I tried to use like the silent mouse, but I'm like, it's not really working. But let's bring on our next one here. So I'm going to admit our next guest. This is Victoria. Hey, Victoria, you're live right now. What's going on?
Hey, Brad. How's it going?
It's going good. It's going good. We're having fun talking about Jurassic. So far, we've talked about the scores and our expectations and hopes and stuff for Dominion. People have been donating left and right, so big shout out to everybody. So,
awesome.
Yeah, how have you been? Oh, wait, I didn't even transition you over, so there you go. Okay, now people can see you. All right, so we're going to be talking about some toys tonight, but before we get there, how have you been? I feel like it's been a while since we actually did a recording or anything like that. It's been a while.
A long time, years, I think. At least a couple of years, I want to say.
Yeah, and you've been still going strong with everything. And I know there was like you took like a little break for a bit, but I feel like you're back super strong with all the toy reviews and everything. So, and of course the Jurassic Collect Jurassic World podcast, you and Tim. So you're killing it. You guys are killing it.
Thank you. Yeah, we're staying busy. Collect Jurassic World, Cantina Chatter.
Oh yeah.
Vintage Collection, Discovery Land.
You have so many shows, and I thought I had a lot of shows, and then all of a sudden you you have like 19 shows, and they're all awesome. I love them. Like whether it's just about Disney, Star Wars, collecting, whatever the case is, there's so many good shows.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
So I want to talk about some toys and stuff, but before, just let everybody know where they can find you. I'm sure they know where they can find you at this point in time, but like let everybody know before we get into our discussion here.
Sure. At Vic's Cantina on Twitter, Victoria's Cantina on Instagram, and same thing on Facebook and on YouTube, Victoria's Cantina. That's the main thing, YouTube.
Awesome. So I'm trying to adjust. Oh, that's not working. I'm trying to adjust my screen here, but all right, so it's all good now. All right, so I want to talk about the state, I guess, of Jurassic toys. We have not like discussed what we're going to be discussing at all, so I have no clue. I didn't
No.
write any notes. This is all off the cuff here. So what do you think? What have you thought about 2020 in terms of toys for Jurassic? I know it's been kind of an interesting year, and it's actually been full of a lot of great stuff. So, what are your thoughts on the past full year of toys?
Yeah, no, it's been really interesting. I think, we thought initially there would be like a huge lull, a huge delay in,
Hmm.
products making its way to stores. And I have to apologize for my voice. I got really bad allergies today.
Oh, feel
Um,
better.
and but no, things are hitting. From what I understand, toy sales are up this year over last year or the year before that.
Hmm.
People are staying home. Are they playing with toys? I know I am when I have time. So um, yeah, toys are doing really well. Distribution is good
Hmm.
for the most part. Online sales are up immensely on toys. So we had a lot of concern that things weren't going to be so good this year, but thankfully
Yeah.
they're going really strong.
One thing that I've noticed, and I heard those reports about it doing really well and going strong. One thing that always makes me nervous, especially now, is finally we're seeing the Amber collection show up in stores. And
Mhm.
at least from my perspective and a few others I've talked to, it's very, very stagnant. Now, I don't know if that's due to the fact that a lot of us, big collectors and stuff, we probably got them already online. But they're $30 toys at that price point on like the standard shelf, and they're being pretty stagnant. Are you worried about that, or do you think it's okay? Or what's your perspective on the Amber collection being in Target?
So this is an interesting thing because Amber Collection is so weird. Any company that does a 6-inch, 7-inch scale line puts a wave out at a time, 4 figures, 6 figures, and then you go and you buy the whole wave, and you get a whole like little collection at once.
Yeah,
Amber is so weird in that the releases are so sporadic. There's no fanfare. There's no announcements. Things just kind of come out when they come out, and they're coming out like one at a time. I think Nedry and the Dilophosaurus did come like at the same time.
yeah,
Blue and Owen came out at the same time. But other than that, it's just things are so far and few between. There's no publicity about it. It's people like you, it's people like, Tim at Collect Jurassic that are saying, hey, look, these things are coming out. Nobody else knows because Mattel's been so tight-lipped this year about everything. Whereas you
yeah,
have companies like Hasbro that, all the companies have their own issues, but Hasbro's been really good at Fan First Friday and, engaging people and making people aware of what's coming. But like Amber is just such a weird thing. And
yeah.
I am worried about Amber. I am worried that, I go to Target, all they have is Delta.
Oh,
Um,
really?
you
Okay.
know, collectors are going to go, they're going to buy Delta, but then more Deltas are going to come in, they're going to clog up the pegs and nothing else is going to make it through. And
Yeah.
then Target's going to say, well, these didn't sell too well. Do we want to keep buying them? And that's the concern that I have right now.
Yeah, I finally started seeing Echo on the shelves, and it's so great. It's so great to see these things there. But it just makes me nervous for the line because the line, I forget how you feel specifically, but I love it. I think it's awesome. I love the scale. Despite it being like a little big comparatively to like something like Black Series, but like and the price point is a bit elevated. But I love that line. I think that's my favorite stuff that Mattel has done so far, and I really, really want to see that continue very far. Like I want to see loads of other stuff. And as far as we've seen, it sounds like they have a lot of stuff in the pipeline coming our way, and I just hope that continues. And I hope stuff like being stagnant on the shelves at Target doesn't kind of ruin that for us. Hopefully they find ways to sell these and like you're saying, ways to release them where people understand like what's going on because I feel like that kind of applies to a lot of Jurassic and the toys and stuff. It's like, oh,
Sure.
this thing just showed up, and it's like, what's going on here? Some explanation would be nice. But I
hmm
yeah, I forget how you feel on the line, but I love it so much, and I want to see it thrive. I just want to see it do really
Yeah.
well.
Yeah, a lot of people didn't jump on board because it was just, I think, the brown raptor initially, and they were like, okay,
Hmm.
is that all there's going to be? Do I need to collect something where it's just like one or two? I mean, I like them. I think the 6-inch scale is kind of the universal standard at this point for the toy industry. Everything is 6-inch, everything's 6.5 inch. I like them. I think there are problems with QC here and there.
Hmm.
I think there are issues with paint. Like, does Echo look like Echo? Not really. So, there's things like that could be better. I mean, Blue looks fantastic. The raptors are a little small compared to the humans. I'm calculating them at being like 6-inch scale, whereas the humans are 6.5 inch. It's just a
Hmm.
little variance, but it is noticeable. Um, I enjoy it. I want to see them get better and be more consistent and publicize it. Say, hey, we're doing this collection. It's not just 2 figures a year. We have
Yeah.
plans to do this and that. And yeah, I think the strategy is the main thing that's lacking. But as a line, I do enjoy them. I buy them all. I like them.
Yeah, I think like for the core line, they do a pretty decent job of doing like little commercials, and for a while they were doing like songs and stuff. Like, so they're really like
Yeah.
selling that stuff, and it's fun. It's kind of fun to watch as that stuff happens. But yeah, this line, it's like I don't know what to do with it. Let me just here's one, and then like all right, I finished another one. Here's another one. It's like they just have no strategy with it, and it's a shame because it's fun. The stuff like about Echo, it's so weird, and a lot of these issues I think they definitely stem beyond Mattel's influence, and I think Mattel, you've had conversations, I've had conversations with them, and they really seem to know what's up, and they seem to know what they're doing. I don't necessarily think they make a ton of mistakes like this, but a lot of the influence, whether it be from retailers or whoever, and Universal specifically with something like Echo, make it
Mhm.
make it the way it is. And Echo is it's such a weird thing because I don't know what's going on there. What do you think is up with the rebranding of Echo due to something like Camp Cretaceous? Like, why do you think they changed it up?
Wait, what's that? I thought I heard an echo. Why did they change it? Geez, I don't know. I've wondered about this. That figure is just such an oddball. I mean, Delta looks like Delta. Blue looks
Yeah.
like Blue. Charlie more or less looks like Charlie, but Echo is like, who are you? It's like it's not even. I don't understand. It's like, to me, it looks more like a tribute to Kenner's '93 Raptors than anything else.
Uh-huh.
So, I don't know. It's interesting because not even Camp Cretaceous Echo looks like that. So,
Yeah. Well, I'm trying to look at my old Raptors and see. Yeah, I guess it does. It does kind of look like that Kenner, the very simplistic original Raptor. It kind of does have that kind of paint job, even though we supposedly had the Raptor that already came out with that paint job. But like, yeah, it's so weird, and I don't know what the choice was for it has to stem at Camp Cretaceous because of all the branding that we saw on shirts and stuff. We didn't really get a good glimpse of the dinosaur in the show.
Mhm.
Or any of the others really all that much. I mean, you can barely see them in the fog and stuff, but you can't really pinpoint their colors all that much. But it's just so weird because it's a very different paint job, and for a collector, it's a little bit of a bummer because I'm like, I mean, I'm gonna get it because it looks pretty cool. I think it looks awesome.
Of course.
But yeah, it just doesn't look like the one that we want it to look like. We've kind of struggled with that with the core line for years now. Like, what are some of those things? Like, they just look nothing like the Raptors that they say they're supposed to look like. So we've been struggling, but I don't know. It's such a weird thing to have to deal with, but and complain about in a way. But here we are.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, when you think about it in that sense, I mean, a couple of years ago, we never would have imagined that we would have been getting, 6-inch scale, 6.5 scale
Mm-hmm.
Jurassic Park dinosaur toys. And the fact that they even exist, I think is pretty cool.
Yeah. So this year has been it's been the Primal Attack stuff and Camp Cretaceous. How do you feel about Primal Attack? Do you think it's been a good year for that line? Because like Dino Rivals was my favorite thing. Like I loved the branding. I loved the like the visual style of the packaging, and the toys came out that they were pretty cool. What do you think about Primal Attack? How does things compare to you to the past?
Yeah, no, it's been good. What have we gotten this year? I'm trying to think. Like, there's so many dinosaurs.
I know. That's a problem, right?
Sarcosuchus. Yeah, we got Sarcosuchus. We got help me out here.
We got like the Seats, right?
Cryolophosaurus.
Oh man, I changed my tab here. Hold on. I was trying to look stuff up and then you disappeared from my screen. Yeah.
Cyatonicurum, you're right.
Yeah.
Triceratops, Pteranodon,
Oh my gosh.
Pteranodon.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. We got some Albertosauruses.
We got some good stuff.
Yeah, I'm pretty happy with a lot of it. I feel like recently I've been like, especially with the most recent stuff that's like literally hitting the shelves right now. I like the Sarcosuchus, but outside of that, I'm like kind of iffy. I'm not a person who collects every item. I feel like you're more of a collector who like tries to get everything and maybe multiples of everything. I try to go sparingly. I'm like, I don't know. It's just not for me. But I know everybody has different collecting habits, and yeah, I've been just kind of not really into the Albertosaurus or the Pteranodon, the Triceratops, and there's something else. I did not get the Toro figure, but I think I have two of the other kinds. So I'm like all over the place with the collecting. I have loved the attack packs that they've done. They finally just popped up, like the new ones with like the Alioramus, and actually Bumpy just showed up. That blue purple raptor and the Dimorphodon, like they literally just showed up in my Target yesterday.
Nice.
So I love those, and I was like, oh, I already have all of these. So some of the stuff is hit or miss for me, but I don't love the packaging on this brand, like the Primal Attack stuff. But I think the toys have been pretty cool.
Yeah, they have been, and we can't forget we did get that Epic Roaring T-Rex this year.
Oh yeah, that thing was interesting. You like the motion on that? You cool with that?
You mean the whole like seizure thing?
Yeah.
Honestly, it's my favorite Rex. It's just, I mean,
Yeah.
that aside, like just the sculpting on it is so like highly
For sure.
dimensional. It looks fantastic, and the paint, it could be a little better, but it's my favorite personal so far. I just think it's it's just so detailed. I think that's the thing that really grabs me about it.
Yeah, I'm still stuck on the bite and fight. I love that thing so much. That's been my favorite. I haven't been a huge collector of the Rexes so far from Mattel. I think I passed on the Thresh and Throw, and maybe like Extreme Chompin' and stuff like all the variations of Extreme Chompin'. But the bite and fight was one that really killed it for me. I thought that was pretty cool looking.
It is cool, except its mouth is like that.
Yeah, it is pretty massive. I'm looking through like a big list right here. What's the deal with the Scutosaurus? Like, do you have that? Have you seen it? Is it here? Like, I don't know what's going on there.
That's a good question. When you find out, you tell me. No, I do have one. I have one that I got from Japan because I ordered from Amazon Japan. This was actually pretty cool. You could order a case, in advance of that wave, and I got it, and it's cool, but it looks so neat with like the hiragana writing on it. I don't even want to open it. It just looks so cool.
Oh man.
So yeah, I don't know. I haven't seen them on Amazon. The only way I know that they're out there is because like our chats and people we talk to have found them, and I've never seen it online. Target, Amazon, Walmart. I don't know what's up with that. It's like I'm trying to compare to something else that we've seen, but that's hard to do. The Dimetrodon maybe, but that that I saw in stores, so I can't really say it's like the Dimetrodon. So
it's probably like some of the plesiosaurs. Like some of those have been really hard to find. But I love it when Mattel creates this weird stuff. Like I really love it. Like the Sarcosuchus, it's nothing I imagined they would make. Like you said, the Dimetrodon is a cool one. I love when they make things that are not dinosaur. That Scutosaurus looks awesome. And knowing that like it sounds like we're going to be getting a lot of weird stuff for Dominion. It makes me really hopeful that like whatever happens, I guess in 2022, toy wise, I'm really looking forward to that. I have no idea what it's going to be, but I love this weird stuff, and they've been really
Yeah.
killing it with just oddities, I guess you could say.
Yeah, totally. I think at this point the line is so saturated with Triceratops and Pteranodon and so many repeats and repaints that anytime they do something new and weird
Yeah.
and fresh, that's what I get excited about. Like the Scutosaurus, like Dimetrodon,
Mhm.
like the Sarcosuchus, just things that are like just that you don't really expect, and they add something new to the line that you didn't already have.
Yeah.
So I'm all for that. Bring on the weird stuff. Bring on the Ice Age dinosaur or creatures and all that stuff.
Yeah, it's just so fun. I've never been a person who was into like the wild paint jobs back in the past, but for some reason, it's getting to me now. And like I feel like looking at my toys, I feel like the probably one of the more recent ones that kind of set me down this path was the Suchomimus, that blue one, that original blue one. I feel like that was probably one of the first interesting paint schemes that we saw from Mattel. And
Yeah.
I looked at that and I was like, I don't think I'm gonna get that. But then when I saw it in stores, I was like, oh my god, this is my favorite thing ever. I love that thing so much. So ever since then, I've been really into these weird things like the Majungasaurus or the Irritator, like all these weird, cool dinos and paint jobs and stuff like that.
Yeah, that Sika was a year one thing, and it was
Yeah.
different, But I think it was like, ooh, this isn't in the movie, but it's just like different and looks cool. So
Yeah. So another thing, kind of like the Amber collection, um, that kind of bugs me is the fact that like we finally get these whether it's like that Camp Cretaceous adventure set with tiny little Bumpy and Darius and the two big dinos, and then of course we got that Isla Nublar Escape or whatever it's called, Island Escape.
Yeah.
And I don't know like what the sales figures are on those, but when they originally hit the shelves, it was like, oh, there's like anywhere from like 2 to 4 of them on the shelf, and then we all bought them. And now they got replenished like several times over, and it seems like there's like 8 of each, and they never move. And that's something that has me worried. Like, it seems like 2021 could see like human and dinosaur packs. Am I getting that good sense right? Does that seem like where we're going in 2021?
Yeah, that's what the leaks strongly indicate. So yeah, it looks like we'll be getting human and dinosaur packs. Which humans though? I don't know. It could be Owen, 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 Owen. We just don't know.
No, please no. I hope that they sell. I really hope they do, because I don't know, like I said, I don't know how well these ones have done, but every time I go to the store, it's like kind of stagnant with those two, and I'm like, oh man, I really hope the playset kind of mentality does well for them with these dino human packs. But who knows?
Yeah, that's the thing. If you want to see stuff like that continue, you got to buy it. You got to support it. If things like that sit around, we're not going to see more humans. We haven't seen humans in 2 years. So, this is an experiment that they're doing, and I hope it is well. But I hope it's not Owen Owen. That's the thing. I don't think anybody wants any more Owen figures. So
Please no.
Camp Cretaceous, those characters I think are important right now.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
some of the other ones they didn't get to a couple years ago.
Yeah, I would love it if they actually did like all the characters from Camp Cretaceous and with different dinosaurs and stuff like that. I think that would be a great way to do it and to pull it off. But again, like I don't know who will care. Like, will people care? Will a season 2, season 3 be enough to sell those? I don't know. I hope so. And in a year where who knows what else we're gonna get, like, could be interesting. But
Yeah.
man, would I like to have like Brooklyn and Ben and Kenji, like all those characters like lined up. They're slightly more cartoony than the rest, but I think they kind of blend in nicely.
Yeah, yeah. No, I hope we get all those. I mean, I'm a fan of each one of them. I thought they were all likable people. They all had like an
Oh, yeah.
arc. That was cool to see. So I do want figures of them.
But yeah, speaking of Camp Cretaceous, there's some interesting stuff, and like what is going on with that line, like featuring stuff like Baryonyx Grim, and then it looks like it was unnamed, but that one that was in the pack, I think, what is that, like Limbo or Chaos, one of those two. It looks like it's one of those Baryonyx. And then of course we got like a Troodon, we've got a Gallimimus. So we've got all these like interesting dinosaurs that never showed up in the show. What are your expectations for that? Or do you think that's just going to be like further seasons? Do you think that was just like a weird packaging thing, or something else?
Well, Brad, first of all, what is the opposite of a Troodon?
Falsadon? Is that right?
There you go. I can just imagine Tim cringing somewhere right now.
I hope so. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I think it's just stuff that's season 2 stuff, or stuff that was scrapped from, deleted scenes from season 1. But yeah, I mean, I can't think of any other reason they would have put names on these boxes other than, there was an intent to feature them more heavily, or they're going to feature them more heavily in season 2.
Yeah.
And they have these names that will eventually associate with those dinos.
Yeah, I hope that's the case. I hope it's just like not the Constable Zuvio of dinosaurs, where it really didn't make an appearance at all. It's just like, it'll show up finally in season 2 or season 3 or whatever the case may be. But they had to get their renders out there, so they passed along what they had to Mattel, and they just made it, not knowing where things were going to show up. But hopefully that's the case. I hope so, because man, I want to see these things. Like I really want to see the Troodon out there, despite it looking different than the Jurassic World Live Tour one, which who knows? I'm going to cling to that forever, the Jurassic World Live Tour. So I don't know.
Yeah, I hope we get those species in the show. I mean, a lot of these weird things that weren't in the films, Troodon, Sarcosuchus, like why not? I mean, throw them in there. That's what the show's for. It's to kind of expand on what's in the films and just, give you the other sides of the park that you haven't seen, the other species that were there that you just didn't know were there at the time. So I hope we get all that in there.
Yeah. So 2021, we kind of just mentioned that could look like Camp Cretaceous, right? We could see a lot of Camp Cretaceous because we may potentially get two more seasons, or 2 or 3 more seasons before Dominion. Who knows? With the way that they're kind of just pumping these things out, and not that it's easy or anything, but it seems like we could get a few seasons. So 2021 seems like it could be a Camp Cretaceous year. And we saw a lot of stuff. I know Tim kind of posted a lot about all these different variations and different color schemes and stuff like that. Stuff like that Cryolophosaurus, the new Sinoceratops, like those things are awesome. Do you have a favorite that was kind of like of like the leaked out ones that was recently leaked out?
Trying to visualize them. I did look at them. Yeah, what was there? Yeah, I saw the Sinoceratops, and that one I thought was weird because they just came out with that one.
Yeah.
And it looks basically the same, just the eye, I think it's yellow now, and the colors are more saturated.
Yeah, it looks like the way it should have looked back at the beginning when that Pachyrhinosaurus, I guess, was released, right? Like that was released with the Sinoceratops name, wasn't it? Or yeah. I think so.
Yes, no, you're right. It had the Sinoceratops name, and it was a Pachyrhinosaurus, but
it's just like
yeah,
what's
no, I
going
think
on
2021 is going to be interesting. Clearly Mattel had plans for Dominion to come out. They designed all of this product, I'm sure, that was to coincide with that film. The question is, at this point, did that stuff make it into production? Did any of it make it into production? If it did, then I assume that we're going to see it hit retail. It's very hard for warehouses and distribution centers to just keep stuff for a year or for 2 years because, that's just not how that works. There's contracts, there's stuff that needs to get pushed through the system. They're not going to keep things in a storage room just because the movie got delayed. Walmart's not going to do that. So I'm curious to see, did Mattel actually put things into production? Because if they did, then I think we're going to start seeing things next year that are branded for Dominion. And if not,
Ooh.
then Mattel probably was scrambling to change their plans to, repaint another Triceratops, to just
No.
give us a lot of rehashes, or maybe even some new stuff that was intended for Dominion that we'll get in Camp Cretaceous packaging, just because they need something to put out to stores. So the whole thing is interesting, and I'm really curious to see how it's going to pan out.
Yeah, man, I would love to see like the behind the scenes at Mattel, and like when they heard that the movie's going to get pushed and all this, like what was that like, and what is their plan? And man, I just hope that like they didn't go into production, because if this ends up being like a Battle at Big Rock kind of like weird year where like something gets released and we're all sitting here questioning what it's going to be, sure, it kind of creates like a bit of fun discussion and all, but like it's like such an odd thing when those were released for Battle at Big Rock, and like there was like all this question, and of course Mattel did no favors by leaking the information themselves like way early on, but like that's just so weird. Hopefully we don't have to deal with that, but who knows? Little things here and there probably will leak through, but I hope we don't get like too far like into what kind of species and stuff like that we'll be seeing, or characters. I mean, hey, if they want to give us humans now, I guess I'm okay with that. But like, yeah, the species and stuff is something that is concerning. But are you worried? Now that we have 2021 kind of like the slate has been wiped clean, and now 2022 is our Dominion year. Are you worried for like leaks and stuff via toys and obviously other outlets for like film wise and stuff? Are you worried about 2021 kind of spoiling Dominion for you?
Yes, I mean, if I don't have to worry about the trailers, then yeah, I'll have to worry about all that other stuff.
Yeah.
I'm a little concerned. I mean, I think anytime you have like a long delay, there's more time for things to leak out is the main thing.
Yeah.
Whether it comes through the toys, it could. If things got made and they're already shipping, then, we'll see a few things probably. But if they didn't get made, I think that's the key thing right now, because there's so many ways that it can go. Like I said, if they don't have a lot of product for 2021 because of the delay, then they might use some of those species, anyway, and just use them in current packaging or, something like that. And then, we're going to get spoilers that way. I would like them to, if they're going to do that, release species that were intended for the Dominion line but aren't in the film. Things like your maybe Pterodons, things like Sarcosuchus, things like that. That's fine. That's not going to spoil anything for us. But anything that is very specific, to Dominion, no matter what it is, I think that's what you really want to hold back, because that's where your spoilers are going to come from.
Yeah, that's the thing, because if you looked at Fallen Kingdom's line, there were so many different things in there that weren't in the movie. So I'm sure that's what they had planned, and I'm sure there's new like ways to play with these toys that could be featured in 2021 instead. My hope would be like we get like a Jurassic World toy line. We never really properly got a Jurassic World toy line. I really want, like, that could be I think a great way to showcase new things in 2021, things that we haven't gotten before. When Hasbro had it, it was like a mess, and didn't really look like the movie all that much. But man, if we got like a Claire, in her white outfit, we could pass on Owen. He's wearing the same stuff all the time, doesn't matter. But like, like all of those things, I think that would be the best way to go, because you're treading on new territory. You can have an Apatosaurus finally out there, and I think it's sustainable, because that's the thing you have to worry about for 2021 is how do you get to the next movie without the line folding? Like how do you get there with you? Because I don't know if you can get there on just repaints. People are going to get tired.
Yeah, that's a good point. I would like to see a focus on Jurassic World now that you mention it. There's an off year, there's no movie. Catch up on the other movies that you haven't done stuff for.
Yeah.
Jurassic Park 3. There's still stuff from The Lost World we haven't seen. And yeah, the humans, I mean, it's a perfect time to do them, because, You don't need to tie into Dominion. You know, you can tie into whatever
Mhm.
you want. Make those Jurassic World figures. Make Roland Timbo. It's about time.
Seriously,
It's a good time to do all that stuff.
I would love that. Yeah, I think that would be like a good way to go. And I don't think like pinning 2021 on like the Amber collection is all that great of an idea, but man, I would like to see that expanded and like you're saying, like features a lot of those characters that don't necessarily have ties to Dominion. Um, even get an Alan Grant and an Ellie Sattler that like look like the Jurassic Park iteration instead, and maybe in like 2022, then we get like a Dominion version of those characters or something like that. But I think there's ways to go to like save the line, I guess you could say, in 2021. But yeah, I don't know. I have no idea. It's such a weird place to be, and obviously everything is kind of in that place right now. Like nobody really knows what's going on next year, and you see
Sure.
like Warner Brothers is just like, hey, here's all our movies on HBO Max. Like do that. Like I don't think we'll get there with Dominion. I think we got plenty of time, but like 2021 is just like a weird year. So I think Camp Cretaceous better live up to the hype.
Yeah. Yeah. I think that's the thing of it, right? Like we assume that some point next year, whether it's like second quarter, third quarter, things are going to be more or less back to normal. But
Mhm.
you still
Hopefully.
can't plan because you don't know for sure. The studios still can't plan. It's there's so many ifs. The conventions are up in the air. Are those going to happen?
Yeah.
They're not. Nothing's getting planned. So
Yeah.
we're just kind of taking it day by day. It seems like even now.
I want to go through some comments right here on our live chat. Again, everybody, if you're just tuning in, we're doing this all for charity, so we're raising some money. If you can click that donate button down below, you can donate any kind of money to the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia. So Jurassic Dave's in here. He says, hey, Victoria. He says, AC is so odd. Wish the whole Raptor squad would have made it to Target all at the same time. Yeah, that could have been cool. That would have been good.
Yeah, multi-pack with all four.
Yeah. Hey, here, spend how much? $120, whatever. Like, spend so much money on all of these things. That's the problem. I feel like with those being in like the main, like the core toy aisle. Like, I don't know if I don't think they would do better per se, like in the collector's section, but it would at least like feel better to me.
Yeah, that's true. That's a good point. I didn't think about that.
Let's see. Jack Rex says Kenner versus Mattel.
Oh gosh. Oh, I hate when people ask this.
I know, right?
That's a good question, though. I mean, I think in terms of innovation, in terms of doing something that had never been done before, I think in terms of the nostalgia, I'd say Kenner. I mean, up to that point, dinosaur toys did not look like that. I lived during that time. Dinosaur toys did not look like that until Jurassic Park came along.
Yeah.
The world building, the command compound, the jungle explorer, all that stuff, brought your toys to life. The humans that came with, Dr. Grant came with a nuclear bomb. I mean, just like, the world building was insane. You didn't need these things to be in the movie for them to make the line fun. And I think, we often lose sight of, it doesn't look right. It's missing this detail, but at the end of the day, they're toys and they're meant to be fun. And what Kenner did back then had just never been done before. So, if I had to pick one or the other, I love what Mattel's done. I'd have to say Kenner.
Yeah, we definitely overanalyze everything way too much, but like, that's just what we do. That's the point of us right now, is to overanalyze things. And Kenner is just like, it's awesome. Like looking back on all that stuff, it's definitely a lot of nostalgia. Because the stuff that they're making right now with Mattel, it's really, really good stuff. And I think it's fun stuff. I've been playing a lot with my son with a lot of these toys, and he loves playing with them. Like we have such a good time playing with them, making our own dinosaur parks. The same thing that I did as a kid with the Kenner stuff. So awesome. I don't think there's really a wrong answer because they're both really cool. Yes. Belgian Jurassic says it's annoying Blue doesn't have a visor like the other Raptors. Yeah, the strap thing, that is super annoying. Really, really annoying. If you want another one, you got to pay $30.
That is annoying. That's what I'm saying. Target 4-pack, all four of them have the headsets, and you get another Owen. just for
Oh,
free.
great.
Why not?
Yeah. Well, I mean, if it came with like Owen with like a really cool Amber Collection motorcycle, maybe that would be cool, you know?
That's cool. I can see that.
Let's see. Siaka says, did we ever get any info on the canceled JP3 male figure? I'm not sure I know what that is.
Yeah, I don't think I know what that is either. Tim or Chris would know for sure.
Yeah. Let's see. Belgian Jurassic also asks, hi, Victoria. How many houses do you own for your toy collections? Or do you have good stocking system or toy rotation on shelves? My JP room is getting very crowded here. Need help.
Yeah, no, toy rotation, it's something you got to do. My stuff lives in one room of my house, and what doesn't live in there filters into closets in the rest of the house, or lives some of it in the garage, or it just, yeah, you got to rotate. I want to see everything that I have, but I can't do that at any given time. So
Yeah.
yeah, rotating the toys, I think is key.
So not multiple houses. That was never an option. Like never crossed your mind. I got to buy another house.
The house in Kauai, and the house in Texas, and the house in Alaska. Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Maybe one day.
I always feel bad for the ones that are still in the box, or are you still in like a like a big plastic box somewhere in my basement. I'm like, one day you'll see the light of day and be put up on a shelf somewhere, but for now, you're gonna get tucked away in the dark.
Absolutely.
It's like the Toy Story 3 syndrome, where like I just feel bad for these toys. I remember when that movie came out, I went back to like my parents' house and like went down to my basement and was like, I took all my Jurassic Park toys out and I was like, hey guys, it's nice to see you again. And then now I have them all out every day. So
that's awesome. That's the way to do it. Yeah.
Yeah. Mr. Krabs says, I'm honestly scared of what Super Colossal Toro will look like. The jaw is going to look so uncanny. Yeah, I guess so. Is there actually going to be one? Like I feel like I've heard some people talk about it, but I don't know anything.
There's leaks that suggest it's
okay.
possible.
Jurassic Dave says, where's Franklin?
Jurassic Dave, when you find out, you tell us.
He's like his picture is saved on all of our computers and our phones. Like that's it. We'll never see him past that.
They announced him in 2018, I think it was. Mattel said fall. Mattel said next year. I don't know. I mean, they said he was coming out. They said 100%. He's been done. He's coming, but yeah, maybe those human packs we're talking about.
That would be awesome. I mean, I asked them, and I looked back on my schedule like of the podcast the other day, and I actually talked to them this year, and I'm like, oh my god, that feels like 4 years ago when I had a big conversation on the podcast with them, and I asked them, and they're like, yeah, what about him? Like, I don't have any information on him, and I'm like, okay, let's move on. Like, yeah, they're not going to give it up. And what is the deal with that? Like, why is it nowhere to be found? Put it somewhere.
It's almost more upsetting that they teased him and said, hey, you're getting this figure, and then they didn't do it, rather than just like not say anything at all, because, we'd be oblivious to it. And now that we know the figure exists and it's been years and we still haven't gotten him, it's just like, extra frustrating.
I mean, something like that, for Jurassic fans, it would do well as an exclusive, but like outside of that, like as like a San Diego Comic-Con kind of thing, I don't know if anybody would really care, but like it is a really cool looking figure. I mean, he looks so different than all the other ones that we've gotten. Some of them all tend to look the same or whatever, and all the different Owens that you have, like he looks different, and I love it. It's a very cool looking toy.
He looks good.
Yeah.
He looks good.
He did, yeah. In our minds, we remember him. Let's see. Siaka says toy leaks are absolutely a concern. They're already out there for Dominion. You got to be careful. I agree. Yeah, it stinks to see stuff, but that's just the world we live in. Like we're all so addicted to these things. Like whether it is talking about the movie or talking about the toys, like we can't help but just like, dive straight into it. It's our own problem. We have to deal with it ourselves.
Totally, and it's different with Jurassic because when you're looking at Star Wars like film leaks, like sequel trilogy. Let's say Rey's going to be in it, Luke's going to be in it.
Hmm.
With Jurassic, you don't know what species of dinosaurs aren't going to be in it. So
Hmm.
you get leaks. Oh, is this one in it? It's a little different.
Yeah. Speaking about other toys, I feel like this past year, outside of like, a good handful of things that I've liked for Jurassic, I feel like I've been like focusing on a lot of other things, like a lot of Star Wars. I have Ghostbuster stuff behind me somewhere, wherever it is.
Yes.
So yeah, I've been like focusing on a lot of other things. Is there anything this past year, like outside of Jurassic, that has like kept your attention?
Thing or two.
It's all in the other house, all that stuff.
Oh yeah, it's all in Alaska.
You have a Jurassic house, a Star Wars house, whatever. All different houses for each brand.
Yeah, Star Wars is the biggest thing I ever collect. I have some here on the table actually. Now that you mentioned, I've been getting in these new Black series from Walmart.
Yes.
Here's the Maul DeLorean.
I love that one. Yeah, I've got that up there somewhere.
These are so cool. Target, Remnant, Stormtrooper. These have just been filtering. Like these were supposed to come out months ago, and they just one day they started shipping all of them, and I'm like, shoot, my husband's gonna kill me. He's gonna see all these toys that are coming in. Like, why did you order all these? No, I didn't. I ordered them in July, and they're just like really coming in.
Yeah, it's like right around Christmas. You got to buy all this extra stuff.
Yeah, I know. No, Star Wars has always been huge for me. I still dabble in other things too. I'm trying to think, what did I this year? Leonard did those alien toys at Walmart this year. Have you seen those?
I feel like I've seen them shared around, but I rarely go into a Walmart, so I don't.
Me neither.
Yeah, I went to my Walmart one time in the past like month or so, and it was just like there's nothing there.
No, I haven't been. NECA Ninja Turtles, I do those. NECA has been doing the Back to the Future. I know you've been collecting those as well.
Yeah. This year's been weird. Like and I remember listening to you guys talk on Collect Jurassic one time. You were, because you always give like advice and stuff like that to collectors, and I think one time you mentioned like to focus your collection a little bit, and I don't know, like I feel like I've definitely branched out. I'm still trying to like focus it, and so that's why like with Star Wars, I really only try to focus on like Black Series, and all the other stuff is really tempting. Like I know that the skiff, like the barge thing was out the other day, and it's like I want that, but like I don't have anything to put on. Like I have a handful of those, that scale, but like I'm really trying to focus my collection in on like Black Series. Jurassic is just like whatever. It's everything. And then of course the Back to the Future stuff this past year has been really cool. I only have the Tales from Space one, like the Marty and the yellow outfit thing, the Tyvek suit thing. The other ones are in my loot pile or whatever it is somewhere from, I forget what site is it that does the loot pile. So yeah, it's coming sometime soon. I don't know. It says December, but who knows, and then Ghostbusters. Yeah, that was another one, like whether it was the Plasma series or the, just that like core, like retro line, like that's where I'm staying. I'm like staying right there. And of course there's like Disney stuff every now and then. I'll be like, I got to get this Disney thing. But like, I'm starting to branch out, and it's, I don't know what to do.
Yeah, no, it's always tough. But I would say stick to Black Series. Black Series is great if you're, you can more pick and choose. I feel like, if you just want one figure, you get one figure, you can assemble, your Rebels figures or whatever. With vintage collection, it's all the world building, it's the vehicles, it's all, you buy one thing, you need something else. So it's, I think that's wise. Like I was going to say if I could do it over again, but I would be lying.
Yeah, and then of course there's the anomaly of like, Grogu here, who like just anything, whatever it is, and you have this problem too. I know, like it's see, told you, it's just right there. Always, he's always right here. It's just, oh, look at him. I love it.
Yeah,
I
we're putting
finally saw
some
that
things-
one. I think that's the one that's at Target, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I finally just saw that. I think last night. So I was like, oh man, that's tempting. I love him so much. I really
Yeah.
like these ones. What are they? I forget what they're called, but I don't know. I really like these. They're cute. They're super cute. Whatever they are.
Yeah, I have that one in the little pram, but my mom, I talked to her the other day. She said, "Hey, I bought you these little toys." She didn't even know what they were. And I'm like, "Oh, great! Now I'm gonna have to collect them all because you're buying me more of them."
Yep. And I just bought like 4 of them. The other day I was on Target. I got to get my son this one thing. It was like a Disney Mac because we like collect the cars, the Pixar cars for him, and he wanted like one of the Mac trucks, like the big long trucks. And then they were doing like a deal on Target for like buy 3 or buy 2 Disney things, get one free or something like that. So I'm like, oh, all right, now I got to find something else. So I'm like, I bought like 4 of these things, these little guys, and so now I'm passing that on to him. That he can decide
Nice.
if he wants to keep that going.
Yeah, you got to take him to Cars Land one day. You really do.
Oh, I know. That, yeah, I'm hoping like he doesn't grow out of cars by the time we can get there at this point. Like, because that's actually a fun one. I don't know if you've like gotten into those at all, but like I really like buying those for him. Like every time I go to Target, I'll grab one of those Pixar cars off the shelf, and like I have a stock of them in a toolbox in the garage. Whenever he's like good or something like that, I'm like, hey buddy, here's another car, and he gets so excited. And I'd rather collect those than just like standard Matchbox or Hot Wheels
I
cars.
agree.
You know?
You mean the little die-cast ones, right? They're bigger than Hot Wheels.
Yeah, they're a little bit bigger, but they're really cool, and obviously like I don't know what the numbers are in those ones, but they have to sell pretty well. Like they've been Cars 3. When did that come out? That was 2017 or 16 or something like that. So there's literally still, it feels like hundreds of them on the shelf at all times. You know?
Yeah, I have several of them from 2012 or so when they like started doing those, and I never kept up with it. But I have all the main ones. I have like Florence, I have, Lightning McQueen, Mater, Luigi. I have all like the main characters. So.
Yeah, I had to create like a spreadsheet for him, or for me, I guess, for when I buy them. I'm like, do we have this one already? And I'm like, all right, we got 42 of them right now. Like, which ones do we need? Because there's just like endless amounts of them. It's pretty crazy.
Yes.
But yeah. So Jurassic's an anomaly. Who knows what we're gonna get for next year? Do you have any ideas for Dominion? What do you think Dominion's gonna be? It seems like a pretty chaotic movie. What do you think?
Well, I can tell you what it's gonna be. Hear me out.
Let's do it. Spoil it.
I recorded with Jay Jurassic. I think it was. I don't know if it was for your show or something else.
Oh, but, yeah. I think it was for our show, but I never got it. So he's got like a big backlog of content to send over one day. So I'll get it eventually.
So we solved the mystery of that film, Dominion. So the way that it's going to end is the asteroid's going to come again. It's going to take out the dinosaurs and the humans.
Oh my gosh!
But that's not even the twist.
Okay.
The twist is that it's the same asteroid that took out the dinosaurs the first time.
Oh my gosh! This is blowing my mind. I never thought about that. This is dark. I don't know. Do I want to go that route? I guess. I mean, wow, that's dark. And then like, they talk about like spin-offs and stuff. It'll just be like the re-evolution of dinosaurs all over again.
Yeah, like human dinosaurs, like like that concept art, like they're walking around talking.
The asteroid just like smashed them all together, so now they're all one. We're all one.
Yes.
All right, so I appreciate it. I know your throat's probably not feeling too great after talking too long, but I appreciate you coming on and talking some toys with me. So why don't you let everybody know where they can find you again online and what you're up to?
No, of course, it's been a pleasure. Thank you for having me. Victoria's Canteen on YouTube. That's where it all started. I try and do videos every now and then. I've kind of been a little bad about it lately because I've been busy with work and stuff. But I posted one today. So there's a brand new Ahsoka Black series.
Saw that.
Got posted. Sweet. Thank you. Collect Jurassic World podcast, Cantina Chatter podcast, Vintage Collection podcast, Discoveryland podcast. If you like Disneyland history, that's, I like doing that. It's fun. That's the hardest one to do, but it's a lot of fun too.
Yeah.
Twitter at Vic's Cantina, Instagram at Victoria's Cantina.
Awesome. Thank you so much. I gotta get that Ahsoka one. I really need it. It's still not coming until January, and I'm like, come on, please, hurry up.
Yeah, absolutely, you need that. Yeah, great figure.
Yeah. Thanks again, though. I really appreciate it, and please, everybody, go follow Victoria and all her work out there. Thanks again.
Thank you, Brad. Take care.
Have a good one.
Bye, everybody.
All right. So, how do I get this thing moving? Let's see. Now, how do I use this? I forgot how to use this. All right. So, where did my video go? All right. Here I am. But now I've got a random logo. Okay. All right. Now we're back. Thanks again to Victoria. That was awesome. I like talking about toys. That was fun. And then we figured out how Jurassic World Dominion's gonna end. Who would have thought? It's just the whole world's gonna explode, apparently. What a way to go out. I don't think that really opens it up for many sequels or anything, but here we are. But yeah, we're gonna continue going. We're not done yet, guys. So please go down below and see that donate button down there, okay? So I'm going to do it again for you guys. On my phone, I'm bringing up the YouTube app. And, you'll see it right here. You can see, there it is. It's live right now. You click on that, and it does pop up with, like, a donate now thing. And there's something popped up there. But it says donate now. It says Jurassic Gives Back. Let's raise money for kids. Okay, so this creator is hosting a fundraiser on this live stream. 100% of the donations will go to the nonprofit, the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia Foundation. So any money that you donate will go straight to them. You can click donate, and then, it gives you the option for, like, where'd it go? 5, 20, 50, other. You can choose other if you don't want to donate any of those amounts. But please, any amount you donate is greatly appreciated. So this is something that's going to be going on until the 20th of December. So you don't have to do it right now. If you want to wait, you can. It would be awesome if you did it right now, but I'll give you a shout out in the live stream chat. But yeah, if you want to, you can just donate now, or you can donate up until the 20th of December. So we're going to be doing that. All the money is going to be going to the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia. So yeah, keep them coming in. I'm really excited by it. Let me see, what are we at right now? It looks like we are at $255, guys. Killing it. I love it. $255. This is awesome. Keep it going. So next up, we're going to be doing a video. So what happened was I was going to have Tom Jurassic on here. Tom Fishenden. He is a contributor on the show. And I was like, hey, Tom, you want to come on the show? And he's like, yeah, man, definitely. And then we realized that we're 5 hours apart in time. And then, like, it would have been really late for him. So we figured it out, and we said, all right, we're going to go ahead and record a long segment for you. It actually turned out a little bit longer than I expected, but I split it up into different parts. So I'm going to take a break, okay? So I'm going to take a break. The stream is going to keep going, all right? So the stream will keep going, but you're going to see a conversation between myself and Tom Fishenden. We talk about our Jurassic, like, podcast / just anything Jurassic year in review. So you'll get to hear us talk about what we did this past year on the podcast, what happened in Jurassic over the past year, what we've been excited about, what was our favorite things. So we are going to play part 1 of that right now. You guys can keep commenting. You can keep doing the donations. Please keep up the donations and everything. Share this around, and I'll see you guys in just a little bit. So if I'm not answering your comments or questions, it's because I'm going to be playing a video for you right now. So I will be back after this video, and we'll try to bring in contributor of the Jurassic Wire, Aaron Beyer. Aaron Beyer is going to drop in, and we're going to talk. That's just what we do. We just talk. We talk for a while. So yeah, we're going to keep it going. So stick around. watch this video, watch this conversation of myself and Tom Jurassic. So let's go ahead and play that one for you guys. So I'm going to bring that one up to the top here. And let's go ahead and play it. Have a good one, guys. All right, so next off here in the live stream, we're doing a little video for you. So this is our time to take a break and record something for you guys. So we wanted to discuss our kind of a year in review for the podcast, I guess maybe for a little bit of Jurassic in general. And Tom, you're the guy who brought this idea up. So I figured if we can't get you on the live stream itself, let's record something so at least people have something to watch and get you on the live stream. Because as everybody already has seen and everything, we're trying to raise money by clicking that fundraiser button. It's just a donate button below where you can actually give money to the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia. So that's what we're trying to raise some money for this holiday season. And wanted to include you too, Tom. So I'm excited.
The actual stream is past my bedtime, after 5 o'clock in the evening. It's far too late.
Yeah, I was looking through our YouTube channel the other day, and I spotted a super chat from, I believe it was from Steve Hurl, and he said it's past Tom's bedtime, and that was he donated some money and then said it's past your bedtime. What are you doing? So like I said, we're gonna talk about kind of a year in review. We'll try to keep it simple and sweet for you, and maybe cover some of Jurassic as a whole. But as far as the podcast is concerned, it's one of those years, and I don't want to get too deep into like how it's like affected us, as a hardship and stuff like that, because we want to keep it positive and all that stuff. So so actually for me, this is like one of the biggest things of the year. Oh, I forgot to mute my phone. Was my phone going off? That was the biggest thing in the year for me.
And that's what he has forgot to do in the pre-recorded segment, to just wait till the live stream, guys.
So anyway, all right. I'm gonna clean this thing up eventually. One of these days it'll work. But it was literally the beginning of this year, right? So, before everything kind of set into motion as far as shutdowns were concerned, we actually had the chance to go to New York Toy Fair and take a look at a lot of the offerings out there. So it was a pretty cool day. I mean, we got to meet up with a bunch of other Jurassic fans and go check out some awesome toys from Mattel. And it was fun. It was really, really fun. We got to check out some Lego stuff, even though there was no Lego Jurassic stuff going on.
Yep.
And that was pretty fun and comical for us. We're all like, let's take a look. I mean, we were all excited about like.
Isn't there a picture of you guys all dressed up as like Smurfs playing instruments?
There is. It's not Smurfs, but it's trolls.
Oh,
so yeah, that was something else, man. That was pretty funny. But so we dressed up as trolls. I think me, Chris, and Tim took a picture with a mini horse. So that was a thing. We took a picture with a mini horse. And then we did see some toys. I don't know. It was there. Why not? Why would you not take a picture with a mini horse at that point? Like I said, we got to check out some toys, and that was fun. It was cool because it's always cool when you can kind of interact with other fans and check out the latest products, maybe get some glimpses at some future things that weren't necessarily on the floor. It was a lot of fun. And at that point in time, it's just like crowds and crowds of people. We're all checking out toys. Not a thought in our minds about not being able to do things like this in the future. But man, it was so much fun to at least be there right before all this. And then that same night, I was able to go to Jurassic World Live Tour in Brooklyn. So that was another thing. So, Jurassic World Live Tour got kicked off in 2019. And then, I'm already in New York for Toy Fair. How can I line this up? It just so happened that it was scheduled like the same time in Brooklyn. So I'm like, all right, I'm gonna go ahead and do like a really really packed day. I'm gonna be so tired by the end of it. I'm gonna film a lot of stuff, get a lot of footage out there, and yeah. So I got to see Jurassic World Live Tour
Who
that
did
night.
you end up going in Brooklyn with?
That was with Caleb Burnett and then Jay Jurassic. So we all met,
Nice.
and that was such an awesome night, just because we went out and we like got burgers together, and then we like went to like I think we went to like a comic shop, and then we went to like some geeky store, and then we went to like I think another comic shop. We went to all over the place, and we're on subways and we're going to Starbucks, and it was just like so much fun to just hang out with these people that you see every day. And me and you had the opportunity sometime last year, but like you don't really get that chance a whole lot. So luckily I got that chance in early 2020 to hang out with some people, and just like we were literally just standing in a comic book store just in the middle of everything, and there's people looking at comics, there's people like walking around like just looking at Funko Pops and all this stuff, and then just the three of us are there just chatting about Jurassic.
You're just
And
like
it was like a
not just
podcast.
some internet robot. You're real. I
Exactly.
can touch you.
Exactly. And it was so good because like we were at the end of it, we were already talking what felt like for like an hour, and we're like, oh man, we should have recorded that, huh? So we didn't. But actually, after Jurassic World Live Tour, Caleb had a place where we could go and record for a little bit. So we were able to record like our thoughts and feelings on the show. And I had already seen, that was my third time seeing it. So it was Caleb's second time, I believe, and Jay's first time. So it was fun to kind of get their reactions as well.
Yeah.
So that was really what kicked off my 2020 back in February. And that was also
And
the
then it
end.
went
That was also
uphill
the
from
end. Yeah. So, I have a list of things here. What's something that kind of comes into your mind first off right here, for 2020?
Probably the biggest thing for me, I'd say, and I was thinking about this the other day, was the interview I got to do with Ty Rubin. Now,
Yeah.
I know that will probably be a shock, considering we got to see Camp Cretaceous early, and I feel like everyone's like, Camp Cretaceous.
Yeah.
But for me, that was like so surreal, because obviously I kind of grew up with Jurassic World, so I kind of grew up with sort of all of that technology evolving at the time, and that kind of style of filmmaking where you had stuff like the behind the scenes immersive work, all of that kind of stuff. So to hear him talking about his time at ILM when that technology was just coming into fruition, and to like hear stories like his one about the Gallimimus and him actually falling and breaking his ankle, and that was why a galley fell in the film.
Yeah.
Like,
It's amazing.
just hearing that kind of stuff, it's like, it's a little bit morbid because obviously he broke his ankle, but at the same time, it's just really cool getting that insight and like hearing all of that kind of behind the scenes stuff that you never hear.
Yeah.
Because I mean, from like my perspective, I love Jurassic, but I also love film. And before I started working in the charity sector, I really wanted to go into the film industry. I still might one day. So just hearing all of that kind of stuff, I'm like sitting here geeking out, shaking. Luckily, with no camera on, so nobody can see how much of a like massive beaming smile I have the whole time.
I heard you were nervously shaking because up until that point you had never even seen Jurassic Park. Is that accurate?
I blagged through it. I was like, Jurassic World's the only film that matters, right?
Yeah.
Well, what's Jurassic Park? It's like dated.
Yeah. So I did have that.
CGI was in '93.
I did have that that episode on our list here, on my list. That was number 241. So if you want to go back, you can listen to Tom discussing, all kinds of really cool visual effects, how to like how he kind of like got into the industry, other films that he worked on and stuff like that. And it was really, really cool to get that kind of insight.
Which, like, blows my mind. I mean, Tim is a massive Avatar fan, so we geek out about it all the time. And just knowing that, like, some of the designs in that film for the RDA, like the helicopters and all that kind of stuff, he was involved in doing the concept work for that.
Yeah.
It's just so awesome. I've also just noticed, I really hope that is like facial hair I can see and not a stain from my dinner. I think it's facial hair.
Let's just go with facial hair. I think that probably works out best for everybody.
I was very prepared for
We
this.
we were talking before we recorded about Tom maybe getting like an in-depth like high depth camera so he can zoom in on things and I think maybe that would be a bad idea at this point, right? Like,
Yeah. You just see some like baked bean sauce hanging out there. Maybe a rogue baked bean halfway down my
Yeah.
shit.
So if you want like a good insight into his interview with Ty Ruben Ellingson, like this is what you're gonna get, guys. This is it.
Yeah, this kind of talk. Yeah, there was actually a time where we spoke about that one moment where I got a bit of ketchup on my face, which is the exact same thing as baked beans. So I don't know why my brain went there. I couldn't even think of another example. Moving on. What else is
Yeah.
on your list, Brad?
All right, so I figured, and you kind of mentioned it before, but Camp Cretaceous, right? I mean, that was a pretty big thing this year, obviously. I mean,
Yeah.
we didn't have a lot to go off of outside of that as far as Jurassic fans are concerned. So Camp Cretaceous, me and you had the chance to watch it early,
Yeah.
which was very cool. We got to watch it. Maybe it was like a month or a few weeks early. It gave us some time to prepare articles and videos, and we had a bunch of chats between ourselves, which you can still find them on the YouTube channel. And we also I had the chance to interview Scott Kramer and Aaron Hammersley, the executive producers on the show, and get their insight into that. That was all like pre-spoiler discussion, so we didn't really get into anything too deep. But I was able to kind of pick their brain on a lot of things, and that was a lot of fun. So I think that was great, and I've loved that show. I think it's amazing, and it's everything that it's brought to the fandom. It's been really, really cool because we get to see people in our position. We get to see like the daily interactions between all these different people in the fandom and stuff like that, and we get to see how well that discussion of Camp Cretaceous is spreading throughout the community. And I know me and you and a few others are actually part of the Jurassic World Facebook group, the official Facebook group, where like we have to we kind of sift through all the stuff that's going on there and make sure we keep it in order. And now we've implemented like questions so that we kind of like weed out the bots and everything that are like joining the group. So, one of the questions is like, name like, what is it? Like name a favorite character or something like that on the show.
Favorite character.
And, I've seen like a few people like actually say like Brooklyn or Darius or, stuff like that. And I think that is really, really cool to see. It's influenced the people, enough to be like, all right, that's my favorite character. Or, I love these people. I love these dinosaurs. I love these moments in the Jurassic lore, to include it in their discussion. And I think that's really, really fun. And, it's something that I guess we'll be seeing more of next year too, which is really, really cool too. So since we have, fingers crossed.
If you're watching this, we love you. Hit us up. My DMs are open.
We can put together some reviews and some articles and stuff like that for you. So, but I mean, but I think Camp Cretaceous really it was a really bright spot for Jurassic, and we didn't really know what to expect. We thought this could be very kiddie. It has a tendency to, any kind of animation to feel kiddie, but I think they did a great job as far as like, making it available to everybody, having a lot of like deep Jurassic stuff in there, and just expanding the world in some really, really fun ways. And it was a very contained story, so it gives them a lot of time to explore other routes in future seasons. So, I'm really excited by it. Plus, it gave us a lot of really cool toys too, and it's still giving back. So I'm very excited.
Sitting just over there.
Yeah. Actually, tell me about that thing. No. Wait, let's save that. Let's save that for later.
Okay, I'll grab it later.
We'll save it off screen. But what were your thoughts? Now that when was that? When did that debut? Was that September or something like that? It feels like ages ago.
I think it was September, and we watched it August. We got like a month's early access.
September doesn't feel all that long ago right now, but in my mind, when we watched Camp Cretaceous, I'm like, that was like a year ago, wasn't
honestly,
it?
This year is just a blur.
It really is. So so what are your thoughts now, months later, after Camp Cretaceous, being on the verge potentially of the second season sometime in 2021? What are your thoughts now?
Well, firstly, I think that it was a big privilege for us to get early access to it. And
Mhm.
I really, really appreciate that because I feel like obviously with that kind of thing, there's different levels of access that you can get to things. But
Mhm.
they were actually really trusting with that from what I remember. I think
Oh
we
yeah.
might have signed an NDA. I don't remember if we did or not. But I know that they were
I think
pretty. Yeah, I think
I don't
maybe
know.
there was
I don't
like
know. Remember.
something, but I know it was pretty easy to get access to it, which was cool, and
Mhm.
it was really cool that they kind of just let us go away and do our own content on it, and then
Mhm.
get it ready to release. That was
Yeah. Yeah.
fun. Um, I really like seeing all of the kind of discussions about it actually, because obviously you and I did a couple of live chats here on the YouTube when it came out, and it was really cool seeing how energized people were and actually how excited people were to have something new. And I know
Mhm.
there's been a few people who have kind of been on the edges with it and they're not massive fans of it. But I
Sure.
think speaking broadly, it was actually really well received by the fandom for the most part.
Yeah.
And I think the most exciting thing now is that first season was probably the season which was likely to be hit or miss because they had so many restrictions in place in terms of the timeline that they
Mhm.
couldn't really get too creative with it. But now they
Sure.
can do
Yeah.
whatever they want. They can like go explore anywhere on the island. They can introduce other animals that were on the island.
Yeah.
So there's loads of potential to do lots of cool things with it now. And I'm
Yeah.
just really, really excited to see where it goes. And I want to plan a couple of shorter format YouTube videos kind of talking about the future of it. I need to get around to doing it because I think there's a lot of potential. And I think that obviously Dominion's on the horizon. A lot of our attention is turning towards that now, especially now it's wrapped filming, but it's still another year out. And I think there's a lot of scope for a lot of content throughout this next season and the season after potentially
Mhm.
to really kind of build up towards that and maybe backfill some of the lore that's going to be a part of Dominion.
Yeah, I know. I keep talking about that too, in live streams and stuff like that when I'm on my own, and I'm like, yeah, I don't know what season 2, 3, 4 could look like.
Yeah,
What are we going to see before Dominion? How many are we going to get? And what even is the potential of tie-ins?
yeah,
I could definitely see like dinosaurs. Like basically what we got with Battle at Big Rock, where like they say that the camera was pointing a different direction or something like that, where you get these other dinosaurs or you see them grow up or whatever. So I think that's a possibility where, like, we learn about that or we learn about other companies. I think that's a huge
yeah,
possibility. So imagine, like, we've been kind of, we've been thinking about all these things from like Jurassic World onward. We're like, man, what are these stories behind the scenes as far as like Dr. Wu's concerned,
yeah.
and the InGen, the people on the InGen team who are like, you're gonna be well taken care of, and stuff like that, and then Vic Hoskins and even Eli Mills and all that. Like, how do all these things connect? And I think Camp Cretaceous could be an interesting way into that, where
Yeah.
they kind of like uncover documents, or somebody, kind of like what like Owen and Maisie were doing in Fallen Kingdom, where they're like rewatching old footage. You get to see,
Yeah.
Dr. Wu or somebody explaining like what these ties are. So, or like
That'd be
call
quite cool.
logs or something like that, So
I
I
mean,
hope that's what we get, as far as ties into the future.
well, again, this is me clutching at straws here, and I think we know I have a habit of doing this. But I think
We all
there's a
do.
few interesting things they could tie into because like on Main Street in Fallen Kingdom, for example, when they go back, there is a car on the street that's not there at the end of Jurassic World. So
Hmm.
was somebody still left on the island doing something else, maybe something shady, when they got caught out by an animal and
Yeah.
stuff like that? I think there's scope to explore things, and like that mercenary team, obviously we see them pulling out Dr. Wu and all of the assets from the lab. Were they taking anything from other parts of the island? Did they go to the
Yeah.
Ibris project facility where the raptors were after everyone had left to get things out from there? I
Mhm.
think there's scope to kind of still have some interesting human interactions. And I think it would be cool if you kind of do it in a way where the kids aren't just surviving against the dinosaurs. Maybe at different points they've got to hide from humans who aren't actually the good guys as well. And I mean, we spoke about it on one of the live streams as well, but there are ways that you can get them off a Nublar into a new location. Like, say, for example, Manticore, if a big boat from them arrived and they snuck aboard thinking they were going back to safety, but they're not. There's ways that they could, like, transition the story forward, which I think would be interesting. But equally, I wouldn't be opposed to them doing something like Clone Wars in the future, where maybe they do, like, say, for example, they end the story with the kids getting off the island, and then we go into like another 4-episode story arc with some new characters, like a group of scientists from Biosyn or something like that.
I don't want a Jurassic Bad Batch though. Like, that's not.
Why not? Just humans with like dinosaur augmentations. Like, you could have a Chris Pratt clone with Velociraptor arms.
Please no. Please no.
But I just think, like, I don't know. I don't think they do something like that, but I hope that they maybe use this as a platform to tell other stories at the same time as well.
Yeah. I think that would be cool, kind of branching off and showing other, stories. That is a good idea. Bad Batch not included, but I think that would be fun. And you mentioned like Manticore and stuff like that. I imagine there has to be somebody there, like around there at least, because that little drone lifted off.
There's no way that drone's going long range.
Yeah, exactly. There has to be a boat offshore somewhere.
I have a theory about this, actually. And I did want to bring it up on that stream we did a while back when I was talking about a Manticore boat arriving. What if they're reusing the original plot from Fallen Kingdom with, like, the dino trafficking boats? Because it makes sense to pick that idea back up. And actually here it would factor in, because while you've got the chaos of Jurassic World, between them and Fallen Kingdom, we all know what the government's like. It takes them ages to do anything. So I imagine there's going to be a period of time where nobody knows what's going on with that island, and it's not like protected or anything like that. So somebody could easily sneak in that window of time.
Yeah, I think that's definitely possible. A Manticore like interaction would be fun, and I think obviously, we talk about it all the time, and it's that interaction at the beginning of Fallen Kingdom, like that is the best. I think one of the best ways to tie things in. And you mentioned that truck on Main Street, like
called it on that idea. If it happens, I'll just be like, I called it on Twitter. Here's the tweet.
It's perfect. It really is perfect because it could set up so many different things, like the truck. Like the kids were messing around and they crash the truck in the Main Street somewhere, and then a T-Rex lifts things up, and so like that kind of stuff would be nice to tie in. And then like I think I was saying recently, maybe it was a live stream, but like you hear the Dilophosaurus in the beginning of that movie, but like where is it? What was the context there? Like maybe you get to see the kids overlooking that Main Street sequence in Fallen Kingdom. And then it also would help to kind of clarify the timeline. We have people saying it's 6 months, and I don't know where that number comes from, but we also have Colin Trevorrow in an interview with Sci-Fi Wire saying weeks to months. So it's like, let's get some clarification, some official canonical clarification. That's not just like an interview or a tweet or something like that. So that'd be a cool way to say like 6 months later. And then we're like, okay, it is 6 months. Like now we have the confirmation. And that would be perfect. I think that would be amazing. 6 months though. It's just like, even I know people are like, are we going to see them come into contact with the Fallen Kingdom people who are taking the dinosaurs off the island? And that's 3 years later. I honestly even can't even see them making it 6 months, like without it just being absurd,
Yeah. I think the only way it would happen is if they're taken off the island. So if somebody wants to, like you say, maybe they uncover something and then somebody wants to silence that, so they kidnap them. I think that could be plausible, because I mean, at the end of the day, Mills tried to do it with Maisie. I nearly forgot her name there. He tried to take her away. So those kind of people would do something like that. But I think that actually, you make a good idea about them maybe using the next seasons to tie things together through little bits of lore. Because you could even
Yeah.
have something like, say, for example, they go to Wu's lab and there's a note about where they took Wu to. Because obviously, it's never been confirmed that he was taken to Lockwood Manor, and people
No.
think maybe he like went somewhere else and then ended up at Lockwood Manor. So it could be an interesting way of either opening or closing those doors.
Yeah, I definitely think he probably went somewhere else, and you know, it'd be cool if we got to see other locations instead of just the island. Maybe a different island, maybe a mainland somewhere. You know, another base
Maybe it'll be
somewhere.
Jurassic World Evolution. We go between all 5.
That would be cool, man. That would be cool. Another thing. Moving on to another topic, kind of tying into as well is like you were saying, Jurassic World Dominion wrapped production just recently, but like we had the production start in, what was that, like February or something like that, March, somewhere in that range. And then it obviously it only filmed for like a few weeks, and then it shut down, and then a big gap, but then it came back again. And so like the entire production has been throughout this year. And we've seen a lot of stuff behind the scenes. You know, we've seen shots that we didn't necessarily want to see. We've learned little details from like leaks and things here and there, and of course we've seen a lot of official stuff come out, the big 3 all together, and it's been like a roller of a production. Like, what are your thoughts on the production, and what are your expectations and stuff like that moving forward, especially now that we have what, a year and a half until the movie comes out, so you know, the fact that it got pushed. So
I'm scared about leaks more than anything at the moment, because I think we are a long way out, but obviously a lot of stuff will be quote unquote fished, so I don't really want too much to leak. It's been an interesting one. I, as you know, was always very cynical about them filming. I think it was a wise decision to film through the pandemic. I thought it would just make the film itself, it would probably have a detrimental effect on the long run, and obviously we could still see that with sequences like the Malta sequence beach. But I think for the most part, I'm kind of feeling optimistic now, and the main thing that sold me on that was something that Colin said about them kind of becoming a really closely knit family with a really good level of camaraderie, because I feel like you get that on a film set naturally anyway. So if it's enhanced, then the chances are they'll have been able to creative solutions to any of the problems they had. So I'm feeling optimistic. I'm feeling excited, but at the same time a little bit worried, purely because of the fact that Universal have already started to say it's not the last film. So I'm worried that maybe going into it, obviously, who was it they said? Was it DeWanda Wise, or was it one of the other characters who they said? I think it might be the guy, actually, who they said will be a character in future films as well. I'm just worried at
I don't even know what you're talking about.
So one of the new cast, they published it was a press release a while back. It might have been Hollywood Reporter or Collider, and in it they talk about how one of the actors is going to be a leading character moving forwards. So
never even heard this. I don't know what you're talking about.
breaking news. So I'm just worried that there might be loose ends at the end of this, because obviously it's been Colin from the start has spoken about this as being the end of a like trilogy. So I don't really want it to be, oh hey, this is the natural ending, but because we want to make more films.
I mean, it's possible. I don't know. Yeah, I could see that happening, where, you know, they kind of introduce new characters and then they become the Owen and Claire of the future or something like that, which would be great. Yeah, Barry? I would bring Barry back more and more times. I would love that.
You do know Barry's back in this one as well, right? You did know that, Brad?
Yeah, of course I knew that. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm just checking what level you're at right now. You do know the title has been revealed, right? It's going to be called Jurassic World Dominion.
Oh, I thought it was Domination. My bad. But yeah, this is a big cast, and like also like you can't keep track of everything. Come on, man. Like what you find this article and back up your proof, because I don't know what you're talking about. Like about something coming forward. But I would be definitely open to it, and I want to see like spin-offs and stuff like that, of course. But like,
Yeah.
I want to see more one-offs and like new, like just a random, like you can get still a big star or somebody like that, but just like a one-off film, something
Yeah.
like Star Wars has been doing one-off films, and of course I want to see some of those explored more, but like that's what I kind of want from Jurassic too, because there's plenty of stories you could tell, especially in a world where they're out on the loose,
Yeah.
and
I
even
agree
if
with
say
that.
say even if they do wrap this up, you can always go back to those moments in between, like
Yeah.
like Rogue One did for Star
Give
Wars.
me
You can
more
kind of go
Jurassic
back.
Park 3.
What? I heard Jurassic
I
Park
said,
3, and I
give me more Jurassic Park 3.
if you want to redo Jurassic Park 3, that works as well. Whatever you want to do.
Oh boy.
No,
I
I'm
am-
kidding. I'm kidding. I love that movie.
Yeah, no, it is solid. I would say my biggest worry actually at the moment is the way we're gonna see this film. Because I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. I'm really not happy about what's happening with Godzilla versus Kong. So
Okay.
I
Yeah, I mean, I can see that. I'm happy because like I get to see it. But yeah, it is
Did you
kind of
have
a bummer.
HBO Max in your country?
Oh, that's right. Look, maybe they'll figure something out by then. Maybe they'll figure something out for you guys. That's great. Why do they not have it there? Has there been any kind of
I don't know. I
information?
think it's a slow roll up, but the
Like Disney
craziest
Plus
thing with
did?
that whole thing, and I won't go off topic too much, but the craziest thing with that is they were offered a lot of money from Netflix to purchase the film and just show it on their platform. And Legendary were working on a deal with them, and Warner then said no without having an international alternative. Like,
Yeah, I know Legendary's not too happy about that. So
nope.
it may not even come to the surface. We'll have to
There's
see.
going to be a clash of two other
Yeah.
Titans.
But yeah, I mean, by 2022, I hope, man, do I hope that this is not really, an ongoing issue. I hope we can kind of say like, we'll be able to safely see this in theaters. And maybe if the
for it.
yeah, maybe if like the on-demand thing also, is part of the equation, maybe that is a thing too. But I don't know, because like they do say that they're gonna debut it on Peacock as well, but that'll be like after the release and everything. That's what their intention was
You
originally.
worried me so much. Then I was like, "What?"
No, not day and date with the film in theaters, but Peacock
Yeah.
is the exclusive streaming home for Jurassic World Dominion whenever that is. So
Yeah.
whenever that happens. But
I think we'll still get something, right?
yeah. Yeah, but I mean, there's not really a lot to say about it. It's been a fun year as far as like podcast goes, because we've gotten to like theorize and come up with all kinds of really fun and interesting ideas for like how to start the movie, where the movie ends, like what happens in the middle. There's been so much fun like theorizing, especially like on like the Jurassic Wire with Aaron. Like I get to like me and him get to bounce ideas off of each other, and it's been such a blast like to try to come up with what this movie is, because even still after the production we don't necessarily have a good grasp on what the movie is. Despite leaks and things like that, we still don't necessarily know what it's going to look like. So I'm excited about that, at least.
I'm
so
excited to learn how it all ties together, because it feels like we've got so many like little places and locations right now, and I have no idea what's going to connect it all.
yeah. There we go. Okay, now my audio's back. What's going on, everybody? I am back. I hope you enjoyed that chat with myself and Tom Fishenden. That was fun. That was a good one. Like I said, we recorded that yesterday because we weren't able to chat together today. So we were able to do that yesterday, get that thing down for you guys, and I had a great time talking with Tom, kind of wrapping up what the podcast has been over the past, the past year, what the podcast has been, what Jurassic, like the state of Jurassic has been. So I think it's been awesome. And there is a part 2. So you're going to have to stay tuned a little bit later. We'll do part 2. Guys, this stream, it's going. It's still going. All right? So we have Aaron Beyer coming up in a minute here. He should be joining up any second now. But remember, guys, this is a live stream for donations. It's a donation drive, a charity drive. So please hit that button down below, all right? Hit that button and get your money out to the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia, okay? I think that's the best thing that we can do right now. It's the holiday season, and I wanted to find a way to give back to charity. Earlier this year, they were really, really helpful to me and my family, to my family, the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia. They were helpful for us. So I wanted to ensure, I guess, that other families get the same kind of experience that we were able to have, which is pretty meaningful to us here in my household. So, you know, donating money to the Children's Hospital will help with, you know, advancements, breakthroughs. It'll help with training costs to make sure that their doctors, nurses, whoever their staff gets the best training possible. And it'll help with that family and kid experience in the hospital. You know, to give that money, it means a lot to give it to the families and to make sure that these families have, you know, the kind of experience that you would want to have during a time of need. So please give that a look. Try to donate anything you can. You know, I know it is Christmas time right now, and you know, a lot of people are, you know, buying presents. You're trying to give gifts right now. So please donate whatever you can, but please don't feel pressured to. Don't do it if you can't afford it, or you know, if you're struggling or anything like that. I completely understand. You know, but if there is any chance that you can donate, please just donate any little amount possible. There is the option on there. It's like $5, $20, $50, other. You can choose other. You can donate $1, $2, whatever the case is. You can donate $100. I don't care. Just donate something, and I think that would be pretty awesome. Right now, what are we at? Aaron is saying his webcam is busted. That's okay. But what are we at right now? Let me see here. Our chat right now currently is at... sorry, I'm like looking at my phone. $275, guys. Thank you. That is amazing. That's awesome. You guys are able to donate $275. That's awesome. And this donation drive will be available on our channel on every video that you see. Not going to run wires and stuff, but it'll be available on every video that you see from now until the 20th of December. So that'll be when this expires. I kind of wanted to get it done before the holiday, specifically, you know, on Christmas there. So yeah, donate now, donate in the next few days, all the way up until December 20th. But like I said, it will be available on every video coming up. I'll try to get a bunch of videos out for you guys to create some awareness and everything. And of course, share this around. Tell your family if anybody wants to donate. Tell your friends if they want to donate. Get the word out. We're trying to do this for a good cause. None of this money comes to us here at the podcast. That the good thing about hosting this over on YouTube is that they cover the costs. YouTube covers the costs of the transaction to get, you know, the money over to the Children's Hospital. And 100% of what you donate goes to the Children's Hospital. So that's awesome. I was able to pick the foundation, so I picked that one because it meant something to me and my family. So I hope you guys take a few minutes to donate. So yeah, but like I said, coming up here, we're gonna have Aaron Beyer. I don't know what we're gonna talk about, but we're probably gonna talk. You know how these go, right? We always talk for so long. If you guys don't know, we do a podcast every week, and one of the big segments on the show is the Jurassic Wire. It's a monthly segment, and Aaron and myself talk about all of the latest news, community topics, just discussions around the Jurassic community. We get really in-depth, have a lot of conversations, and sometimes they can be 2 hours. Sometimes it can be like 4 hours. You never know. Hopefully we're not going to go 4 hours tonight. I don't think we are. But like I said, we have Aaron coming up. I have the rest of the conversation with Tom, and who knows what else. Maybe we'll take some... Oh, yeah, I did want to open up the availability to take some calls, so we'll see if we can do that in a little bit too. I don't know if that's going to work or if anybody's going to care, but we'll try to do that too. But yeah, so we're just waiting on Aaron because it looks like he's having some video issues. He might not end up doing the video, but we'll see. But yeah, I hope you guys are doing okay out there. Thanks for tuning in. Thank you for donating if you've done it already. Let me see what's going on in the live chat here. Because that last segment was pre-recorded, so I didn't get a chance to interact with anybody or comment on anything. Did Tom get me that link? No, he got me no links. I don't know. I got me no links. What's up, Tom? Hopefully he watches back this entire stream, 3.5 hours so far. We're going to keep going. But also a huge shout out to Muzzamil for donating some money to the charity. Thank you so much. You guys are awesome. You know, back in, I believe it was June, we had, the community had donated, I think it was upwards of like $800 to the Jurassic Gives Back charity drive, where we got all that money. Every cent of it went to the Color of Change initiative, where we donated all of that to them so they can, you know, help with the justice and that cause. So that was awesome. That was so cool that the community was able to rally together for that. And now we're doing it for children because it's the holiday season, and I want to make sure these kids are taken care of. But yeah, I think the Jurassic community has been really awesome, specifically recently, because we have like the movie poster guy, you know, collecting all kinds of toys and donations, getting money and toys out for like Toys for Tots and other organizations out there. He took a picture with like a huge range of like toys that were donated. I know Tim over at Collect Jurassic has been doing that same thing, collecting a lot of toys and donating those. So yeah, I'm excited to take part in this as well and get some money and donate some stuff as well. So yeah, this is awesome. Let me see what Aaron just said. He just texted me something. He said 1 minute. 1 minute, guys, until Aaron Beyer arrives. He says no video, but he's good. All right. All right, so let's see if we can get this going. I don't know where he is, but he's not here yet. So far, if you guys, I don't know if you've all caught up. If you've watched this entire thing, I don't know. It's been long. It's been 3.5 hours. But at the start, we kind of described what was going on with Jurassic Gives Back. We followed that up with a conversation with Caleb Burnett. We talked all about the music of the franchise, what our thoughts are, what we expect maybe about the future of the music in the series. Aaron Beyer wants to join the call. And then I had Victoria from Victoria's Cantina on, and we talked all about toys. We talked all Jurassic toys for a while. Then we talked a bunch of other toys. It's been a great stream so far. I've been really, really pleased with how this is going on. And then, of course, we played that first part with Tom Fishenden. So that was awesome, doing our year in review. Part 2 of the year in review will probably come after this segment with Aaron. So let's go ahead and admit Aaron. Yeah, excuse you, Aaron. I know you just asked to join. I'm getting you in. I'm just reviewing. I'm just getting things in. So let's get Aaron in. Let's admit him into the chat here. Aaron, you there? You are live. You're live on the... I can hear you. You're live on the stream right now.
Excellent.
So
I wish my video worked.
Aaron just couldn't get it done. He couldn't come through with the video.
You know what? This is exactly what happens when you upgrade a PC.
Oh.
All of a sudden, my janky setup doesn't work anymore. I mean, am I trying to use an Xbox Connect as a webcam? Yes. Have I had success using an Xbox Connect as a webcam? Absolutely. Now all of a sudden, it's just not going to work.
It's not going to work. You know, I've been thinking about upgrading my video because I'm using just whatever's on my iMac. But I feel like when when I expand the video or make it bigger, it tends to kind of like not it just looks a little grainy, not as high def as I'd like to look. So I've been thinking about like investing in another external camera, I guess you could say, maybe one day.
Yeah, 100%, man.
So, Aaron, we have like we don't have anything to talk about. All right. So that's the thing. I brought you on here, but I've been doing this stream for 3.5 hours now. All right. So I talked music with Caleb Burnett for a while. And then I brought on Victoria and we talked all about the toys. And then I brought on Tom in a pre-recorded segment. We chatted yesterday and we talked all about our year in review. So let's give a mini wire a run for its money and see what we can pull out of this out of thin air, because I have no notes. I've got nothing, but I know we can do this, right?
Well, let's talk. I mean, The Wire, the running theme is COVID, right?
Yeah, I guess it has been.
We don't need to talk about it. Oh, I'm so burned out. When can I get this? When can I get this vaccine and try to get back to a normal life? Although work from home is pretty killer.
Yeah, I'm sure that it is nice. It's a good thing. And you're able to pull off some great stuff. So I'm excited to see that work eventually. But I think recently there was an article which we've never covered. And I don't know if it came before our conversation last week or so, whenever we did a mini wire. Because Tom and Arjun and Belgian Jurassic took over the episode for us. But there was an article which, man, I should have thought to bring it up. But let me see if I can find this. It was recently it was like another kind of refresher on, the COVID stuff that's been happening for Jurassic and all the testing that they've done and the protocols. Let me see here. I don't know if it was this one or not. Okay, yeah, this is an article from Deadline. All right, so Deadline posted this Jurassic World. Let me try to get you this. Can I post things in this? Because we're using like a new feature here, which we've never used before. Of course, it happened tonight as I start to do this live stream. It's like all of a sudden we got to use new tools. But I sent you the link. It's for Deadline. It says Jurassic World Dominion wraps unprecedented shoot after 18 months, 40,000 COVID tests, and millions on protocols. Colin Trevorrow and Donna Langley on the emotional journey. So yeah, this article actually teased something which I think is pretty interesting, and I don't know if it already aired, because during my conversation with Tom, I think it actually already aired. He mentioned this article, and I was like, I don't know what this is. I've never heard of this before. And in this article, pretty quickly in, like 3 paragraphs in, it mentions, let's see, this will include Jurassic Legacy actors Sam Neill, Laura Dern, and Jeff Goldblum, Jurassic World stars Chris Pratt and Bryce Dallas Howard, and newcomers to the movie such as Mamoudou Athie and DeWanda Wise, and in parentheses here it says, who we've separately heard could have a big role in the future installments. So that's big. That's some big stuff right there.
Yeah, that's actually huge. That's really good. I think that's a really good sign. It shows that they're thinking about this beyond this third trilogy. I think this is the right way to ease audiences, new cast, because you have to, like, it's crazy to think now that like we were all ever hesitant about the current cast, but there was a time where it was like, oh, I don't know, man, Bryce Dallas Howard and Chris Pratt in a Jurassic movie, that's weird. It just didn't seem...
people still...
Yeah, I mean, all right, fine. I get it, but I'm much more of accepting of it now than I was maybe 6 years ago, right? So I think this is a really cool way to kind of get people like into an expanded world and be more open to a movie that doesn't have the main characters, because I go back to it all the time. Colin has said this is not about the same people over and over again, and his well, his 2 movies so far have been about the same people. So, um, yeah, this is kind of
Yeah.
cool that we might be getting introduced to like the people of the spinoff, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I think it is really interesting. It's such like a little thing here. You know, just kind of commenting on it real quick, but like they could be the future, and I think that's interesting. You know, we've just Maisie, you know, potentially having the opportunity to carry the rest of the franchise in spin-offs or whatever the case may be, future installments. And then we've talked about just movies with just no names or maybe even bigger celebrities that just have like one-off films. But now, you know, maybe we're getting an expansion here straight off of the cast of Dominion, which is really cool. I'd be very happy about that. I've heard good things about them. I think I've seen them both, maybe. DeWanda Wise, I know I've seen. Momodo Athi, I'm not too sure. But them having future roles is pretty big. And whatever they do in this movie, I don't know what it is. A long time ago, I heard potentially that they could be like a couple or something in the movie. So that would be interesting to see whatever. I just don't know what they would do moving forward, but I'm definitely interested to see what it is.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's really tough to speculate on something like this because you just look at the size of this cast and you're like, well, how can anybody really have you know, the proper amount of screen time? But I think this is a great way for Universal to kind of adopt or transition Jurassic into gosh, I hate to say it, but like the Avengers style, which, okay, let's take the cast out of it, right? But if you had smaller movies that were, you know, like Jurassic World Mosasaurus or Jurassic World like Raptors in the Village or something like that, right? And
Love the
and you had
titles.
right? I mean, it's, I'm open. I'm ready for hire, Universal. You guys can just I'll crank out these titles all day.
Yeah, please. Keep going.
But
Name more.
if you had these smaller movies that revolved around one species or maybe like 2 or like singular events, because I feel like, yeah, when you're on the island, you're going to encounter a bunch of different species. But when you're now like in the open world, you're probably not going to have events that are as cataclysmic as the island movies, right? So I feel like this is a good way to wrap up the 6-movie story. And then I feel like after this, we get smaller films, and smaller just meaning like not as grandiose. I mean, obviously budgets and stuff would be there, and they would definitely be, you know, action and or I mean, just you could go into different genre films. I think we've even talked about this in the past, but
for sure.
And then like your big Avengers moments happen every 3 or 4 years where they cherry pick the previous cast, get some new cast members in there, and then you have multiple species of dinosaurs involved in this situation, like some kind of corralling type movie. That'd be kind of cool. I think for Jurassic to remain relevant, I don't know, is Jurassic something that can survive by just doing a movie every 3 to 4 years at this point? Like Hollywood has proven that's not what they're interested in doing. So with Trevorrow, I don't want to say leaving. I think he'll always be a head of something.
For sure, yeah.
But with Trevorrow kind of maybe not directing as much, is Jurassic something that you would want to see happen would you want a Jurassic movie once a year?
Once a year? No, I don't think
about it. We get 2 to 3 Marvel movies a year, barring the pandemic, right? So is one Jurassic movie a year too much?
That's a rough question. I don't know. I don't know if there's a need for it, but there's surely, I'm sure, not a need for 2 to 3 Marvel movies a year either. But I don't. You know what I would like is Jared mentioned here. I guess when you were talking about smaller things, he said smaller like Battle at Big Rock. I think that would maybe be a way to do it if you did want to do something every year. Do something small, like a 8 to 15 minute short. setting up the world, setting up something, you know?
Mm.
So you do the big movies every 3 to 4 years, and then you, in between that, you do a Battle at Big Rock. But then, of course, I guess we do have to think about television. You know, we have heard previously that there could be live action in Jurassic's future. You know, we're currently only one season into Camp Cretaceous with plans of maybe multiple more seasons. So who knows? I don't know.
I mean, I don't like Battle at Big Rock though.
Yeah,
I
I know.
mean,
Yeah, like more
his
more
Universal-
self-contained like stories.
Yeah, self-contained stories. I guess that's like a good way of putting it. Because is it?
Mhm.
Because we were talking about this the other day, right? Warner Brothers just basically announced out of nowhere that they're going to release their entire 2021 slate on streaming like right away, right? And that angered a lot of people in the industry.
Oh yeah, yeah.
But I was talking with my friends. It's like, okay, well, like, so Warner Brothers is doing this. Disney is obviously holding out their big tentpole films, right?
now.
We yet to see which. So let's see. We yet to see Black Widow. We yet to see. There was Jungle Cruise, right? That was supposed to happen.
Yep.
We yet to see. The only one we've really seen early was Mulan.
Yeah, and that was at a $30 price point, which, you know, I waited until last weekend because that's when it became available for free, I guess you could say, on Disney Plus included. And you know, I mean, it was a good movie, but you know, I didn't need to pay the $30. So yeah, it is kind of a game. It's definitely a game changer for Warner Brothers to do that. I was actually wondering. I wanted to get your take on all that because, you know, it's a interesting thing that's going on. You know.
I mean, my take is that there will be. I mean, just from the stereoscopic 3D end of it, right? There will be a group of people who worked on that movie, and their work will not be seen. That is unfortunate. There's a group of people who sign contracts and they get paid based on ticket sales. I think Warner Brothers releasing, and this comes up if you dig down, and I even felt this, if you dig down into the articles, a lot of the studios that work with Warner Brothers, because Warner Brothers is basically the distributor, and a lot of the studios, you know, there's lawsuits over, it's not defamation, but it's basically like public opinion of these properties, like you're diminishing the property value of these things you release. Now look, like Wonder Woman, right? Wonder Woman almost has to exist outside of this conversation, because Wonder Woman was going to do great. I think it will pull in a lot of streamers or people who want to watch it on streaming. But I mean, it's Wonder Woman is going to bomb. Like, there's really no question about that. Like, the $14 cost of HBO Max versus the $20 a ticket per person average, right, to go see this movie. Wonder Woman 2 1984 will bomb. And does this give Warner Brothers the rights? Does this give them the ability to be like, yeah, we're not making another one of those? You know, like similar to when Warner Brothers released Tenet and it made no money, you know? I feel like these movies will get re-released in theaters once all this goes away. But look at Dune, right? Dune, people are excited about it. I don't understand why people are excited about this movie. That the marketing has John Carter written all over it. Like when I watched that trailer, it was that trailer is for people who love Dune already. And for someone like me who doesn't really know what Dune is, that trailer didn't sell me. So on one hand, it's like, okay, I wasn't gonna go to theaters to see Dune. Like I go to the theater like maybe once or twice a year. And that one wasn't gonna pull me in. I'm gonna watch it on streaming, you know, obviously. Like I'll watch that streaming, but does that change my opinion of what Dune 2 is? Is Dune 2 a streaming movie or is it something I go to the theater for? You know?
Yeah.
And that's what a lot of these lawsuits are around, right? It's like you're taking this IP and you're basically lowering its public perception.
For sure. Well, most people think that when something pops up on streaming that there was either an issue or, you know, people didn't think it was going to make any money, you know, because it's always like a let's ditch it to streaming. Like for instance, like Cloverfield, whatever the third one was.
Right.
You know, it just popped up on Netflix randomly, like one night after like the Super Bowl or something, and it's like, oh, I can see why. I mean, it wasn't all that great, and it probably would have made no money, but we can make maybe some money off of Netflix here or something. I don't know. But that's the perception, is that maybe these movies aren't going to be good, or they're going to lower the quality somehow. But yeah, I mean, it's a bummer. I can't wait to watch all of the movies. Wonder Woman, I'm very excited for that. I'm excited for Godzilla versus Kong, but these definitely are supposed to be films that you see in a theater, but what are you gonna do? I mean, it's a tough situation for everybody involved. Like, I don't know what the right answer is. You know, you're right. Like, the movies are gonna bomb because nobody's gonna go see them. Sure, these movies are only gonna be on exclusive for a month, but you know, I don't know. It has to be like re-released for things to actually make sense. You know, if they've re-released Wonder Woman sometime like second half of next year or 2022, just to get people back into theaters, maybe it makes money then. I don't know.
I mean, I think that's what ends up happening. It has to, right? Because you look at a movie like Tenet, and that movie's already out on 4K Blu-ray, which is arguably at this point the best way you can see it. But the people that are really into wanting there are Chris Nolan fans out there that I'm sure have not seen it because they're like, no, I want to see it the way Chris Nolan designed this movie to be seen. And I have no insider information, but I could almost promise you that like Tenet would probably get a re-release at this point. Like, why would you not put Chris Nolan's a huge director? Why would you not put his movie in the theater and reopen? And I think if that's successful, if Tenet comes back and Wonder Woman goes to theaters and all these movies that streamed and then they eventually go to theaters, if they make money back, I almost wonder if you start seeing a resurgence in library titles that come to theaters. Maybe not in 3D. Like, you don't necessarily need to add the 3D and the D box and this. What is it? Is there ones that smell? No, there's ones that.
Yeah, there is. I think it's like 4DX or something like you can actually have like moving and sounds and smells and lighting, like all kinds of crazy stuff. Fog.
Yeah, I just feel like you don't necessarily need those for library titles, but like you could see a resurgence of library titles where it's like, hey, like, I mean, I know you can go now to theaters that show like, you know, like that's how I saw Pulp Fiction for the first time was I went to a theater when they were like re-releasing it, but most of the time they're not showing like the highest quality of print that they could show you, right? And I almost wonder if we would see a resurgence of library titles cycling through the cinemas again.
Yeah, I mean, it's always fun when you can track some down. It's not often, it's not all the time. You know, I've seen like Back to the Future and Jurassic Park and you know, Raiders of the Lost Ark, stuff like that, like the big titles. But yeah, seeing like even more and more would be interesting. Look, I want them to show The Lost World. How cool would that be? We haven't gotten like any kind of re-release of that movie. That would be amazing.
But if The Lost World was playing in one theater 4 or 5 times a day, like it could make some money. Like it's a property that's it's not doing much for them anymore, right? I mean, it probably makes some money every time they bounce it from streaming service to streaming service. But like at the end of the day, that movie's not making them any more money. Why not put it in a theater and just try to get 15, you know, discount it $15 or $7 or whatever. You know, I don't think that's a terrible idea.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't expect this all to last until 2022. You know, I feel like Jurassic World Dominion should have, hopefully, fingers crossed, a normal release at that point. But, you know, who knows what the world of streaming and theaters are going to look like out there. You know, if theaters take a hit after 2021, you know, maybe they don't even exist in 2022. It'll be interesting to see what happens tomorrow. I think tomorrow is the 10th as of this live stream, and Disney has a like an investors call tomorrow. So will they decide to drop the hammer as well and say like, well, we might follow suit if Warner Brothers is going to do it? Probably others are going to do it. I don't know.
I mean, maybe, but look, man, Universal punted Fast and Furious 9 like almost immediately. It was like, hey, this
Mhm.
is 2 years out now. And then they didn't even mess around with Jurassic World. They said nothing for a long time.
Mhm.
And then they punted it 2 years out. So like obviously Universal can afford it, but so back to my point about smaller, more self-contained. I don't watch these movies. I don't like horror really, but Universal does is it like the Annabelle series
Mhm.
or something? Like they're like really into like
I think
these
so,
like
yeah.
niche like horror films, right? And there's like a shared universe amongst those movies.
Yeah.
Why not do a Jurassic movie once a year? I mean, horror movies are I mean, they're not arguably, they're smaller. Why not do a Jurassic movie on that scale once a
Mhm.
year around Halloween or just in an off season that's not the summer blockbuster? You know, does that diminish the brand? Does that diminish the value of Jurassic?
I think it might. I think it might because Jurassic right now it's a tent pole. You know, it's like the Star Wars. Even though Star Wars did the one a year thing, and I'm sure they've probably regretted it at some point because their
But
TV's just killing it now. But
Star Wars one a year thing was, I don't know. There's an argument to be said that like I mean personally, I would much rather go see a 2 hour Mandalorian movie than what I thought. Like I think Mandalorian is. I think the first episode of Mandalorian was far better than Solo or
hmm.
Rogue One.
Oh wow.
And,
Okay.
And
all right. I'm can't.
wait,
You're off the stream, man. Bye.
And miles
Peace.
miles better than episodes 8 and 9.
Okay.
Like I don't know, man. Mandalorian right now is my favorite Star Wars thing, and I know that's a very like bandwagony thing to say, but
yeah.
Mandalorian, I love that show.
Yeah, I mean you're not wrong. It's incredible, and the stuff that they've been pulling off. And I had this conversation with somebody before. I forget whether it was Caleb or Victoria, but talking about like the nostalgia and all that stuff. I feel like this nostalgic era kicked off with Jurassic World and The Force Awakens back in 2015, and
Right.
the way that they did it was like we're gonna make you feel nostalgic. We're not gonna necessarily give you anything all that nostalgic. We're gonna make you feel it, right? And then we move on, and like they kind of branched away from that with things like The Last Jedi, Fallen Kingdom, and then The Rise of Skywalker. There's a lot of branching away from that, even though they're revisiting old characters and some stuff like that. But I love the way that like some of these properties, like Star Wars, like The Mandalorian, are just embracing everything now. You know, it's like let's just really give you the nostalgia. Let's give you the kick instead of just like allude to it. You know, especially with everything going on in The Mandalorian right now, there's just so much nostalgia. And then of course Dominion coming out, like it's got to be pure nostalgia, I would assume, because of the cast. There's got to be a heavy layer of nostalgia all over that film.
But see, this is the way I look at it. It's like I understand people are like, oh, it's just fan service. Like you walk out of Endgame and everyone's like, oh, 3 hours of fan service. It's like, yeah, give the people what they want. If they're spending $20 a ticket to see this thing, just give them what they want. Like if it's financially feasible to do so, just give it to them.
That's what I don't know. I think we were talking about this on multiple Wire episodes probably, but fan service, it's just like it's amazing and like it works. Infinity War and Endgame was like Endgame specifically huge amounts of fan service, right? The Rise of Skywalker could have given you a ton of fan service, but they didn't really do it. The Mandalorian is just it's giving you every amount of fan service you could ever want, and it's incredible, and everybody is on board. I don't think I've seen a single detractor of that show, and everybody is on board. So I hope that's like a learning lesson for all of these. I want fan service. I know not everybody does, but like I want it 100%, and that's what Dominion kind of feels like it's going to be. And I don't, you don't necessarily get that with one-offs in the Jurassic universe. I think one-offs in the Star Wars universe, you definitely get that because you're alluding to past characters like Solo and Rogue One was entirely a fan service film, But Jurassic, what is it? What is the fan service of Jurassic? I don't like specifically speaking, like on a one-off circumstance. Like, I don't know.
I mean, it doesn't. I think that's where the quote Avenger movie is, right? That's where you give the fan service. But I think in the one movie a year for 3 years in a row, where you're introduced to new concepts, new ideas. Well, let's be not new concepts and ideas. We treaded really close to new concepts and ideas, and it got really scary in that concept art. But like, introduce
yeah.
new characters, introduce new species, introduce new locations, introduce new bad guys that get away at the end of the movie, so that you can do this. I don't even want to say it has to tie in necessarily, but so that you can create a movie every 4 years that cherry picks the best of and revisit a scenario with those characters and stuff.
Yeah.
Jurassic, it's old, but it's not as big as the Star Wars universe. So I almost think that if we spent the next 10 years developing a Jurassic universe at this point, that could be really cool. It could pay off really well in the future.
Yeah, I mean, it really all depends on where Dominion wants to go. Where does that movie end? What does the future of the Earth look like from that point on? How open does it allow it to be? I was talking with Victoria, and she said on a conversation with her and Jay Jurassic, their ending for Dominion was an asteroid coming in and destroying both humans and dinosaurs. So there's no future in that installment. But yeah, what does the future look like in the real world? I don't know. But I love that idea of just gradually building a universe, and they're not really, maybe they don't even say that they're doing it. They just show you these one-off movies here and there. And then, like you were saying earlier about, like, hey, 3 movies later, we have the big payoff where we bring back Chris Pratt and Bryce Dallas Howard. And maybe one of the originals come back. They're like 80 years old at that point. Like, who knows? But like, of course, there's other characters to mine from. Maybe you bring back a Tim, in his 40s or 50s, Lex same age or something like that, and that would be cool. I think that would be cool, because if you establish these new casts like Mamoudou Athie and DeWanda Wise, that could be really cool. And we've said it about Battle at Big Rock. Like, I would love to see that cast given something, whether it's a TV show, whether it's a film of their own. I want to see them because that was a really cool family. I love the way they interacted, and I would love to see how this interaction changed them. And that could help to build this universe. I think it could.
I mean, yeah. I mean, maybe. I don't know. I have no clue.
I think I was talking with Tom, and I don't know if the conversation already aired because it's split into 2 parts. The second part is coming up probably after this. And Siaka just mentioned Telltale Troodon popping up in modern Mattel toys is pretty nice fan service. Yeah, I think that's pretty nice fan service, but like, it could expand into Camp Cretaceous as well. We might be seeing it there. But as far as like doing big fan service for like a slim amount of people that saw the Jurassic World Live tour, like, make that a thing. Like, if you want to tell that story, tell the story and do it somewhere, because I think there is a story to tell. Kind of like the Rogue One of Jurassic. You can still go back to Isla Nublar on that day and show things that happened. And obviously Camp Cretaceous just did it. You can do more. Like, I know I don't really care to revisit that over and over and over again, but I think it's possible.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what constitutes spoilers, but I feel like I'm treading close, but I feel like Dominion is gonna probably do that a little bit. There's been officially released photos kind of showing that we might have a flashback or something. But Jurassic World has already done a nice job of fan service. The Troodons, right? The toys from the the toys from the Telltale game.
Yeah.
I mean, the Carnotaur is a perfect example. That Carnotaur toy, when we were kids, there was 2 of them from Kenner. There was the red and black, and there was the brown and black. And we got a Carnotaur in Fallen Kingdom that was very reminiscent of both of those figures.
Yeah. And
we
obviously
have
Camp
two
Cretaceous too.
right, and exactly, and we have two new Carnotaur toys that are basically more realistic counterparts to those Kenner things. Like, there's almost
Mhm.
nothing more disappointing than seeing a dinosaur that is new to the movie franchise that's not colored the same as like something from Kenner. Does that make sense? Like, if they introduced
Yeah.
Dimetrodon at some point and this thing is not green with yellow spots, I'm like, what? Why? Why would you do this to me? Why are you ruining my childhood?
Yeah, I totally get that because I was thinking about it the other day or during some conversation, maybe it was with Tom. I have too many conversations, guys. I would love a spin-off, like one-off film of like the Suchomimus, like that crazy Mattel Suchomimus, and I want it to look like that blue and like yellowish gold or whatever it is. Like I want these like crazy colors on that. That would be cool. A fun movie, set near a beach or a fishing town or something like that. It could be cool.
Yeah, it'd be awesome, man. Like, I don't know. I don't know what they have planned for the future, obviously, but this is, man, we've been talking for 40 minutes and out. No, yeah, like 40 minutes on this one line in this article. That's exciting.
That's how I set up this whole conversation with you. I was just like, you know what, guys, we're gonna talk because that's what we do.
That's all we do.
Anywhere from 2 to 4 hours. I don't know how long you have tonight specifically, but let me know if you gotta go.
Another 30 or 40 minutes.
Okay, all right. Let me know as soon as you gotta go. I don't want to hold you. I'm gonna be going for a while, and I have more to play after this. But yeah, it seems like all these articles just keep popping up, and this has been a trend during the production, just kind of overstating everything going on, just to say like, hey guys, we're doing it safe. Everything's going on safe. 40,000 COVID tests, millions of dollars spent on protocols. So they're just laying it out that like, hey, everything's okay. We're gonna get this done. Everything's safe. Colin said, let's see, I'm not sure I can put it into words. It has been remarkable. Our crew and cast has been so resilient. All producers have worked around the clock to make it the best it can be. It has been inspiring. Donna Langley, Universal chairman, said, as we continue to contend with the challenges facing our industry during the global pandemic, the collaborative nature of this production allowed us to safely complete nearly 100 days of shooting, and we are so proud of what this team was able to accomplish. So yeah, I mean, I'm glad that they're stating all this. Like, it's good to know that production's good. They had some positive. Oh, okay. So it says around 100 positive results. It was a 0.25% returning positive rate out of those 40,000. Interesting. Yeah.
I mean, that's good, right? And the idea would be that those people were flagged before they even got past the studio gates, right? So, that's pretty good. I am interested though to see what this movie's about, in the sense that, like, I got a weird suspicion that somehow the DX virus was going to be a part of this, because it's just really weird and suspicious to me that they punted all the way to 2022. Like, they didn't even entertain this idea of like a 3-month delay. It was just like legit, like, no, a whole year out. And it's like, I wonder if they punted that far to kind of like let the conversation of the coronavirus die down. Because I feel like once we get the vaccine, this is almost gonna go away once things get rolling.
Hopefully, man. Really hoping.
Yeah. Can you imagine we get through this and the stupid thing like mutates and like we got to get like a whole new set of vaccines and stuff? Jeez.
It's not out of the realm of possibility, I guess.
I mean, that's what the flu does.
Yeah, you might be onto something though with them moving that. Sure, it could be like, hey, we want to just do it during June, and they could have picked 2021 June, but like that's where they were. So there wasn't really anywhere to maneuver. They could have stayed, but they didn't want to. They wanted to kind of push it off. So best case scenario is 2022. But the fact that you mentioned like maybe they wanted to let this all calm down, that's interesting, because that is a major part of the story, in the novels. So why wouldn't it ever be included? Outside
Because
of the fact that Planet of the Apes did something very similar.
we're getting very much to like 100%. I was just gonna say the Planet of the Apes, right? It's like, what if the way to get us to a Jurassic World in their future projects
Mhm.
is to basically start killing humanity off with a virus that the dinosaurs spread. The dinosaurs are immune to it; they can't get it, but humans can get it, and similar to Planet of the Apes, right? It very quickly takes us out, and I feel like, man, if that's a part of their film, they really gotta be out of that. They really gotta be out of the coronavirus conversation.
Yeah.
Um,
Watch we're not, 2022 rolls around and it's still happening. And then they're like, well, I don't know, this movie's going to come out in 2026. Like we just can't. They're all going to be like super old by then and
I
it's
feel
going
like, yeah, I feel like there's been like a few like Tom Cruise movies where that exact thing has happened, where it's like, well, even with Fallen Kingdom, right? When Fallen Kingdom happened, like a volcano had just erupted like in Hawaii or something.
Yeah. The
Um,
Tom Cruise world, it's like we've seen too many spies dangling from wires. We got to push this movie.
No, there was something like Jack. I didn't see Jack Reacher, but apparently, like it revolves around a story that was very similar to something bad happening in the news,
Okay.
and it was
Yeah,
like
that happens from time to time. Yeah.
it happens from time to time. It's not
Mhm.
always. It's not all the time, but like every few
Yeah.
years, I would say there's a movie that basically bombs because it hits a little too close to home.
Mm-hmm. This article is kind of like a little gold mine and mine and stuff. I like this quote here. I don't know if I guess this is from Colin. It says, "We lived together, ate together, told stories, shared our fears and hopes, played frisbee on the lawn. There was a lot of laughter at a time when it has been hard to find things to laugh about." That's pretty cool. What I hope out of all of this is that like we get to see the inside of this experience. Why, as a director, if you're all staying together, if you're all living together for however many months, like why would you not document this?
Yeah. I mean, could this be the return of a good series of bonus movie, like bonus features?
I hope so. And Star Wars has been good about it. The past 2 films, they gave full-length documentaries. Jurassic, please, whatever you're doing, don't let this. I mean, it's too late now. I hope they filmed something. Like I don't care if they just put together a bunch of cell phone clips. Give us something, because that is just an experience like that needs to be told. I don't need
Right.
to. I don't think it needs to be like talking heads like The Office or something like that. But like just telling that experience with a voiceover or doing something to show how they live together, because this is something completely unique, like right now, and you're not going to get that any other time. I hope they just got in a random camera and just kind of just filmed anything, everything.
Well-
Jeff Goldblum's there with his family, and there was, I remember reading something on one of their Instagrams that said like his kids went around to everybody's doors and did trick or treating, like stuff like that. It's like super unique that you don't get those stories any other time. And I would love to see that behind the scenes, and I would love to see a full documentary included on the DVD.
So I'm just like I'm browsing. So here, I just want to wrap that up. Like I agree with you. I feel like this is like movie camp. Like you went to movie camp and you made a 2022 blockbuster.
Yeah.
And I would love to see the footage from that. So Jared McGowan in the chat said, and I just glanced over and saw this. I would be concerned about a DX-like virus plot to kill off the dinosaurs because all their genomes are mutated / hybridized already. Any virus targeted at them could potentially jump. And what that entire premise is very much scares me, because to me it's like, oh, this virus jumps from dinosaurs to humans and we get those dumb human dino hybrids from like the original Jurassic Park 4. Those are still sitting in an office somewhere. They didn't just disappear.
Yeah, I know, right? What if taking that what he said there, Jared, what if it jumps from, dinosaurs to not humans, but to animals and to other species, kind of like he's saying there.
Yeah.
And then you have to worry about the survival of the planet based off of the insects, the animals, and everything that occupies the planet outside of humans. Maybe they kind of defer it to them instead, or something like that. That could be interesting, because everybody would worry more so about animals probably than humans.
Yeah, 100%. And I mean, it's no secret, right? Our ecological system is very much based off of, we only survive because of our ecosystem,
Mhm.
right? And because of the balance we have with the insects and aquatics and mammals and all that stuff. So yeah, it'd be very interesting to be like, hey, like the dinosaurs showed up and released this, I don't know, something that like cattle can't be like, like cattle just can't live with this new virus, and like it's like, well, that just destroys our food chain, right? Like, or
Yeah.
chicken, like, man, you think like chickens, like these things, like whatever it is, really, like chickens are just dying. This would never be in a movie. It's so uninteresting, but it's interesting. This interesting concept that like these new animals we bring over kill off animals that we, need to survive.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's interesting.
I can't wait for that movie. The chicken, the death of all chickens, apparently.
Death of all chickens. They're killing the bees. The bees can't live.
Yeah, the rebel commander here says the problem with animals dying is they could just clone them and bring them back, no problem. Hey, but then it's a full circle. We're in the problem again, like somehow. Then we got chickens attacking humans. No?
Yeah.
I don't know. Like, I want to know what this movie is. I hope it doesn't get spoiled in between now and then. I definitely want to see it on the big screen, but man, this movie is, I just don't know. I have no clue. And I don't, and that's what makes it so difficult to talk about spin-offs and people like DeWanda Wise and Mamoru Athie getting their own spin-off or whatever the case is. Like, we don't know what the world looks like, our own or the films. So who knows?
But maybe Universal has kind of answered our question as to would they do this once a year, right? Because like you just brought up, like you want to see this on the big screen, and Universal punted their two biggest franchises, right? Fast and Furious and Jurassic, and they basically have said like that. Read between the lines. They're saying these properties you go to the movies to see, you don't see them at home. And maybe that is a little, maybe that's a little information on how Universal views their IP, as it's so incredibly special that not only are you not going to get 3 of these a year, but you're going to get, you're going to go to the theater to see them. And when this is all said and done, you will have had your onslaught of superheroes and Star Wars, but you'll come to the theater, you'll pay to see our Jurassic,
Yeah.
Maybe that's the mentality.
Maybe I think at this point in time, I feel like everybody and every production or studio out there probably wants to copy The Mandalorian, I would think. So I don't know. I mean, they're killing it, and they get a ton of recognition week to week instead of dropping everything all at once. So it's like, how can our studios replicate that success? Because it's one of the biggest, if not the biggest, streaming show out, and the cultural impact and the discussion is just very long reaching, and the toys and all that stuff, it's just a gold mine, like for people like or things like Baby Yoda, and just Mandalorians in general. I think they're making a killing on that. So I'm sure there's internal conversations around Universal about how can we do that with Jurassic World. How will that be a success week to week? If we did a show, an 8-episode show, or something like that.
I guess that's the thing. It's like, it's not even as long as like Doctor Who, which is Doctor Who releases a new season every 2 years, and it's like 13 episodes. It's only 8 weeks out of the year that Mandalorian is like lightning,
Yeah.
But when it hits, man, it hits, and it's a weekly conversation. So yeah, like I don't need Jurassic every week. I could stand Jurassic for 4 weeks on Peacock or something, you know.
Yeah. Oh, for sure.
That'd
Yeah.
be, I'd be down with something like that. That'd be amazing.
And they're gonna want to kick off Peacock a little bit better than it has been. I mean, uh, like what is on it outside? I know there's a lot of classic horror on there, which is pretty cool. There's a few shows. I don't really know what they're about, or anything.
I don't know. My wife and I just binge watched all of Saved by the Bell from.
That's right. We were having that conversation.
Yeah, all of Saved by the Bell from the Good Morning Miss Bliss era all the way to the new reunion style show. And I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I just got my free subscription to HBO Max, so like I'm checking that out. Not crazy impressed.
I think that is like one of my favorites right now. I feel like there's a lot of good content on there, and movie-wise, I feel like it's got some of the biggest movies, and that's definitely going to continue as 2021 progresses. So
maybe that's where I guess I shouldn't say I'm not impressed. Like you are right; it's got some of the meatier shows and the biggest movies, but I don't know, man. Like I feel like here's where I'm at. There's such a plethora of great, amazing, meaty shows that I have like decision paralysis.
Oh, for sure.
And so decision paralysis and like commitment issues to like wanting to commit to like 8 seasons of Game of Thrones or something that I end up just jumping into like the dumb Saved by the Bell or that the Office again. You know. There's just too much out there.
I find it like super rewarding when I finish a show, and it's like an accomplishment, dude. Like it's literally just watching television and sitting on a couch. There's zero accomplishment whatsoever, but like, man, do I feel good after I finish something. I can check it off my list that I don't have, like there's no physical list. It's just like in my mind, and I just feel good about it. I don't even tell anybody else. That's it. And I feel good.
You're like, I did something all the way to the end.
Yeah. It's gonna be in my like, what's that? A eulogy. They're like, he watched a lot of TV. He just finished Devs on Hulu, which debuted in March or something. He was gonna watch all this stuff on HBO Max, but it's not looking likely at this point. So,
what are you watching on HBO Max?
Oh man, mostly just movies and stuff like that. I think it's been a lot of movies. I watched the entire, rewatched the OC again. I think we were talking about that. But movies, it's been a lot of big movies for me, like on there. And stuff my son can watch. I found a lot of stuff on there. I'm still in the middle of like season 3 of Westworld. So I'm still watching that, which is good. Doctor Who is on there, and I've been catching up on Doctor Who. That's pretty huge.
I mean, I guess let's get away from Jurassic for a minute or two. How is Doctor Who beyond the Capaldi era? Because, right, was that his name?
Yep, Peter Capaldi.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I fell off. There was the episode where Capaldi meets the new companion, and they like run away from like the last episode I remember seeing was they running away from like smiley face robots, like robots that like had like emojis or whatever. I can't do this anymore. Like
I like that one.
It's not fun. I don't know, man. It just wasn't fun anymore. And like is the lady doctor, is she fun? Like,
oh, for sure. Yeah, she's awesome. It's hard to compare because we haven't like gone through the full life cycle. I think Peter Capaldi took until like the end to realize like, oh, he was pretty good. It took a while. Like that was one you kind of had to go through, especially after Matt Smith being so good.
Matt Smith is so good as the doctor.
Yeah, he was great. And to transition into somebody like, you're like, I don't know. You're already apprehensive, whenever a new one comes up. So it took a long time for his to settle, but it got there, I think. And hers, I think it was pretty good right away.
Capaldi, this is unfair to say. I was never really into Capaldi as much as I was into his companion.
Okay.
Who was it? Shoot, not
Yeah, I don't
Jenna
remember.
Arterton.
I don't remember what her name was, the character's name or anything.
Oh,
But
man, but
her, I liked her story. I definitely liked her story a lot.
I loved her story. Her story was awesome, especially the way
Mhm.
it starts in the Matt Smith era, and it starts early. It starts before Amy Pond.
Oh yeah, yeah. Oh okay. Oh all right. So you're going back. You're going to Clara, I think.
Yes,
Right?
Clara.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
so I would say Amy Pond is probably my favorite companion out of all of
Yeah.
them.
Yeah.
I thought her first season with Matt Smith was super strong. And then there was the episode with Clara during the Matt Smith era with Amy Pond. Like Clara's like just the MacGuffin of the show of that one episode. And then she becomes the new companion, and I loved everything about her time with the Doctor. Like it was she was great with Matt Smith because by that point Matt Smith's Doctor was a little jaded, was getting a little darker, was getting a little more serious, was contemplating, I believe at that point he was contemplating his death, right? Because I think up until that point, like he was on his last life cycle or something.
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah. And so he was kind of aware that like his time was coming to an end. And then I love when you get to the Capaldi era and he looks straight at Clara and he's like, I am not your boyfriend. Like it's just it's so incredibly good. But yeah, like I fell off once Clara left. So
yeah, I thought the stories were great.
Over here to get Doctor Who spoiled for you.
Well, yeah. Look, everybody moves on Doctor Who. That's the thing. Nobody expects to have a bunch of Jurassic people talking about Doctor Who and Star Wars. Somebody mentioned it before. It's nice to see my Jurassic, people talking about Star Wars. And, that's the thing is like, we don't just like Jurassic. We like everything. And if I talk, if anybody talks to Aaron, it's like, oh my God, let's just go on a tangent about anything. And we can talk about it. Because we've never talked about Doctor Who together. I didn't even know you watched it. So yeah, this is a teaser to our other podcast that we don't have.
I'm not gonna say I'm a super fan, right? Like I've watched basically the Eccleston all the way through. When Capaldi gets what's her name?
Rose?
No, not Rose. Capaldi.
Oh, Donna Noble.
No, Capaldi. Richard.
Capaldi. Oh, I thought you said Eccleston.
Capaldi's second companion. No,
I did start with Eccleston. That's what I don't know her name.
Not Charlie.
Oh, maybe.
We both.
Somebody tell us in the chat.
For anybody who see, this is where I think you and I should do Patreon bonuses for The Wire, right? Because most people don't know. After The Wire, Brad and I sit around and talk for an hour and a half about Superman and now Doctor Who and
yeah. So this is what everybody gets during. Okay. Oh, that's Bill right. Potts. Okay. Yeah. That's what everybody gets for our charity drive is us going on tangents and barely talking about Jurassic.
That's fine.
Yeah. Oh, totally.
I mean, let's talk about why Man of Steel is the best Superman movie, aside from the death scene.
Spoilers.
Someone dies in Superman.
Was it Superman?
Yep, Superman dies. Oh no, that's not a lie.
I know.
totally forgot about that because it was completely useless and stupid.
Oh. Maybe it'll make more sense next year when coming to streaming services.
Can we please do a special edition podcast on that movie alone?
I would love that. Actually, I gotta watch the extended Batman versus Superman on HBO Max because it's going away in December. So watch it now. Good. Watch it now if you haven't seen it. I haven't seen it, so I gotta watch it.
Why is it going away? Where is it going? Who wants
I don't know.
Batman
It
v
just
Superman on their
disappeared.
streaming
It's just,
service?
I don't know if it's going anywhere else because this is like the home of Warner Brothers right now. So I don't know.
I mean, but yeah, it's the home of Warner Brothers, but like Harry Potter left Peacock or left to go to Peacock.
Yeah, it's true. I don't know.
You know,
I don't know. But
who,
it's
like-
not, I don't even think it's there anymore. It's gone all over the place. Who knows?
I wonder if the Snyder Cut will be the definitive HBO version of Justice League once that comes out.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. It probably makes me wonder because somebody actually asked the question before. Speaking of definitive cuts, Jared mentioned earlier, if there is ever a re-release of The Lost World, I'd love for it to be a director's cut with all trimmed / cut scenes added back into it. What do you think of that? Because The Lost World airs on television, all of those or 2 cut scenes, right? It's the one in I don't know where it is. Where's it set? It's Roland Tembo at a bar, and then the other one is the or maybe it's like a cafe or something, and then the other one is the boardroom scene. 2 great scenes, I think. Do you think they deserve to be back in for a theatrical run if it ever did get there?
I mean, sure, because I feel like the people that are going to see The Lost World just like The Lost World. Like, you're not. My parents are not going back to the theater to see The Lost World, right? Like that's not going to happen. Here's the thing, sure, fine, but those clips have nothing to do with this. You can still tell the story competently of The Lost World without those 2 scenes. When you watch the extended edition of Batman v Superman, you will never watch any other version because the things that were cut out make that movie competent.
Sure, yeah.
Superman walks into not the White House. Where does he go? The Capitol building, right? And he doesn't see a bomb. That doesn't make any sense until you watch the Snyder Cut, and then it makes sense, right? It's like, oh yeah, this thing that was kind of stupid. Well, now we're gonna give you a reason for it. There was a reason for it at one point, and it got thrown, on the cutting room floor. So, I mean, I guess I'm fine with it being like, hey, and now release with never before seen footage, which I guess never before seen, but I don't necessarily think that makes it like the definitive edition. Where I do think once Justice League Snyder Cut comes out, I do think that Warner Brothers adopts that as the definitive edition of Justice League.
Yeah, you're right. It's like those 2 scenes are not imperative enough, and specifically with The Lost World, it undermines the future of the franchise, I think, a little bit with that boardroom scene. And I don't know, maybe
the boardroom scene it just covers the deaths of Jurassic Park, right? Like
it does, but it also says something about extermination of all
assets
living
or something.
All assets, all living things, or something like that on the island. So it kind of alludes to the fact that hey, this thing was destroyed. We destroyed it. But yeah, that's certainly not the case because we have Jurassic World. But I guess it's vague enough where it doesn't matter, and they're not too concerned with canon, I don't think. So, whatever you want to do, I guess.
I mean, is Jurassic not concerned with canon? Oh, I guess there's dinosaur designs constantly changing.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if they're all that concerned, and I don't know. Does it matter in the long run? Canonically speaking, I don't know.
I mean, it matters to me, but I'm not I already understand that canon can never work in Jurassic anyway, so it doesn't really matter. I was actually very surprised to see the same Pteranodon designs in Fallen Kingdom as they had in Jurassic World. That was stunning to me that the Pteranodons could have the same design 2 movies in a row.
I know, that's the thing is literally from the start there was no canon, literally from the beginning. Once the second movie came around, it's gonna do things different. In the third movie, we're gonna do things even more different. We don't care. And then Jurassic World, it feels like it tries to establish canon, but like also doesn't care a little bit with a little details here and there. Same with Fallen Kingdom. So I'm at the point of like, look, I talk about it all the time with the soft canon, and I know you guys will probably laugh in the chat, but like, I'm at the point where I'm like, it is what it is. You know, it doesn't really matter at this point. Unless they're gonna take it seriously, I don't need to.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, just give me cool toys at the end of the day.
That's what I need. I need some cool
and
toys.
you know, give collectible licenses to someone other than Chronicle. I think that.
Well, yeah, I
think that
guess
goes-
that nobody can give them a license anymore, right?
Jeez, what a-
Did you happen to see those new ones from Irons?
I did. Very excited about the concept. The designs are bad. I don't understand them.
They're kind of bad. I don't know where they revealed those. Oh my god, I keep zooming in on my stuff. Yeah, I don't remember where those were revealed, if they were on their website or not. But man, some of those designs were strange.
Like what's with the why do the raptors have such like narrow snouts?
I don't
Very
know.
weird.
I mean, I think it looks cool, but like it just doesn't represent what we know. You know, like it doesn't really look like that.
Well, I mean, but okay, the medium is when you do statues like that, like you normally do things that aren't necessarily like movie accurate. You do things that are more like action packed. Like, is it Iron Studios or was it Chronicle that had the raptor jumping out of the raptor pit from the first movie?
Yeah,
and then
I don't remember.
Sideshow has a Mandalorian statue where he's like strutting a pose down the runway. He doesn't walk like that, but it's baller looking as a statue.
Yeah.
You
No,
know.
I'm fine with like this weird like situation with the T-Rex and the raptor, all that stuff happening a little bit differently, but like the way that T-Rex looks, it does not look like the Rex that we know. Doesn't look anything like that. And the raptors,
sure?
like you said, I don't think it really looks anything like it.
Now here's one I will get. I did not see this one. I will get. I want this raptor and Muldoon.
Yeah, that looks okay, but does the raptor look a little interesting again? The raptor looks more like the I feel like it looks a lot like that background in the kitchen area or whatever in the Discovery Center. Kind of like looks like that Crash McCrary more style than the film versions, like with a longer snout and everything. The T-Rex looks a little weird. It looks okay from the side, but from the front it just doesn't look. It looks too big or something. I don't know what it is. But for $8.99, I need it to look.
Is that
like
what this
the
thing
one.
is costing?
$899. I need it to look like the ones from the film.
No, too much.
Yeah, that's way too much. But you know, this is big deal collectibles here. I mean, I think their other work has been phenomenal. Like the other raptors that they made look amazing. And the other T-Rex that they made looks amazing.
I mean, I
and
really
that whole
want.
diorama looks awesome.
I really want some Prime 1 Jurassic stuff, but I don't think that's. I don't think that's even financially feasible. Their stuff is just so incredibly expensive.
Is it really?
Yeah.
I don't really dabble into this all that much, and like I'll cover it from time to time, and we'll talk about it probably mostly on the wire and stuff like this. But yeah, I don't know. It's just so much. The most I'm like willing to go is like the Amber collection, and that's like $30.
I wonder if I could. I would do a Prime 1 if I could sell. I've got some collectibles that I could sell. Jurassic collectibles, even like the one, like the I've got the Chronicle Breakout Rex, which I would imagine, even though it came out to lackluster praise, I would imagine I could probably sell it still. But like Prime 1 has amazing raptors, like classic raptors, like the JP1 raptors, and I'm still waiting for someone to do the Tiger Raptor. Like, man, do a Tiger Raptor right, and you got me. You know.
Yeah, you know, I always forget that. I guess they do stuff Prime 1. I I never look into this, but yeah, some of the stuff looks cool.
Prime 1 has a Rex that is possibly one of the most phenomenal versions of this animal ever put to sculpture outside of the films.
Yeah, that looks
It's
pretty
just the
awesome.
Rex like in front of the fence. It's so incredibly good from
Yeah.
every angle. It's the size of like a fireplace, but yeah, they've got some raptors that are good. Their rotunda statue I don't think is very good. I think it's better than the sideshow one from 10, 15 years ago, but I don't think it's all that great. Their rotunda T-Rex and raptor seats.
If it's that rotunda one that I'm thinking about, yeah, I wasn't really a huge fan. Oh my gosh, it's $2,000.
Which one?
The rotunda.
Yeah, like I mean, I'd have to sell so much.
Oh my lord!
And even then,
it does look cool. It does look pretty cool.
Even then, it would be so hard to justify taking money that you earned from selling statues just to put it into another statue.
This Spinosaurus, they have a Spinosaurus. I don't think it's like, is it Jurassic related or? Oh, it is Spinosaurus. Yeah. Man, that thing looks awesome, dude. $1,300
in the movie. It never looked that cool in the movie.
Oh, come on. It's pretty close. It looks really cool. I don't know. Looks awesome to me.
Their Spinosaurus is like lean. It's like, was the Spinosaurus in the movie lean? Like, did it look like it was gonna like? That thing felt like a tank in that movie.
Yeah, I guess.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah, it's all way out of my praise range. I just give me the Amber collection, and that's good for me. And I don't think we'll ever see, the scale of like the Spinosaurus or T-Rex or anything in Amber collection form. I feel like that's got to stick to like smaller dinosaurs and humans and stuff like that. Seems like a limited series, but they can branch out into stuff that was never in a film, but there's plenty to go off of, I think, for a while.
Yeah, probably. Oh, here you go, buddy. Prime 1. You can get your Raptor calling chamber.
Well, isn't that the same thing that is that unique to theirs? Because didn't Chronicle Collectibles or whatever have one?
I'm just saying Prime 1 has one. Your ability to get a Raptor calling chamber is not gone.
Oh, good. Okay, that's good.
Just letting you know it's out there, man.
Yeah, I don't know.
Are we running out of steam? What else you got?
What else we got? What else? Does anybody else have anything in the chat? What do we got going on in the chat room? I like Rebel Commander says we are not Jeff Bezos as far as these collectibles are concerned.
Yeah, collectibles are tough, man.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. I'm into hot toys, but if you run out of room. You eventually like put some of them in storage for so long where it's like, well, why do I have this anyway? Like, if it's just going to be in a box,
yeah,
like, not being displayed, what's the point?
Yeah.
So you have to kind of cycle through. You have to go, what am I willing to part with at this point? What's more important to me, a $2,000 collectible or 100 Mattel Jurassic Park dinosaurs? You got to make these tough decisions.
They're so tough, man. So tough.
Yeah,
I would rather have Amber collection all the way. I know I still get all the core stuff. Not everything, but a lot of stuff. I've always been pickier than most people, I feel like, with that. Yeah, I don't know. I want to see the expansion of the Amber collection stuff. I think that's pretty cool. But yeah, man, I don't know. What else is there to talk about? Anybody got any idea in the chat?
So slow.
That's the thing. That's what we were talking about in The Wire the other day, or in a mini Wire, is that like nothing's been happening, and I'm okay with it. I think that's okay. It's going to be a long ride to 2022. We have to pace ourselves, and we have to realize that it's not going to be like it was over the past year. I don't think. The past year there was so much stuff to talk about all the time. So I don't think it's going to be that way.
They were amping up. They were doing the slow rise to their marketing blitz. That's what was going on.
Mm-hmm.
It was what tidbit can we reveal once a month up until the marketing blitz for the movie?
Yeah,
And now it's like, because they punted a whole year out, like we're not going to see anything for another 6 to 8 months, you know.
I would think. Yeah,
Um,
hopefully that's why Camp Cretaceous takes its place. But let me ask you, did you get a look at those Velocicoaster cars like that? They just did another like really good in-depth look at the Velocicoaster like vehicles. Did you see those?
Yeah, I did see them. They're fine.
Dude, they
fine.
look so sleek. I love how they look. And sure, that's not really what they're going to look like in person all the time. They're going to get worn down. They're going to not look as sleek and shiny as they do. But man, like from a design perspective, they look so clean, like amazing. Like I love mine. You haven't really seen anything like that in the Jurassic World, like park per se.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting at. It's like these don't even look like they belong in a Jurassic thing.
Yeah,
Like,
kind of
what's
not.
with the
Yeah.
like? The front looks like insects. It's got like a honeycomb. Like, it's so incredibly weird. I mean, like whatever, you know.
Well,
I
yeah.
mean, the front of the car is not all that important to me as I'm riding this thing. I'm more or less interested
Yeah.
in. I love the docking station. The docking station is cool.
Yeah, I think yeah, I feel like it'll look really awesome, like everything. But I think they look so sleek. I love that they have the InGen logo, the Jurassic logo. I like the
I didn't see
coloring.
that.
Yeah, they got the logos all over them. And yeah, the mesh on the front, I think it just kind of looks like, futuristic race car. And like, how does that make sense in Jurassic? I don't necessarily know. Jurassic is known for its vehicles, so that does have that kind of tie to it, where it's like, Jurassic is always like a step ahead, right? Like they're always advanced in some way, whether it's like self-driving cars. You had those Mercedes out and like this RV that was incredible. Jurassic Park 3, and they had a boat and like a pickup truck. Not really anything going on there, I guess. But Jurassic World obviously had the gyrospheres and stuff. So there's always something. So I feel like this does fit in that sense. If this was to be created in Jurassic World, the real park, I could maybe see them doing something like this.
Yeah, this would be so because like this kind of gets back to that conversation of like, why was there a red and gray Jeep in Camp Cretaceous, right? And people always think that because we saw the red and green and yellow ride, the excursion ride, there's like this assumption that like that was the theming of every single ride at Jurassic Park was gonna be green with red stripes. And it's like, what amusement park have we ever I don't know about you, but what amusement park have you ever been to where every ride had the same color scheme? So
I can't think of any. It's just not a thing.
Exactly. Right. So like, I don't remember what the Bone Crusher or whatever the thing was called in Bone Rattler in Jurassic Park the game.
Bone Shaker, maybe.
Was it green and with red stripes?
I think it looked exactly like the trucks. Yeah, it did. It looked exactly like the Explorers.
That doesn't actually make any sense.
I like it from an aesthetic point of view. Like it's new. It's something new for a theme park, I guess, to have cohesiveness. But like, well, yeah, that doesn't really make a ton of sense.
No, why would every ride, dude? These things look just like the Explorer. Why would every ride be the same? That makes no sense.
Yeah, I never really considered that before, to be honest. I never considered the fact that it was the same, and why would it be the same? I always just looked at it and I was like, all right, it looks cool. It looks like it fits in. But yeah, you're right. Why?
Jurassic Park to me.
Why does it fit in? Why would that be the case? I don't know.
I mean, when you go to Universal Studios, it's not like, you ride the Hulk ride. It's not blue and yellow like the Universal logo is. It's green because it's the freaking Hulk.
Yeah, but then like the Spider-Man ride, they all look different. Everything has a different vibe and a different look. Even in like a cohesive land like Harry Potter or or Star Wars. They differentiate themselves plenty from ride vehicle to ride vehicle. So yeah, that makes a lot of sense to have something different. And that's why I think that this could look unique enough where, a designer in Jurassic World decided, let's make this thing look like a sleek race car that makes no sense, but it's going to ride through the jungle on Isla Nublar. I think that makes sense to me at least.
I love this promo art. I've never seen this before. The promo art of the coaster with like the Indoraptor and like the Baryonyx and the two raptors around it. Like that looks cool.
Where do you see that?
OrlandoThemeParkZone.com. I don't know. It's just
What is that? Let's see. Orlando.
How can I share it with you?
ThemeParkZone.com.
I mean, you might have to dig for it, man. I don't know. How can I send it to you? Can I send it to you in this?
One of the first things is Jurassic Coaster here. They added some netting to the ride. All right, let's see.
It's just a cool image. That's all. But this image...
Oh, yeah. Okay. All right, I've seen that before. Yeah, that's crazy. I mean, it doesn't make any sense. I don't know what this is. Where did this image come from?
I mean, it's just key art from Jurassic, like, photoshopped into a coaster image. But, like, what... Does this indicate that there's an interior portion of this coaster?
I don't know what this is trying to tell me. Like, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense. It does kind of look like an interior. But yeah, you've got like two raptors and Baryonyx. Like, what is happening here? I don't really get it. But the coaster car looks the same. What is happening? Me, that's not happening on the ride.
No, there's no way. Because we already know that there's not any like animatronics. There's no like.
There's statues of 4 raptors.
That's it.
And there might be like small motion based, like very, if that, like in the launch sequence. But yeah, that seems to be about it. Recently, somebody was reporting that like animatronics were being built for this ride, as far as like baby Parasaurolophus and baby Ankylosaurus and T-Rex and all this stuff, but like they misconstrued what was going on. It was like photos for like a new Jurassic World the exhibition, and they're like they attributed it to the ride, and it was like way off base. So none of that is happening for the ride.
Interesting.
But actually, maybe I should showcase that. Some pictures came out recently for oh man, am I gonna be able to have this on here? Universal. Some pictures came out recently from Beijing. And it looks really, really cool. Oh man, I don't know. Scoops?
I don't know.
Sorry, I'm just like thinking to myself and writing. But yeah, there was some cool imagery here. Here's the account. Let me see what kind of images we got. It was like massive, showing the massive animatronics for the Indominus Rex, a recreation of. Let me pass this over to you here. You just scroll through their media on the Twitter, but you'll see the Pterosauria, like the IMAX theater. They recreated that. Indominus Rex. There's like an Ankylosaurus family, like with 2 babies and like a big Ankylosaurus, a massive tree, like several massive trees. You've got like several Indominus Rex animatronics, it looks like maybe. And then the ride vehicle, which actually kind of replicates what we're seeing in the coaster in a way. It's like a sleek looking, it's literally like the same kind of vehicle that you would see on Spider-Man or Transformers. But yeah, it looks pretty sleek. I can try to.
Oh, this ride is way cooler.
Oh yeah.
Like, this thing is cool.
Yeah, I can try to bring it up in the live stream here for people to see. Where is my background?
This looks like Dinosaur from Disney. Like, which outclasses every Jurassic Park ride that Universal has ever created. This looks like that. It's really, really cool. Man, that Ankylosaurus looks real.
Yeah, it does. Like here, I've got the images up here for people to see in the live stream. But yeah, check it out. Like that IMAX theater, dude. Like they recreated it. It's awesome looking.
Yeah.
Move that over a little bit. But the thing is, like, you have to understand that this room is going to be completely dark. Like, imagine Dinosaur the Ride. Like in Disney, it's pitch black, but it looks like this. It's just a big open room, like a boxed room. But when you won't even know that you're not like riding through Jurassic World. But they recreated that IMAX theater. You got a massive animatronic of a Indominus Rex next to that. Here's another huge, Indominus Rex animatronic. No tail on it. You won't really need it. But I'm sure that thing will kind of look like it's about to bite you. Ankylosaurus, and I don't know, it's not in these images, but you can see that there is a little baby back there somewhere. I don't know if you can see it in my picture, but yeah, it's awesome. Awesome stuff. Really, really massive. And there's a vehicle right there, which looks pretty sleek, kind of like the Velocicoaster, right? It kind of it's the same kind of imagery, at least.
Dude, I'm like scrolling through and they got these Nintendo images.
Oh man, that park looks out of control, dude. Out of control. I need to go there.
Sick.
And that's that's in Tokyo. But yeah, it looks. There was like concept art.
So
and
good.
Yeah, the concept art literally looked like, if you held it side by side with the real picture, like, I don't know, like I think the real picture looks better. Like, and that barely happens, I feel like, you know? Yeah. And it's crazy how cool this is. And you know, people really, really rag on Universal for not being up to Disney standards and stuff like that, but I honestly think it's kind of the reverse way in a lot of circumstances now, where Universal are the ones creating some of the best stuff you're going to see. And they have, in my mind, some of the best parks you'll ever see. I don't think they get enough credit for what's down in Orlando. People just rag on it because of what Jurassic there is to offer, but there's so much more than that. You know, the Jurassic stuff is not my favorite stuff by any means at a Universal park. And yeah, maybe it should be, but everything else that they make is pretty cool.
I still stand by the fact, like, people, I know I'm in the minority on this, but I think that Universal California, Los Angeles, is probably one of the strongest of all, like the Disney, Universal, all those. It's easily one of the strongest. And the reason I say that is because it's like, if you want to experience all the things at that park, you in Orlando, you have to go to 2 parks. You have to pay 2 admissions, and the parks are a lot larger. There's a lot more walking, and you have to go to 2 parks to experience basically, like, California. It's like this cherry-picked best of situation of Orlando, and it's smaller. So, like, you want to experience Jurassic Park the ride? Okay, well, great. You don't have to walk through Jurassic Park to get to it, which I love doing, but you don't have to do that in California. And then you get there's a Kong ride there, or a Kong experience. There's a Mummy experience. Now, granted, everything at Universal is bigger and grander and more just fleshed out, but the one in California is just so precise and to the point, and like you get everything that's amazing about Orlando. You get it in one park. I love that.
Yeah, I guess I think you know, now that the Hagrid coaster is in Orlando, it's like that's an unbeatable attraction. That thing is amazing. So hopefully, I mean, this looks like it's going to be amazing. I've heard really, really good things about it, so I expect pretty much nothing short of the best from this attraction. You know, and sure, it's in Beijing. A lot of us will not get the chance to go. I would have loved to have gone for the opening. I would have planned it, But yeah, this seems completely not feasible at the moment. So, but like if you look at the rock work and everything that they've got going on, it's incredible, dude. There's mountainscapes that they built with coasters going in and out of them, like for Jurassic, which is really cool. It's amazing stuff, dude.
This is crazy. I'm looking through.
Yeah, that they showcase a lot of the park out there in Beijing as they're building it on that account. So
That's awesome.
yeah, man, crazy
When
stuff.
can
Hopefully one day
I
we
go
can.
to an amusement park?
I know, man, right? Like I would love to go to an amusement park right now. Yeah, the only thing we can do here currently is drive through them. And they've got a lot of Christmas drive through, which I'm pretty hyped about to go drive through theme park. You never get the chance to do. When do you get to go drive through Six Flags? You don't. So I'm excited to try that.
That's super weird. What are you gonna? You just literally just drive through it and go, oh, there's the roller coaster that I would have ridden.
That's what I'm gonna say. But like, it's for Christmas, and they have the decorations, the lighting, and stuff like that, and you can drive through. We went to like Sesame Place out here. They have a Sesame Street themed park, and we went and drove through there. It's very quick. It's like 5-minute experience. And then we went to like it's called like Diggerland or something. It's like literally a theme park with like tractors and like construction equipment that you can operate. And we drove through that one. And hopefully next up we got Great Adventure, Six Flags Great Adventure. So
the only thing that I don't like about all this new Universal stuff, the Indominus is so prominently displayed.
Yeah.
On everything. It's like the Indominus. It's almost as if like the Indominus is like the star of the entire 6-movie franchise. And I feel like, why is the T-Rex not more prominently displayed on all of this?
I don't know,
like,
man.
It's so weird. It's like when I think of Jurassic World, I don't think of the Indominus Rex. I think of just Jurassic World as a whole. I don't know why the Indominus became like the symbol of Jurassic World.
I don't know, man.
At least in Beijing, anyway. I don't know.
No, it's everywhere. It is like it's that moment in time is the only moment in the mind of Universal for some reason. And sure, it's a great moment. Like it is a good moment, and it made a lot of money in theaters. But there's other things to explore. That's why, like when we were talking about it before, like I could see them like bringing the live tour to life in a filmed version outside of a true movie or TV show, because like they love that moment so much. You have Jurassic World, you have the live tour, you have Camp Cretaceous, you have probably something else I'm missing. Oh, you have Jurassic World the ride now, and now you have Jurassic World Adventure in Beijing, and it just like it's one after another centered around one moment in time.
Like
so,
dude, did Colin Trevorrow direct the most iconic animal in the Jurassic Park franchise? That seems blasphemous.
I mean, I love the Indominus Rex. I think it's cool. I think it's really cool. And I like that more than the Indoraptor, I would say. But I personally, I like the Spinosaurus more than the Indominus Rex. And then,
yes, me too.
I like the T-Rex, like our T-Rex. Not necessarily any T-Rex, but I like Rexy more than that even. Like, so it's weird. And then, of course, you have raptors in there too. But I don't know what it is about that moment in time. It's the fact that, like, hey, this made us $1 billion. Let's keep going, I guess. I don't know, man. I don't know why.
I'd argue that the Indominus Rex isn't what made them $1 billion. I easily could argue that just the name Jurassic made them $1 billion after 20.
Yeah.
Wait, was it 15 years at that point?
Yeah, something like that. But like right now, Star Wars. Look, they're marketing everything based off of we got Grogu here. I got Grogu here. I got Grogu on this here. So he's everywhere, right? Baby Yoda is everywhere. The child is everywhere. But it hasn't become the identity of Star Wars, you know, like kind of like we're
Yes, that
saying,
yeah.
it hasn't become Star Wars is still Star Wars. Like it's other characters as well. Jurassic, it's like, hey, it's just the Indominus Rex now, or Owen and Blue, and you know they're heavy hitters too. But like outside of those three, it's nothing else. It's nothing, you know. I don't know. I don't know why. I don't know why that's the case.
That's crazy. I'm just still scrolling like this by this Twitter account. Like this is I love this Pteranodon aviary.
Oh
What
yeah, dude.
what
It's
is
so
this? Are they
cool.
getting an entire Jurassic World land? Is that what this is?
Yeah, they're getting. It's called Jurassic World Isla Nublar, and it is. They've got the park gate. They've got a Hammond restaurant. It's a really upscale Hammond restaurant. They've got a pteranodon, you know, or an aviary with a roller coaster through the aviary. It's like a family coaster. Um, there's a big play area called Camp Jurassic, not Camp Cretaceous.
Come
Camp
on.
Jurassic.
Who messed that up?
I don't
Come on,
know.
that's getting
I don't know.
rebranded.
It's got to. It has to. In one of the things they released recently, it did say Camp Jurassic, and Camp Jurassic is also in Orlando, a little bit differently, you know, created. But you would think that there would be some branding change going on there with Camp Cretaceous being a hit. There's the Jurassic World Adventure, which is you enter into the Innovation Center. That is the queue, the full Innovation Center, with the peak and everything. And then you enter. There's just a massive show building, huge show building for that ride that we were just looking at with the Indominus Rex. It literally will recreate that moment. I don't know what else outside of that attack. I don't know. I hope we get like a casual ride through like Gyrosphere Valley, stuff like that. I hope. Yeah, I don't know. There's other stuff too, but like it's a full thing. There's a mountain with waterfalls and the aviary built onto the mountain. Like it's insane, dude. It's a full land of an entire new park in Beijing with, you know, it's got more Harry Potter. It's got Kung Fu Panda. It's got Water World. It's got everything.
Why does it have Water World?
Water World is one of their highest rated attractions. There's a show out in Hollywood. Right?
I
It's
know,
still
but
there.
I didn't know it was like their highest, one of their highest rated attractions.
Is it in Hollywood? I don't know.
It's
Anyway,
one of 'em.
it's
It's
I've
though, right?
I haven't been to that park since 1987, so I don't remember.
When Water World was relevant, yes.
Yeah, you're right. I don't know. I don't know. It looks like a really awesome land. So I think it's going to be pretty cool. But yeah, I don't know. And you know, people will say that Orlando is kind of pieced together as far as the Jurassic's concerned, and yeah, it kind of is. But like, we're getting a world-class coaster coming, and it looks pretty amazing. It's, you know, big time like coaster buffs, people that ride hundreds of coasters are very excited for this, and it's going to be one of the coolest in the world, like one of the best in the world. So it's nothing to like talk lightly about. It's pretty big. It's pretty awesome.
Yeah, that is pretty neat. I'm looking. Tomb Raider, Shadow of the Tomb Raider is on their Twitter account. Weird. Okay.
I don't know what that is. What is that?
I don't know. It's just they've just got like you're scrolling through their Twitter account, and then they've got the Pope holding up the universal logo, like he would hold up the wafer, and then the next one. This is on October 19th. So I'm like really down into this now. They've just got a thing that says Tomb Raider Shadow of the Tomb Raider Definitive Edition, and then that's it. Like, okay.
Well, I can't vouch for everything on that Twitter account, but you know.
All right. Well, cool.
At least the Mario stuff looks awesome, and the behind the scenes stuff for Jurassic looks really cool. And hopefully one day, you know, we can get out there. I would love to cover it. It's a shame that with everything going on, we won't probably be able to make that opening next spring/summer.
No.
Yeah. And then even the Velocicoaster, you know, Velocicoaster is opening around that same time, and I think that's a little more feasible to head to Orlando, you know, like we were talking about before with the vaccines and stuff, hopefully things are a little bit better next year. And at least with Orlando, I don't necessarily have to fly there. I can drive there. It'll take me 16 hours, but I can do it. I should hopefully be able to cover that in a different way, but we'll see. We'll see.
Brave man, Brad Jost. I'm not
I
going
don't know.
near an amusement park for like 2 more years.
Well, you know, yeah, it's tough to say. I mean, there's no like statistics or anything really to say if anything's been safe or not. You know, California's had, and granted that's a massive state, but like their parks have all been closed, and you know, and Orlando's, you know, their parks have all been open, and things are, you know, they're bad in both places now. So who knows? It's bad everywhere. So who really knows what's happening? Now you're hearing people like taking things easy and being safe and still getting it somehow. So I don't know. But yeah, okay, so Motion Panda said, yes, it's here in Hollywood. So yeah, I thought it was. I just was like blanking for a minute. I was like, wait, is it only in some other place? Siaka says, when I was a little kid, Spinosaurus was on a lot of merch and presented kind of similarly. I mean, for every movie, there's like new, you know, the new icon, I guess you could say, right? But this one's lasted a long time, and they've really hedged their bets right on this
hammering
creature.
it into the ground.
Yeah,
like
yeah.
I feel like at this point they would have moved on to like Indoraptor if the theory of the Spinosaurus like holds true, you know?
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of an evergreen moment, I guess. Like to experience that moment, it is a big moment. You know, where else are you going to get the battle of like 2 massive creatures like that, and you know, want to be in the center of that all, with Blue and the Indominus and the T-Rex, and then maybe the Mosasaurus shows up. I don't know. It could be pretty crazy to see that battle go down on Main Street. But like, you know, I've heard a lot of people talking about Galaxy's Edge with Star Wars, and like saying that, oh, they did it all too soon and they centered it all around the sequel trilogy, when, man, are they probably kicking themselves for not waiting until The Mandalorian came out to center a land around that, you know? So who knows? You know, you got to just go with it, I guess.
But I feel like Galaxy's Edge, yeah, I guess, but like it just feels like you could retheme all that with some writing and costume changes and some like human-sized robotic changes. Like that Indominus robot, that's there forever. That thing is never leaving.
Yeah. Look, I guess, I mean, they did create massive full-size AT-ATs, you know, in Galaxy's Edge. So, you know, and they're probably specifically first order. And yeah, the thing is, they establish what they call their, you know, it's part of canon. What happens in that land is part of the universe. So if you have, you know, a meet and greet for the Mandalorian and Grogu, it's like, how does that make any sense? You know, but they're not going to do it.
Oh, that's true.
You know, it doesn't make sense canonically speaking, but you know, just have a meet and greet right down the road at the Star Wars launch bay, which is not in the land. It's outside of the land. So I don't know. But here we are in Orlando with a Jurassic Park ride, with a Jurassic World ride. Blue is there, but everything else is themed to Jurassic Park. So it doesn't matter, guys. We're just super critical of all this stuff, but what does it matter?
None. It matters none.
Shout out to Jay Jurassic popping in here and donating some money. Thank you, dude. Jay Jurassic donating to the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia. That's amazing, dude. That is what this stream is about. We're all donating money. We're gonna send it all straight to the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia. This is all everything, the transaction fees, I guess, that take place behind the scenes are all taken care of via YouTube. So that's really cool. And 100% of everybody's money is going to be pushed to the hospital. So that's cool. It means a lot. Keep the donations coming in. What are we even at right now? I haven't looked in a little while. Got to check it out. Let's refresh this. take a look here.
I'm gonna while you're doing that, I'm gonna scroll through the chat and then I'm gonna get heading out here pretty soon.
Looks like
but-
we're up to 375. Look at that.
Nice.
Nice. Yeah. No, you don't have to stick around. I have much more stuff to play. Well, one more segment. It's like about 20 something minutes, and then I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how late we're going.
I'm like fading. Like I don't know if anybody can tell. I'm like dozing off. I'm so exhausted. But
This stream has been
let's
going
see.
for 5 hours and 11 minutes. So
Yeah, you're crazy, man. You're crazy.
It's all for the kids, dude. We're trying to raise some money. And the thing is, it's not even just right now. Any of our videos up until December 20th will have the donation feature. So you can donate right on any of our videos that you see. So please keep those donations forwarded. If you can't handle anything, that is perfectly acceptable as well. Like I completely understand. So don't put yourself at an inconvenience. But we're always looking for anything, whatever the case is. $1, $100, I don't care.
Jay Jurassic says, "Hey guys," and I just want to say, "Hey Jay Jurassic, what's going on? I haven't talked to you in a long time, man."
Yeah,
Jay and I keep talking about doing a PlayStation 1 Lost World. We've been planning this now for 3 years. And every time we're like, yeah, let's do it. I sit down and I watch the playthrough of that video game, and it's just awful. And but it's so forgettable that every time we talk about it, I have to like rewatch it, and then we're like, we're busy. Let's not do it.
Yeah.
I would love to. That's one thing I'm kind of bummed about, is that the PlayStation 5 didn't have like any kind of PlayStation 1 compatibility. I think the PlayStation 4, could you do this on the PS4, or maybe it was the PS3? I know you could play PS1 games on it. I think the PS3.
I have no idea. I'd never even attempted. I only got into the PlayStation at 3. So
Gotcha. Yeah, I got into I was not into it during PlayStation 2. I had a PS1. I got it at the very end of the PS2 era for Superman Returns, because there was no way that I was going to get a brand new Xbox 360 at that point. And then I got a 3 at the very end, and then I got a 4 on launch day because I got really into it with Uncharted. Uncharted was like,
oh yeah.
I bought a PlayStation 4 purely on spec that they were going to eventually do an Uncharted 4. Like, no announcement, no how to have this, because this game could pop any day, which is not at all how the industry works. But
yeah, and honestly, that's a good example of what they could do with Jurassic, is because like they established their crew right with Uncharted, and then we start to slowly see them in other characters and other playable characters, and I think that's a great way to do it, like we were talking about before.
it is, but come on, like, are they nearly as interesting as Nathan Drake? Like,
I loved whatever that other one was. What was it, the last one?
I did too.
That came out. I thought
Yeah,
that was awesome, dude. I thought it was great.
I loved it too. I don't know if it was as endearing as Nathan Drake. I don't know. It's weird.
I think I was into it. I don't know. Anyway, hey Jay, if you're around in a little bit, you want to come join and come talk, you're more than welcome to join in and chat some Jurassic. I'll be here, man.
Jay should take over for me, because I am dying here.
Go get a sip of water, dude. Where can everybody find you online before you head out?
You guys can find me over on Twitter at Aaron D. Byer. You can find me on IMDb to see the movies I've been working on. And I would love to talk about movies I've worked on, except for the fact that none of them are coming out. So I can't say anything.
One day, man. One day. Things will be down. And look, Jay's down. So Jay, I'll message you on the side, I guess, somewhere, one of the chat places, and we'll set something up. And it'll be in a little bit. I'm gonna go ahead and play something from Tom Fishenden coming up here. But thanks, Aaron. Thank you for joining me. That was fun.
Yeah,
we
man,
came
hey,
into this.
thank you for
we came into
inviting
this
me.
with nothing, dude. We had no idea what we're gonna talk about and how long has it been. When did you come on? Like, it was like
an hour and a half ago. But the problem is now The Wire is basically canceled this month, right? We'll have to figure out something.
Well, it is.
do.
What we're doing is we're doing our top 5 of 2020, I think.
Oh, that's great. The Wire is not a regular Wire this month.
No, it's kind of like a a yearly wrap up kind of thing in a way. So similar to what you'll hear from me and Tom in a second, but very different. We're only picking like 5 things each. And what was our favorite 5 things in Jurassic? It could be anything out there, whether it's something from Dominion that popped up in the news or Camp Cretaceous or whatever it is. We'll definitely discuss some fun stuff in an upcoming Wire, dude. I'm excited. I'm ready for that.
Yeah, man, for sure. But
all right, so
thanks, Adam.
Yeah,
I'm
thanks
dying,
for coming on.
and I'm gonna go to the bathroom. That's how I'm gonna end this conversation.
All right, man. Have a good one.
Yeah, man. I'll see you.
Take it easy. So,
bye.
We're all still here. We're still here, guys. The stream is still going. Aaron is gone. The stream is still going. And thanks again for the donation there, Jay, and to everybody else who's been donating all day since 5 o'clock. We've been on here. It's 10:19, and we're not stopping. So, Jay, maybe Jay will join us in a little bit. Again, to reiterate, this is all for charity. So if you guys donate whatever the amount is, it will go 100% to the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia. So get those donations in. Like I said, it will be available until the 20th of December. But hey, if you want to do it right now, that's awesome. Do it right now. I'd love that. But yeah, I think we're going to go ahead and do something. What we did before, I don't know if you caught it or not. I'll recap the entire night so far. So back at the beginning, back at 5 o'clock, I talked for a little bit. Caleb Burnett. He's just a musical guy. He creates music. He orchestrates stuff. He's awesome at what he does. And he's a huge lover of the Jurassic scores. So we talked about all the Jurassic scores and our thoughts and what we think about what's coming up as far as Jurassic scores are concerned. We talked about Dominion for a while. Then I had on, my son popped on for a little bit. He popped on. We were chatting in a video chat. And then Victoria from Victoria's Cantina popped on. We talked about Jurassic toys and all kinds of other toys for a while. And then what happened? Then I brought in a pre-recorded set from Tom and myself, Tom Fishenden. We talked about our Jurassic year in review here on the podcast, as well as like stuff around the community and the news. So that was a nice little segment there. And then right after that, brought in Aaron Beyer, and we talked all kinds of stuff. We talked about an article that pertains to things happening after Jurassic World Dominion, and then just riffed on that for like an hour and a half or whatever it was. So now, what I'm gonna do now, I should take that Aaron stuff off the screen. That should be my my first thing. But yeah, what I'm gonna do now, all right, is I'm going to play part 2 of my conversation with Tom Fishenden. So I'm not gonna answer the chat for a little bit. I'm gonna go take a break, and I'll be back. I think it's like 20 minutes or so. But please be engaged in the conversation. Continue donating if you want to, and I'll be back shortly. And maybe we'll set something up with Jay Jurassic. Who knows? But this is part 2 of the conversation with Tom Fishenden. Let me go ahead and play that one for you guys. Turn the volume up for you and take it away. Me and Tom. But like, let's see what else we got here. So one thing I thought was worth mentioning is you kind of started the initiative Stay Safe, Stay Jurassic, which I thought was really cool.
Yeah.
And it's like obviously it's still a continuing thing, but like it's something that really like took off with the community and all that. So I thought that was a great thing that you kind of started there. So just go ahead, talk about that for just a second.
Yeah, I was really happy with the reception to that. I mean, for anyone who doesn't know, I don't talk about it that often, but when I work in the charitable sector, I work for a mental health charity. So, go right into
getting attacked by my mic.
Knock the mic. But yeah, I work for a mental health charity, and obviously over the past year, it's been a massive challenge, kind of supporting people at the best of times. So it really sort of opened my eyes to the fact that we've got this big platform we have got literally thousands of Jurassic fans out there who are all going through the same thing. So
Yeah.
why can't we just offer each other a little bit of emotional support? I think actually sometimes, even if it's like through a medium like Twitter, just knowing that somebody else is there and that they're going through the same thing that you're going through can really make a difference. So that was kind of the whole goal with that, and a lot of people still use it, which is really awesome because it was all about connecting people, which I think it has. And
For
the
sure.
cherry on the cake for me was the fact that Emily Carmichael shared the Dominion poster with that hashtag. I was just
Yeah.
like, that's so sick.
Yeah,
So
that's
I've been
amazing.
really happy seeing like how many people are engaging with it and how many people are aware of it and using it for what it's intended for. Because I never wanted it to be like, oh, Tom's hashtag. I just wanted it to be something that was
Yeah.
out there for the community
Yeah.
to use. And I think
Everybody
that's
can
really
embrace
what
it.
it's become.
Yeah, everybody has a chance to embrace it and let it become their own thing, and kind of show how they're handling all the situations in front of them. So yeah, I thought it was a pretty great thing that you started there, but it wasn't really you felt no ownership over it, so that was cool too. We also did right now we're doing the Jurassic Gives Back as well. So please donate via the button down below. But we also did it back in June as well, and that was great. Everybody in the community really came together, donated. We gave out some really cool things as well. So I thought that was awesome, and it just shows like how cool the Jurassic community is. And even more recently, there's other people in the community doing toy drives and stuff like that. So it's been so much fun to kind of see how good the Jurassic community is. And I know a lot of people like to compare communities and stuff like that, and we don't really need to do that. We don't really need to put one community down or anything like that. We're a good community, I think. And every now and then there's something that's not great, but I think overall it's pretty awesome. And I think this year kind of showed how everybody came together during some of the worst of times. We were able to come together as a good community. So I was really happy about that.
Definitely. And I think it's worth just saying thank you to everybody who embraces those ideas and runs with it. Because at the end of the day, community is all about people, and it's all well and good one person having an idea, but if people don't get behind it, then it doesn't become anything. But actually I think we're really lucky to, like you say, have a community who are willing to get behind these things and do good for people, and I think we can be really proud of that. I mean, there's so many examples I can think of off the top of my head. I won't go into any, but there's lots of good people out there who are trying to use their platforms for the best, and I think that's what it boils down to. We want to be a place where we can geek out about dinosaurs and films and the things that we love, but also I think it's important that people feel as though they can reach out to people about other things. We're all humans, we all have real life going on, unfortunately, even if it does get in the way of dinosaurs sometimes. So I think it's nice that we all have that sense of camaraderie where we're there for each other, and I know I certainly wouldn't trade it for another community.
No, it's a pretty great one.
It's done for this episode, guys. You're not getting anything else now.
Quickly, one of the last topics I wanted to bring up was toys. I feel like there's been this has been a good year for toys. I feel like that, with whether it's the Amber collection, Primal. Yeah, go ahead. Whether it's the Amber collection stuff, which I think has been the peak of Jurassic collecting as far as the toys go. I think that's awesome. Amber collection stuff. Camp Cretaceous stuff came out this year when we got a new human figure. We got some random stuff from Camp Cretaceous that doesn't necessarily make any sense. And Primal Attack, which the branding and all that was never really my favorite, but I think we've come away with some really interesting toys. So talk about that Troodon real quick, because that's not, I don't have that. Why is it not here? Where can I get this? And how good is it? And why is it in Camp Cretaceous?
I'm keeping my eyes out because I do have a package that needs to come to you. So if I can add anything else to it ahead of time,
throw anything in there. Yeah. What's up with that? Why? Give me your thoughts on why you think it says Camp Cretaceous. I mean, it could have a good reason.
It could be in the show, but I think equally it might just be that they're lumping everything in at this point. Because I mean, I'm trying to think, Star Wars, I feel like we might have seen a few examples of things tied in where they're not technically part of a series or a film.
Trying to
Although
think.
it's,
Yeah,
it's not really
sometimes,
that
yeah.
common. Yeah, like I know we've seen it. I just have a feeling that with this, it may have been a case that they used the wrong packaging. I don't know
Mhm.
why. I would be very surprised to see a Troodon of all things pop up. But with that said, if you look at this guy, and I'm going to get that really long, annoying hair out the way, you can see it looks a lot like an InGen Velociraptor. Like all of
It
that face
does.
structure is really, really similar.
Yeah.
If I grab, geez, where are all my raptors?
I mean, we know what
Like-
raptors look like.
See, they are
Yeah.
so similar.
Oh, for
So
sure.
I wouldn't be surprised if maybe it is in Camp Cretaceous and
Mhm.
it's like a hybrid. Like maybe Wu has made a Troodon but hybridized it with a Velociraptor or something. I think that could be quite an interesting way of exploring it. Because obviously,
Yeah.
now I look at it, it does kind of have some of the design language of the Mini Indominus as well that we see on Wu's screen in the labs. So
Okay. Yeah.
I wonder. However, it could be recanonizing parts of Jurassic Park the game as well, which would be cool. So
Yeah. There's
although
like
I'm not
loads.
convinced-
There's like loads of explanations you could come up with. It's like
Yeah, there are, and that's the
and
thing.
no
I'm not
no good
convinced
answer.
it will be in it, but
Mhm.
there are plenty of ways that it could be in it. So it is
Yeah.
definitely possible.
Yeah, it's weird
Okay,
because
my
like
hair is like ruined after that. What have I done?
it's weird because like the Troodon was something that was brought in Jurassic Park the game, and that's not
Yeah.
real. That's not canon. Of course they've grabbed some things here and there from canon and kind of brought it in. But we also have Jurassic World Live Tour, which also brought in a pretty cool rendition. I mean, it's a different rendition completely than
Yeah.
that one. But I mean, as far as like the animal itself, Genie, and like the mentality of that dinosaur and the story behind that dinosaur. So it's like, it's weird. Like, what is going on here? Like, is this something that's going to be in Camp Cretaceous? You
Well-
mentioned like Star Wars toys. Sometimes you get to a point where you're creating something. Say for instance, like The Force Awakens. They come
Yeah.
up with what's that
The
guy's?
Stormtrooper Walker. There was a two-leg Stormtrooper Walker and never appeared in it.
Yeah, I'm blanking on the character's name right now. It's like, oh
Constable
man,
Zuvio?
yeah, Zuvio, yeah.
Like a meme.
So like Constable Zuvio, it's like the guy is in the movie in the background for like a second and a half, but like as far as what they had planned, it just didn't pan out that way. That they
Yeah.
give their sketches or whatever it is, their products to the toy teams and stuff like that, and they develop the toys thinking that this guy's going to be a part of the movie, and then they cut it
Yeah.
from the movie, and it's like, oh, so maybe this is sort of like along that lines. Maybe it like had a chance to be in the show, or maybe it is in season 2 or 3 or 4, whatever the case is. So they just kind of pushed all of their renderings to Mattel and said, here, make these things. But I don't know as far as like putting things under like just any banner, because like Primal Attack is out right now. You have a banner
Oh, and a
for
Primal
whatever.
Attack version of this exists.
Yeah, true. Yeah.
There's a version of it in Primal Attack packaging.
Mhm.
I may be about to make you want to hang up this call. What if they had planned for this because it was going to be in Camp Cretaceous before the live tour was retroactively made soft?
Well, I kind of lost you there, and I lost you at the best possible moment because it stopped you from saying soft cannon, and I really appreciate my internet connection at that moment. So I know what you're saying, man, and I don't appreciate it. But look, how do I feel about that as far as like canonizing the Troodon and maybe a different storyline?
The fury in your eyes right now.
I don't know. Yeah, how do I feel about them like canonizing the Troodon in a different storyline via Camp Cretaceous? It kind of bums me out because I've told it time and time again that I think the story in Jurassic World Live Tour is amazing, and it's something that should be brought to light for more people. And as far as in my eyes, there's no reason why you can't. Maybe Camp Cretaceous season 2 changes that. And if it does, it does. That's what it is. And I'll stop complaining about it. But like for now, I see no reason why that still can't be canon. It would be a bummer overall just because I really appreciate that story. Now, maybe they brought that story over into the show. I think that would be awesome. If you see flashbacks or something like that, it's certainly possible. And like you were saying about visiting different teams or different people, that would be an amazing way to kick off the show or to tell a story mid-season or something like that. I think that would be amazing.
Yeah.
I think that'd be perfect.
Can you imagine if they like retold that Indominus attack sequence from the live tour in Camp Cretaceous? It'd be like maybe they're in the control room or something and they watch it back on the CCTV.
Yeah, I mean it's possible, and I think honestly, like you could create an entire season surrounded by what happened in the events of the live tour. Canonize it, and if you change it, if you change the design, that's fine. Change the design. Like if you change little elements here and there, fine. But like, I don't know. I think that story needs to be brought to light more, and not just forgotten and said that it doesn't really matter. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know what's up with that toy, but I'm excited to see it one day. It definitely has a cartoony look to it, so it would make sense that it is actually in the show, or was intended to be a part of the show. It doesn't look like it was just like Attack Pack number 4 of Primal Attack. Like it doesn't look like that. So anyway, what was that even about? Oh, we're talking about toys. Yeah, I mean, toys have been fun. Toys have been kind of crazy. What did I get? I got like I don't know when that box showed up, but there's a Primal Attack box there, and we got a Camp Cretaceous box sent to us. Was there anything else? I can't remember.
You got the welcome kit, but
there's
that's
another
not technically a toy.
Oh yeah, you're right. So I have a Primal Attack box there, which I don't know when that one showed up. It's a smaller box. Then there was another Primal Attack box right here that had like a diorama for like Jurassic World Fallen Kingdom.
But the diorama had like fallen apart, hadn't it?
Yeah, it fell apart. The experience of like opening and unboxing it didn't really work. They sent out a Camp Cretaceous box, which was really, really cool. I opened that with my son. And then I also opened the other one, which I don't know if you can. No, it's probably cropped out. But the smaller, it's like kind of like you said, like a welcome kit for Camp Cretaceous. That was sent out from DreamWorks, and it was really cool stuff in there, personalized stuff. So the fact that they send out these things to us is just amazing still. So the toys have been fun, and I don't say the toys are cool or toys are fun because of those reasons, but I just like them. Like this thing here, this Sarcosuchus is awesome. I don't even know where I
literally posted a photo with that today. Are you a psychic?
Oh, did you? I don't know. I just unboxed the new one last night, and it's up on the shelf, so I can't really grab it. But that thing is awesome. I love the paint job on the new one. And then of course, like stuff like the Snap Squad has been pretty prevalent this year, and I love all the different. That thing, the Sinoceratops, has been incredible.
The head sculpt on this is
dude,
beautiful.
It's so good. What else really stands out?
We got another human figure this year.
Yeah, Darius, amazing. Yeah, I love that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, there's been a lot of different stuff. I don't know if you can even hear me. The Albertosaurus is out right now. We got that big pack for like the Isla Nublar Escape or whatever it is, like that pack with Hammond. That raptor and the banner, which I thought was really, really cool. So there's been a lot of like really interesting stuff still keeping us busy. We're seeing. Why do you have all this stuff right there?
My dinosaur shelf's literally here.
Most of my favorite stuff this year has been like Baby Yoda. So I've been like surrounded by Baby Yoda all the time, and I love Grogu. If you want, we'll call him Grogu. Spoilers for several episodes ago. Anyway,
say a bigger spoiler then, but I cut myself off.
But yeah, I think like this year for toys has been a lot of fun. But yeah, also I did want to point out a few things. Let's see, episode 226. your Jurassic favorites, from Alan Grant to Jurassic Park merchandise and everything in between. That was a really fun episode. You know, we're trying to create positivity around that time period, asking everybody what is their favorite Jurassic thing, anything, whatever it is.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. That was a really fun episode we did, so please go back to 226 in the podcast feed. Episode 220 actually was surrounded by our conversation with Mattel. It was called Building a Jurassic World Toy Line, conversation with the Mattel Jurassic World team. Got to learn all about, like, you know, how they build these things from start, like literally from 2018 onward. And that was a lot of fun. There was a lot of them on there. 238, episode 238, visiting the set of your favorite Jurassic scenes. I thought that was a really interesting one.
Yeah, that was cool.
Yeah. I kind of got that
I
idea
remember
from.
I said.
What did you say?
I think I sent in the Lost World Worker Village, didn't I?
I think you did. It's hard to remember, but I remember somebody bringing that up. I don't even remember what I said at this point. I think I just said like the T-Rex encounter because, like, why would you not want to see that?
Yeah.
But like, yeah, that was a fun topic that kind of popped into my head after reading like a tweet or something from like the Oscars or something like that. They kind of like asked like the same question, and I'm like, let's bring that over to the podcast and see what people like. What scene would they have loved?
The Jurassic World Dominion set.
Oh, that's cheating. Let's see what else. 241, which was your episode, the Innovation Center with Ty Ruben Ellingson.
Yeah.
We talked about that one. 249, there was a Jurassic Pop quiz with Colby Boothman, and that was fun. James and Steve got the chance to like quiz a member of like a cast member of Jurassic World. So go check out that one. One that always stands out every year is like the Halloween special, and you're always a part of them, and other people are always join up. And yeah, they're so much fun to produce those. It was like a Twilight Zone theme this year, so that was pretty cool.
That was really cool. I liked how you connected all the different segments.
Number 255, which was also yours. It was the Innovation Center with Jens Erik of Frontier Developments. So that was pretty cool. You got the chance to talk all about Frontier, all about Jurassic World Evolution.
Who else I did one with this year? I got to do one with Bo Merritt just before she left.
Yeah, that's right. I forgot about that. I must have skipped over.
That was fun.
Yeah. Also, we had a few segments debut on the podcast, like, you know, because we're always opening it up to whoever. And so the first one I wrote down was the Hatchery with Dakota Morgan, and I thought that was pretty cool because it's a segment that talks about like how these animatronics were brought to life and gives you the ins and outs of the dinosaur animatronics and stuff. I thought that was like a really cool segment that we don't really do here. So I thought that was fun. Yeah. Also, Do You Remember with Jay Jurassic? He's actually recorded a bunch of these so far. Have you gotten a chance to record with him?
Load of them ready. Yeah, I've done mine.
Okay.
Yeah.
So only one has debuted so far. I think we still have a lot of them on the back burner. But like he recorded like 6 of them, and like so we'll spread them out over time. But like that's getting down to like your history of dinosaurs and Jurassic, and like how. Like, do you remember seeing a dinosaur for the first time?
Yeah.
And like, what are your memories growing up, or, you know, being introduced to dinosaurs? And I think that's a really fun segment because we touch on those things like in small moments here and there, but like I really went in depth with him in the first episode, and you know, it's his segment, but I was the guest. So yeah, and then Dino DNA with Connor O'Keefe, which you were on the first episode of that. You kind of pulled him into the show, and then, you know, he just came up with his, I guess, a segment of his own, and I think that's really cool to get, you know, dinosaur information from a professional in that field. So it's really cool to get somebody who knows a bit more about dinosaurs, because as I always say, I have no clue.
Yes, same here. I have to say I am really proud of Connor for getting that done as well, because I know when we spoke about that first segment, he was quite apprehensive about doing it, and I'm sure he won't mind me saying that. But now he's kind of got into the flow with it, and he seems to be really enjoying it, which is awesome. And all of that literally came from me meeting him at one of the Jurassic World Evolution meetups I did. And we got to speak a little bit. Yeah, he said that he listened to the pod, and then now he's contributing to it. So, you know, I think that goes to show if you guys are passionate about this thing, then there really is no limit to how much you can get involved in things.
Seriously, yeah. Send over whatever you got. But anyway, I think unless you do have anything else to round out the conversation, because I've exhausted my year in review. So
Yeah. I would just like to say thank you to everyone watching for continuing to
course.
support us, really. I think we've had a really good year putting together loads of content, and it's nice knowing that whenever we kind of get busy, as life does with stuff like that, that you guys are always here when we come back, and you're always listening, and you're always engaging with what we're putting out.
yeah,
And I like really appreciate you for bringing everyone together on this show. Yes, you right there, Brad Jost. Even if you don't appreciate the soft canon, I appreciate you bringing us all together and creating this thing. And I think that, yeah, I get really excited because it's fun recording for this
For sure.
podcast, and it's fun talking to everyone else for it. And it's just exciting to think that next year we will be building hype for Jurassic World Dominion until it gets delayed to 2023.
What? Oh no, please no. Yeah, I don't know what we're gonna talk about. You say we're gonna build some hype, but man, I feel like we built it. It's here. Like it should be coming up.
Yeah.
But like, yeah, we do have a lot to look forward to next year. Potential seasons of Camp Cretaceous, theme park stuff opening up all around the world.
Yeah.
And who knows what else?
Stuff.
Toys. Yeah. So we got a lot of stuff to look forward to next year. But yeah, I think that about wraps it up. So before we head out of here, where can everybody find you if they already know, and it's everywhere, right? I mean,
yeah, pretty much. So if you open your curtains right now,
he's right there. He is there, guys.
Yeah,
He's it's spooky.
I mean, Brad, if you actually turn around and look really hard behind your display, boom.
You're like somehow behind it. I don't understand. There's a wall there.
I've just broken what I was messing around with.
That's what we get.
Tom_Jurassic on Twitter and Instagram.
Awesome. So I guess we'll try to hand it off to I guess myself. So make sure to donate via the button below.
Can I leave a message for future Brad?
Go ahead. What is it? Is it about soft canon? If not, go ahead.
Never forget about the soft canon, Brad.
Hey, we're back. We're back now. We are back being live again here on the live stream. I hope you guys enjoyed that little conversation with myself and Tom, rounding out our two-part year in review. That was fun. I like that. I feel like we had a good conversation yesterday, so I'm glad we could actually get him on the show, even though somebody wants to join. Even though he wasn't able to join our live stream tonight. So that was a shame, but at least we got him here, and I'm happy about that. So let me just check out the live chat here, because I know you guys have been still talking in there and doing stuff. Forever Malone, thank you for donating to the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia. It means a lot. That's awesome. If you guys have not done it already, if you're just showing up here to the chat, we're doing a live stream fundraiser. So if you want to, you can donate money. There is a button down below. You can donate any kind of money you want, whatever it is. I know if you open up the app, it says like 5, 20, 50, other. You can choose whatever amount you want. And it all 100% of the money that you donate goes to the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia. It's an organization that I chose, something that's pretty near and dear to myself and my family's hearts. They were able to help us out recently this past year, and we wanted to kind of pay it forward and hope that other families get a good experience like we had. So we've been doing this live stream since 5 p.m. Maybe I should have started earlier. Who knows? But now we've been going for 5 hours and 45 minutes. We did a conversation with Caleb Burnett about the music of Jurassic. We did a conversation with Victoria from Victoria's Cantina about the toys of Jurassic. And then we did part 1 of the year in review with Tom. And then we did a conversation with Aaron Beyer about just random stuff all the time. That's what we do. We just go on tangents. And then we did part 2 of the year in review with Tom. And guys, guess what? Now we've got a conversation coming up with a good buddy of the show, a contributor of the show, and that is Jay Jurassic. So I think we're gonna try to bring him in here. Jay, is that you? You're live? I don't know. Is that Jay?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. You're live.
What's up? What's going on?
Not much, dude. I saw you pop up in the live chat, and I was like, you know what? If you're around, you might as well pop in for a little bit.
Yeah, I'm here.
So, we're doing this all for charity, and thank you so much for donating and everything. That's awesome. That's awesome, dude.
Yeah,
really,
course,
really
man.
appreciate it. Yeah, it's been going great so far. I feel like we've been talking so much good Jurassic stuff. We got some comments here in the chat. I like this comment from Benny T. It says Tom's room is like 90% shelves.
Yeah, I saw that and I was like, wait, is it? Yo, it is.
I love it. That was hilarious. That really cracked me up. Keep going through the comments. Gamer Bros asks, "What is your favorite dinosaur?" Do you have a favorite dinosaur? I think I know what it is.
Oh, yeah, the Tanystropheus.
The what?
No, I'm just playing. T-Rex, come on, man.
I was like, look, man, I don't really know a lot of dinosaur names, but okay.
Yeah,
Sure.
and I think it's Tanystropheus. I don't know. I don't think it's a dinosaur. I think it's just a reptile. It's that one. If you had like the original Kenner toys, it's that one with like the long bendable neck.
Oh,
It looks like the anaconda.
Oh, yeah. Okay, I know what you're talking about now. I did
Yeah,
not
that
recognize
one.
that name.
I don't know why that name popped in my head, but I was like, I'm gonna throw like a curveball at him. Let's see, since he said he thinks he knows.
I definitely didn't know. That's not what I was gonna say. My favorite dinosaur is definitely the Brachiosaurus. I think it's iconic. I love that thing. It's always happy. I have my 2 Mattel. I have 2 of them just right in front of behind my
Nice.
computer, so they're always watching over me as I'm talking here on the computer. Definitely my favorites. Let's see here. Brian Balance, I don't know if you're still here. What's up, dude? Good to see you. Somebody said, I just rejoined. I have another question. Did you notice the Troodon Kane? I don't know. Oh, did you notice Troodon came out in different packages, Primal Attack and Camp Cretaceous? Did you see that, dude?
No, I didn't. I did see the Camp Cretaceous one. I think Collect Jurassic posted that I think maybe last week.
Mhm.
And I can't wait to find that somewhere, wherever it may be. I hope it's
Yeah.
not like a super rare one where I can't find it.
Hopefully
anywhere.
not. Hopefully not. That Primal Attack and Camp Cretaceous packaging, it is an oddity. I talked about it with Victoria earlier, and it's like, was this like packaged in Camp Cretaceous by mistake, or was it meant for Primal Attack initially, or is the Troodon in the show at some point? Whatever season that may be. I don't know. I feel like it's got to be in the show. It does look like a more cartoony. It does look like a cartoony iteration of the dinosaur in a way. So I could definitely see it showing up in animation.
Yeah, it has a little bit of a cartoony flair, but it does have that remnants of the Jurassic Park game.
Yeah.
So that's why I'm like happy to see it.
Yeah. Let's see what else we got here. There's a lot of people speaking Spanish, and I don't know, maybe you could do better with that than me, but I have no idea.
Yeah, I read what they're saying. It's just some guy talking just random nonsense, honestly.
Oh, okay. Cool.
Yeah.
All right, so why don't you just before we get going? I don't know what we're going to talk about, man, but tell people who you are and where they can find you and all that good stuff.
Jay Jurassic. I'm a contributor to the podcast. I have the segments Amber Finds, Hunters and Gatherers, the long lost Jay and Ted's Jurassic Adventures, and my new segment, Do You Remember? And the rest of it is, how is it the long title that you gave it?
Yeah, I don't remember. I remember we were like debating, what should it be? And I'm like, well, I feel like for like podcast purposes, since it's like got to show up in a feed and like you got to be able to read it, I feel like we got to cut it down, whatever it is. But yeah, I really love that segment, dude. I think it's awesome. I mean, I've only heard one so far. I don't think I have the others.
I gotta send you the one with Caleb, and I gotta send you I have like one more.
Yeah.
And no, I have one with Tom, and I think I have one with. I know I have one with another contributor.
Was
podcast,
it James?
And I'm so sorry, I'm forgetting who.
One
it
of the
is
James,
right
I think.
Huh?
One of the Jameses, maybe.
Yes, James.
I don't know which one, but
from Unicast.
Oh, okay. Yeah, and then even earlier, so this is gonna be fun, I think. I was talking with Victoria about like Dominion, like where do we see that movie going and stuff, and she's like, well, funny enough, like I had a conversation with Jay Jurassic, and she's like, I think it was for your show, and I'm like, I think so, but I don't think we have it.
Oh yeah, no, I recorded so much during the initial quarantine lockdown.
Yeah,
and they're just like they're in the library. I got to send them to you.
Oh yeah. I don't even know when we would have played them anyway. We got so much stuff.
I think I have like 5 or 6 recordings ready to go.
So 2021, guys, is covered. Don't worry, Jay's got it covered.
Yeah, basically.
And the funny thing about that episode though was like, I asked her like, where do we think this movie goes? And she's like, oh, funny. I think we said something about a meteor coming and just taking out both humans and dinosaurs. And I was like, all right, I guess that's one way to go, huh?
Yeah, I think that's how we ended it.
That's good. I love that. Because honestly, I don't know where this movie goes. And that's just as good of a guess as anybody else's, I think.
Yeah, it's, you know what I mean? I've heard it might go the route of like Planet of the Apes kind of thing, but you know what I mean, I know that it, you know, Planet of the Apes kind of did it first in their movies essentially, but
yeah,
I mean, I feel like that's where Jurassic would have gone in the first place anyway, in a way. But they beat us to it with their trilogy early on. But I think if Jurassic would have continued and didn't have that hiatus, this is where we would kind of be at. At some point, the dinosaurs had to be on the mainland. We can't just keep going to the islands. As much as I love being on the islands, we can't be there all the time. For me, they can do a whole 16 other movies about being them on the islands. I don't mind it, but that's just me because I'm a hardcore fan. So, you know, but
yeah,
for like general audience and just newcomers coming into the franchise, it kind of gets redundant and, you know, just the same thing, you know.
I could see that. You know, it's tough. Like, and I was talking about that. There's my notification of the tweet that I just added you in. I was talking about it with Aaron. We're all professionals here. I was talking about it with Aaron about like the future of this all and like where do we go from there. And I don't know, man. I just have no idea what future installments look like and how this all correlates together. And we were actually talking about the virus and everything and how, you know, is this something that is potentially in this movie? Was it a major part of the story? Is it something that they're like, maybe we should add something in there about it now that all this is going on? Or is that something we should like stay away from? Is that maybe why they pushed it all the way out to 2022 to kind of hopefully by then, like maybe people will forget that this ever happened? Not that that's going to happen, but like, like, does that play into it? And is it a part of the movie? I don't know.
Well, if you know, most fans have probably read the books. We know not so much about it's not a virus, but more I would say infection, but it is called a
Sure,
virus in the book, the DX virus.
Mhm.
And if you remember, Brad, or remember all like the merchandise back in '97 of the Lost World, you would get stickers and books, and it would have DX virus on it. And
Yeah.
I didn't know what it was about because I hadn't read the book yet. So I get it was all in the merchandising, but it was never mentioned in
Yeah.
the Lost World, the movie.
It's
But maybe that might come into effect into this new movie. I don't know.
it's kind of like we were just talking about with the Troodon, like, how that was in a Camp Cretaceous package, but maybe it wasn't supposed to be, or maybe it was, maybe it's in a different season. It's kind of like a holdover, like that DX virus, merchandise. It's like, well, I guess whoever made this merchandise thought like, well, the book's got stuff, so like let's put it on everything. But then the movie takes a
Mhm.
left turn and does something completely different. So I don't know. It's interesting to think about. I know there was a comment by Jeff Goldblum somewhat recently about like, they had to readjust this of a sensitive nature or something like that. I forget exactly what the quote was, but it made me believe that it's either part in the movie, the virus or the DX virus, or they kind of like maybe tweak the script a little bit to kind of reflect the current happenings around the world, whether it's how we're reacting to COVID and how that could maybe reflect how people would react to dinosaurs on the loose. And I think maybe that could be the more likely scenario. But I think, when you're mining these books, why wouldn't you touch upon that outside of the fact that like you're saying, the Planet of the Apes movies already did something like that. Like, why wouldn't you? It's part of the books. Like, if you're going to like an ultimate conclusion of this trilogy or 6 movies, why wouldn't you touch on that?
Yeah, because like I said, I feel like the Planet of the Apes beat us to the punch in that sense.
Yeah.
But Crichton wrote these books. He wrote Jurassic Park. Was it 92, 91 when it came out, or 90?
91, I think.
And yeah, and then Lost World came out like 95, 96. Or it might have been like 95, 96. I know he kind of wrote it quick, and then Spielberg went to film it because it was more kind of like Spielberg wanted the sequel.
Yeah, he's like,
than-
I want
than
you
Crichton.
I want you to write me something for the sequel, but I also don't want to utilize it at all.
Yeah, I'll use some of the characters' names and
Yeah.
I'll switch them around, do whatever I want with it.
Yeah.
So basically, like Crichton already wrote that long time ago, and for the Planet of the Apes, I know they had the movies back in the '70s in the series, but I don't really think there. I could be completely wrong. I don't know much about the Planet of the Apes, but I've seen them like 2 of the movies, but I don't. I think that trilogy that they did recently was
Mhm.
all like written for this time. I really don't think that's how the apes took over in
I
like
don't
the
remember.
old versions.
I don't
know?
remember.
Yeah,
it's been
so
so
I don't know
long.
if it really was this virus or something like that, but in a sense, it might be they took a page out of our book and adapted it to Planet of the Apes. Could be wrong. Somebody can go in the comments and be like, "No, you are completely wrong. This is not how it happened." Okay, whatever.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, it's such a interesting subject to discuss and theorize about, because on one hand, you kind of want to see that from a Jurassic story. You want them to kind of, get something out of the source material and bring it to life. On the other hand, you're like, well, we did just live it. We kind of lived it, right? Like,
Mhm.
we get it. We don't need to see it. So it's kind of tough in that sense. Like, we already heard it. So I don't know. And will people care like enough? Will people be too affected to want to go see that? Will it be too real if that ends up being a thing? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think there's gonna be a lot of like Contagion or what was the other one? Outbreak type of movies for a while.
Yeah, it's
I
hard to
think
say. It is kind of hard to say, because I feel like, whenever something happens, there is a tendency to kind of replicate that thing.
Mhm.
Like, it does
But I
happen.
think
Like,
that
they do tend to want to make something similar.
Yeah, but will it be something they really want to reflect on, like a blockbuster movie? Maybe like a side movie or independent film will do that, but like one that they
Hmm.
want to make money off of, I don't know. It's like
Sure. Yeah.
Universal, they don't like to take chances. So they'll most likely be like, yeah, can we cut that whole part out? You know?
Yeah.
Can we cut that all out and just put a bunch of cloned Owens in the movie,
Oh
please?
no, please. As long as they look like this one back here, then I'll be happy. If they come out looking cloned and looking wrong like this, then I'd be good. My Dennis Nedry head, my Dennis Nedry Amber Collection head with the Hasbro Owen body. Just a
Oh
mess.
my
Just a
god.
complete mess. I love it. My son was like tinkering around with like some toys down there one day next to me as I was doing some stuff here, and all of a sudden I look over and he's like, "Hey, look, Dad!" And I saw this thing and I cracked. Like, this is the funniest looking toy I've ever seen. So I'm keeping it that way forever.
That might be the new hybrid in Dominion.
Yeah, that's terrifying. Please don't. Please,
I think
please
that
don't be.
actually, yeah, I mean, they thought that the IRX and the Indoraptor was the most terrifying thing. No, it's an Owen hybrid Nedry that
Yeah.
just comes back with
Oh
the
my
laugh.
gosh.
He doesn't know how to talk. He just laughs. The
Did
whole
you-
entire movie is just him laughing, and then like in the shadows, they're like, "Did we get away from him?" And then you just see that laugh that he does. Yeah,
That like high pitched
oh,
squeal.
he's here.
Is that a Dilophosaurus? No, it's a Dennis Nedry.
Oh, even worse.
Oh, yeah, that's terrifying. That's terrifying. I really hope it doesn't go that route. I really hope it doesn't go there.
that's why they haven't shown us the official poster. It's Nedry in the logo.
It's like, are we sure we really want Colin to run this whole thing? Is that really what's going to happen here?
He's like, the joke's on you, Jurassic fans. I never cared about this franchise.
Oh, man, we've been conned
Nah.
the whole time.
No, he does. You can
He
tell
does.
he really does.
Yeah, I feel like he does. I hope so. I mean, he seems like the right guy for this job, for
Mhm.
potentially wrapping up this 6 film, these 5 films before it. As we kind of were talking about earlier today, there was an article a little while back that kind of stated that like 2 of the characters in Dominion are going to be used in the future for like future, films. So, it's not ending anytime soon. And yeah, I just don't know what that future is, man. I can't wait to dive into this. Like, it kind of stinks because we're so far out, with 2022. I'm not complaining. I think it was the right move. But from a podcast standard point of view, I'm like, what do we theorize about? I feel like we did all of our theorizing in 2021 and 2020. Or, I'm sorry, 2020, and then 2021. The movie would have come out, but like now I'm like, well, I think I theorized about everything. Now I'm just gonna either repeat myself or just quit talking about it, I guess. I don't know. It's such like a tough thing to podcast about, specifically being in like my shoes here. Like I'm on the show all the time, so like you guys always hear my theories and thoughts, and I'm like, man, now what?
Just start making stuff up, Brad. Just
Yeah,
more just go wild, man. Just start just throwing everything at the wall and see what sticks.
that's where the hybrid Owen Nedry comes in to play. That's when we start theorizing about that stuff.
Yeah, that's what's gonna happen. It's gonna be Wu at the end of the movie laughing or something, and they're like, he's like, "I've won and made my best creation yet," and he's just gonna open like it's gonna be like the Paddock 9 door opening, and you're just gonna
What
see
does he
like
taunt him out
fog
with?
come out. It's just fog coming out, and you see like one like figure like with the Owen vest, but the big head, it's Nedry, but behind them is an army of Owens, like real Owens.
Oh gosh, yeah, and that first one is like the leader. It was like the one that went wrong initially, the first attempt. Oh gosh, this is where we're at. I know Rebel Commander here in the chat said, "Hi, I'm back now. What's going on?" And that's what's happening. We're talking about hybrid Dennis Nedrys. So that's what happens when you get 6 hours into a live stream. You know, you've run out of things.
Just throw everything at the wall and see what sticks.
I do want to give a big shout out to the Jurassic Raptor, Jurassic Raptor out here because donated to the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia. Thank you so much.
Awesome,
that means
man.
a lot.
Thank you.
That's awesome. Yeah, and if ever anybody is just showing up, this entire live stream event is all for charity, and this charity drive is actually going until December 20th, I believe. It's like a Sunday, and you will be able to donate up until then. So we'll keep it going. It'll be on every video that we release coming up. So you will have more opportunities to donate if you wish. But yeah, if you want to do it tonight, that's awesome too. We hope you do. Jurassic Raptor also says, love the DX discussion. I definitely remember that printed on the merchandise and was wondering why it wasn't in the movie. Our current world seems like a natural time to fit that in. Maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Especially how it affected the raptors in the book. That's what I always wanted to see in the films, because they made them more like savage, and they had they didn't look like they're all dinosaurs, not really clean, but like they didn't really have that clean look to them in the book. They
sure.
I think if I remember, they had like maybe like sores or something, like from the prions like eating at them.
Yuck, gross.
Yeah.
The way that they could incorporate this is if it kind of avoids humans altogether. And I was talking about that with Aaron, and somebody else brought it up in the chat. I'm sorry, I forget who it was, but they had said something like, what if this affects animals and stuff? And so it goes from the dinosaurs to animals, and that's maybe how it kind of ties in, and we have to kind of come up with a solution or something like that. That could be a way to tackle it without human infections or anything like that, so we don't get hit too close to home. But we also still have to figure it out, because these animals, and it depends on our environments, and making sure that our habitats are intact, and it just everything from like an ant to an elephant is still alive and still thriving. So I don't know.
Well, there's actually what's really cool, because it's science, and bad because it actually does exist. There is these protozoans that affect birds, that it's actually been proven that affected dinosaurs too. The fossils of Sue in the Field Museum have these holes in her jaw that I was actually reading into this today, because I'm actually I was actually drawing the skull of Sue, because I'm actually gonna be tattooing that on my leg myself. So man. I was like, and then I got like into the whole like research, and I'm like, wow, that's cool, but sad at the same time, because they think that Sue, the T-Rex, actually died because of that, because she wasn't able to eat anymore, because this thing's this type of disease, or it affects the jaw line of like dinosaurs and birds, and it makes them it doesn't let them like eat. It stops them from eating. So like and then I saw pictures of like eagles and birds of prey that all have this, and it's like it's pretty gross. And it's just like it if it can jump, like if it's something that can happen to birds and dinosaurs, like they can do that, where you're like saying it can jump into the animals and try to destroy our ecosystems. And that would be a really good play, where these scientists are actually fighting for the ecosystems and life of today from the life of the past. Which, wow, there you go, Brad, right there. That's your whole 2021 discussion.
I mean, we've kind of wondered if the dinosaurs, without a virus or anything, in the story, how much will they affect the ecosystems? And it's obviously going to have a major effect. I mean, you can't like bring a fruit from like one place to another without like, potentially, ruining something, or, you're not allowed to step on certain plants because you don't want to kill them off. And, you have all these protected areas and things that you're supposed to do. You're not supposed to cross borders with things. So if dinosaurs are coming from an island off the coast of Costa Rica, that are, you know, millions of years old, and have like weird DNA, hybrid even. How is that going to affect our ecosystems? I don't know. Sure, they could just eat some plants and it seems like everything's okay, but like, whether a T-Rex or whoever, like, I don't know what other dinosaurs are out there, but like, if it eats off all the somethings, it might affect something else. It's kind of like the butterfly effect, just affecting everything down the line. If you kill off a predator or something, then they become the predator, I guess. Like, so it's all very interesting, and I can see them encroaching on public space. And we've kind of thought that the movie would have this like kind of like the Village mentality, where it's like we don't go there, we don't go in those woods because there's dinosaurs there. But yeah, I would like it if there was a bigger picture. But like on top of everything else, I don't know how you throw the DX virus into this movie that is already should be jam packed.
Yeah, the movie seems like it's going to be very jam packed. I'm interested in seeing how they're going to play into having Malcolm, Grant, and Ellie back into this. I know there's been some like stuff that was spoiled.
Yeah, let's not go there.
I'm not. Huh?
Let's not go there.
Exactly, but still, it still makes me wonder. Like, okay, how's it really all gonna work? So you got these characters. You have dinosaurs all over the world. You have another company. Is the other company kind of like knowledge now? Like, does everybody know?
that was like from like an article or something.
Common knowledge?
So yeah, it's common knowledge that
okay. So you have Biosin coming in.
Biosin.
You have Dodson coming in here. Like this movie is like it's getting to the point where like I agree with Aaron like that I've heard him talk before on The Wire. There's a lot going on. So like I feel like this movie shouldn't really be just one movie. They should honestly, my opinion, they should split it. They should make it two.
Yeah. I think I was talking about that with Caleb tonight. I've talked with so many people, I forget who I talked with what. And that was one of the things. I'm like, it was one of those rumors early on. We heard maybe this was going to be two movies. And I think, if you could revisit things and look, we have a full year and a half until this movie is in theaters, I guess. So, shoot some pickups, shoot some other stuff if you need to, some filler stuff, not necessarily like filler is like in a bad way or anything, but like boost the movie, give you a few extra scenes, a few extra conversations, and then maybe throw in some more CG and stuff and just make it two films. I feel like you can do that, right? Like use our time to spread this out because I just don't want it rushed. We're getting, and you can make, double the money there off of a single budget pretty much. I think it's possible. I mean, look at what the Snyder cut is doing. Like, it's like, hey, we filmed this movie years ago, and like we're gonna spend a bunch more millions of dollars to film like a few extra minutes of footage and add it to what we already shot, this deleted stuff and all this other stuff. So if they can do it, like, why can't Jurassic take this time and just like, add some other stuff in there? I think I feel like they could. And if they don't do that, film more Battle of Big Rock style stuff,
Yeah, because like just imagine if they would have said Infinity War and Endgame were all in the same movie. How much of the story would you really we would have missed from those movies if you had to cut all stuff out to fit a like 3-hour like time constraint?
Yeah, man.
That's
it never
what
would
I feel like. No, it wouldn't. So I feel like if you're but then again, we don't really know what the story is, and maybe it is a story that's kind of like straight and narrow, just there, and it doesn't have all these like, but that's that's all we can speculate. But honestly, I love the speculation because I don't really want them throwing those trailers that show me the whole thing, and I really hope we don't get those again because that would just ruin it all. Because I really want the old like 93 style trailers where they didn't even show a dinosaur. They pretty much just showed the characters in a car and that's it. Like that's what I want again.
I know. I don't know that Universal can ever return to that kind of mentality. I think they're just gone. You know,
No.
like look at the latest Fast and the Furious trailer for Fast 9 or whatever, and it was a while back, I think, but like they come right out of the gates and like tell you certain characters and how they are, you know, related to other characters, and you're like, wait, what? Oh, what is happening? And you're like, why was that in there? Like, what? You know, it's so weird. Like, I just wish they would, you know, not spoil certain things, especially things we've already seen leaked. Like, maybe they would put that in a trailer. I think they probably would.
Yeah.
And then we would question everything like we are right now. I don't know. I just wish they would kind of take that mentality and just like ease up a little bit, go easy on the trailer marketing and all the behind the scenes stuff. You know, look at the Mandalorian, for instance. I think like 100% of that trailer was from the first 4 episodes, and anything after that, you didn't see anything from.
And you know what's really cool about that, Brad, is that you know, I don't know if you know this or if the other fans in the community know. I'm not a Star Wars fan, and I love that show.
I thought so.
Like,
yeah, I thought that was true of you.
Yeah, I love The Mandalorian. That show is fantastic. And little Grogu is just the best. Like,
he is,
just especially when he calls his name. He just looks at him. Oh, it's great.
He is the best.
She does. I'm like, look, it's you.
I like literally have called my daughter Grogu a few times, and she's a human baby. But yeah, just the way that they handle that show with the marketing and everything, it's like we gave you one trailer. I think it was only one trailer, and it only showed the first 4 episodes, and everything after that is like, this is so groundbreaking that we can't show you any of it, not even a scene, not even a clip. So I think that's pretty awesome, and it just makes you wonder. It makes you theorize, like you have zero idea what's next. Like these last 2 episodes coming up, I have no idea, and that is kind of beautiful. It's kind of beautiful. Earlier on, we heard rumors about characters and whatnot showing up, so maybe you could think like certain people might show up or something. But like outside of that, like what even is the show? And I have no clue. And I want that applied to Jurassic World Dominion.
You know what's cool about that too? When they showed those like characters, like I don't know them because like I said, I'm not a big fan of Star Wars. I know like the basic characters everybody knows of, but like it made me actually start watching like the animated Clone Wars.
Oh, that's amazing, dude.
Which when I saw, what was her name? Ahsoka Tano.
Ahsoka Tano, yeah.
Yeah, there you go. And like I was like, huh, she seems like a cool character. Like where is she from? And then I looked up and she was from the Clone Wars, and she was the apprentice of Anakin. I was like, oh, what? Like this
right?
Probably to a lot of people, it's like, wow, he doesn't know this. Like, no, I don't know this. Okay, like,
well,
I'm not a big Star Wars fan, so like all this is new, but it's actually cool because it's actually getting me like to watch this stuff and like because them bringing in these characters. And can I say like you saw my tweet like the other night? I was just like, John, I think it's Giancarlo or what's his name? The guy from Breaking Bad.
Yeah.
Dude, how is he so good at playing villains? Why is he so good at that?
I don't know, man. It's pretty awesome. He shows up on screen and you're like, oh, okay, he's a bad guy and something bad's gonna happen. Like
I keep thinking in my head, like, works. If you guys have all seen Breaking Bad, and if you haven't, I'm not really ruining anything for you, but where's the box cutter? Like that's all I have.
He's in like 2 of the best TV shows right now, like The Mandalorian and Better Call Saul. I think that show's phenomenal, and he's killing it out there with that. And I don't know. I just kind of wish that Jurassic would take that mentality of giving you a reason to pick up other things and to do other things, to check out other material. And that's amazing because I thought that of you. I thought he didn't like Star Wars. I didn't know he was into Star Wars when we were talking about it the other day. And all of a sudden, guess what? You're a Star Wars fan now. You are. You can't say you're not. Like,
yes, I guess
so,
I am.
and it's no fault of your own. Like they don't. There's no reason why you should have known like who these characters popping up are. but it's cool that you're going and checking them all out. And that's what I want of Jurassic. I want to be able to have the audience, or have the creators trust their audience, in a way that they don't treat you, like you don't know what's going on. They treat you like you're smart enough to figure this out sometime. Might not be right now. You might not know right now. It works right now, but you might be smart enough to go figure it out yourself. And I really appreciate that of The Mandalorian. I wish Jurassic would do that and give you a reason to check out The Evolution of Claire, or look into the Jurassic World Live Tour, or reference other things. And Camp Cretaceous, I think, is starting that trend, right? I feel like it's kind of heading in that direction where it references bioengineering companies and stuff like that, and but it doesn't it doesn't give you a ton to look into. It's not super deep in those references, but it's heading in that direction, and I appreciate that.
Yeah, I did like that they threw that in there with Camp Cretaceous, because they're letting us know that yes, there are other competing companies. Because if we only heard that from Wu when they took the samples, and he's like, well, somebody else will make it, something like that. But like in the first movie, you never hear that. You never hear that in the original Jurassic Park, that there's other companies trying to create dinosaurs, or in Lost World, or even in Jurassic Park 3. I don't remember hearing anything about that either. So like throwing that in there with Camp Cretaceous is letting everybody know, like, hey, this is what's going on. And I like that little like bridge that they're putting through with this animation. And as a lot of people were expecting it to be like a very kiddie type of show, and it wasn't. Like it was great.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I know a lot of people are afraid of that, and it had a lot of really like emotional stuff in there that I didn't expect at all. Like I didn't expect it to go so emotional, but it did. And also like how dark it was at times. Like it's pretty dark. And I think while I said the connections are fairly light at times, I think it opens the possibility up for some cool expansion. And look, I mean, it had to cover this show had to do the same kind of work that Colin had to do with Jurassic World. When he shows up to direct Jurassic World, he has a lot of work, not just making a movie, but convince people that we need another movie, make people remember Jurassic Park, make people care about these characters, and not stray too far. He has to do his thing. That's why I always love the fact that he says this third movie is the movie that he wanted to make. He worked his way into this, and I feel like Camp Cretaceous had to do that same thing. It kind of had to set the stage, had to follow a formula, and had to reference these same points in time like that are all scattered through Jurassic World. So now with season 2, we can say, all right, now we're gonna get into it. Now we're gonna do the things that we wanted to do. Maybe we see the Troodon. Maybe we see all this other stuff. And I think I was talking about it with Tom in that footage that was replaying earlier. What if that's the jumping off point to like kind of retelling the live tour story in a way, or something like that? That could be pretty cool. To have like that's why he said that Jurassic World Live Tour is soft canon, is because they're gonna do it in the show or something like that. That could be a fun way to make my argument against soft canon, I guess, irrelevant in a way, hopefully. I don't know.
Yeah. Oh, I just realized I just really botched myself with of course the whole Nedry is the savage. I just read a comment by Rebel Commander and it's just like, my bad, I completely forgot about that. Yeah, Nedry, the other company is somewhat mentioned,
oh yeah.
It's never actually mentioned. You don't hear a name. That's what I kind of meant, I guess.
No, it's just like, hey, get me these DNA pieces. Let me just take these. You get them off the island, and no questions asked, kind of thing. So we all have the context. We know what's going on because we read the book and we know the history.
We know who Dotson is.
It's like you when he when he shows up, we know.
Yeah, when he shows up in the film and he's like, Dotson, we have Dotson here. And if you read the book, and if you read Lost World, you know how like evil the guy is, man. You
Mhm.
know, um,
Yeah.
but like in the movie, he's just some random dude you forget about in like 5 minutes.
Yeah, there's zero context to who or what he's doing, you know, and it's kind of like you watching The Mandalorian and a big character from something else shows up. You have no context. You love what you saw on the screen, but you don't know the history. You don't know that
Yeah.
Ahsoka is Anakin's Padawan because the movies never tell you that. They never tell you at
No.
all. There's no inclination at all. But, you know, it's up to the people who know everything to be like, well, actually, you know, like so um but you know, and this
you did the Conan O'Brien. Well, actually.
well actually you know, it's funny because like um I've talked about it before, but like I feel like there's a lot of work that needs to be done at some point. I don't know when, but until Dominion comes out, because Dominion has a lot of stuff in the film, or it should, you know, have a lot of stuff to cover. And you know, we mentioned Biosyn and Dodgson, and you just said it before. The guy's in the first 5 minutes or whatever, and then he disappears, and then you don't really hear anything else. And you hear that guy at the dock, but like, you know that there's an ongoing story of the embryos going back in the container, but like, that's it. That's the only reference. And not everybody knows what the guy's name is. They don't know that it's Dodgson. They don't know that he worked for Biosyn. So I feel like there's a lot of work that needs to be set up here to make people remember, you know?
Yeah.
And I feel like they were attempting to do that with the release of all this Nedry stuff. You know, this past year we saw Amber Collection Dennis Nedry and the Dilophosaurus come out. We also saw that exclusive San Diego Comic-Con exclusive DNA Dennis Nedry with the Barbasol can. So it's like, oh, you guys got to remember, we're going to be referencing this in the future. But now that there's this massive gap, I feel like you really need to impact who Dodgson is and who Biosyn is, because people are going to have no clue. And it's like, do you really want to waste time on explaining all that? Like, you remember that guy from the Costa Rican cafe with the red shirt, and he wanted he gave them money to, it's just like too much to try to explain in the beginning of a movie. I had like an idea that like it would be very awesome if they, this is a deep one to go into. So I was wondering, at this point in time with Jurassic World and Fallen Kingdom, we kind of get the sense and know that what's his name? Dr. Wu is a bad guy, right? Like, he is a bad guy.
Mm-hmm.
And how did he get to that point? Because in Jurassic Park, he didn't really seem like a bad guy, right? Like, he just seemed like a know-it-all scientist.
Yeah, pretentious.
So I was thinking, like, what if the opening sequence of Dominion is like a flashback to that moment at the cafe, and you see that whole moment go down, and you see the shaving cream, and you see them laughing about stuff, and you hear the Dodgson, off in the distance, and then it focuses in on a different table, and you're watching Dr. Henry Wu sit there listening into this conversation, and thinking, I want in on this. And then Dennis leaves, and then he goes up to Dodgson. He's like, this guy's gonna fail. You picked the wrong guy for the job, right? And then he kind of cuts him into the deal, and that's why we see that, he's a bigger part of the villainous side of the series. And I think that could be pretty cool. And it is a way to revisit that moment so people know that when Dodgson shows up post-flashback, that, you know who he is. You know who this new guy, the new actor that they got to play that role, who he is, what Biosyn is, and all that stuff. I think that would be pretty cool, and a very Star Wars way to look at this whole universe and say, like, there's more going on the peripherals of everything that you just never saw. I think that's pretty cool.
Yeah, I remember you talking about this either on The Wire,
I think
or
that's
on
where
the
it was.
mailbag.
Yeah, one of those.
Yeah, and then like one idea that I thought was fantastic was I think either on The Wire or the mailbag, either one of those, where you said like for like if they wanted to like expand onto like a TV series or like a Netflix series, it would be like John Hammond like when he was young. That was an awesome idea.
I love that. I'm always thinking of ways to expand, the universe, but like that's one of those ways that like I would love to watch. Like I would love to see that happen. I would love to watch that on HBO or whatever, or Peacock, I guess, because they have their own streaming service. But like, I just don't understand. There's nobody in their right mind, like outside of the fandom, that would care. A story that's not centered around dinosaurs. It's literally just the story of John Hammond becoming John Hammond. And you learn about his history. You learn about him and his flea circus, and you see like a half a season devoted to like setting up his flea circus, like stuff like that. That's the deep like aspect that I want. That I feel like Universal would never, in a million years, give money to a production like that.
Guys, yeah, no. Yeah, they don't really like, I mean, look at, do you remember the chance they really gave to Jurassic World? They didn't think it was going to do anything. They were like, look, hey Hasbro, we'll give you some ideas.
Yeah.
You do whatever. Put your like, not even your B team, C team, D team, E team, F team. Put your Z team on the toys, because we don't really care what you guys make. This movie, it'll make a couple bucks, and then it just blew everybody out of the water.
Yeah.
Which was fantastic, So they don't, I mean, now they're putting more chips into, to the game for this, because Jurassic World made so much money and it did so well in the box office. And then even though Fallen Kingdom, myself, I've said I'm not a big fan of it, it still made a ton of money, and just Mattel's toys are just like the best, they're doing so well. The dinosaurs in Jurassic Park is in everybody's minds, like I almost feel like everybody now says they're a Jurassic Park fan, which is kind of weird. Like it was always kind of like, I love Star Wars, I love Batman, I love Marvel Universe, I love Jurassic Park. What? That 20-year-old movie?
Because we all felt so alone for so long, as fans of something. It's not really until Jurassic World came along that like, we realized that there's so many more people out there. And of course there's forums and stuff like that we were all a part of, for so many years during like that 14-15 year hiatus of films. We were all trying to connect in some way, but like a forum versus a solid community is a big difference, and you're getting to the point where like people you would never expect say that they're a fan and stuff like that, or they like the movies. It's really cool. I think most people, if you would ask, are fans of the first movie, but not much, but not much else, and it's a shame, but I feel like it, like almost more than any other movie out there, it's like, this is a widely loved movie, that first movie, it's right up there with all these other like big time, people say like Star Wars, I guess, is kind of widely loved, but like it is kind of a niche market because it's like sci-fi, future, alien stuff. So like, I don't know, like whatever the biggest movies of all time, it's always right up there.
Yeah, the like it's kind of in Jurassic Park is in the same kind of context when people say they love Back to the Future, Indiana Jones,
for sure,
Alien, stuff like that. You know what I mean? Even though Alien's more horror sci-fi, even Jurassic has elements of that too. But like they're movies that like staple movies, that everybody like loves. You know, and it's when you get into the sequels that kind of like shows who the like hardcore fans are and who are the casual fans that just love the first movie. But I do hear a lot of people love Jurassic World, and what's really cool, it's like a lot of those fans that love Jurassic World are fans that have kids, and they're getting their kids into the, like yourself, and they're getting the kids into the whole Jurassic world, to say, so it's pretty cool to see that
they're giving us that opportunity, because like when we were kids and coming up, all we had were the toys. You know, that was it. That was the only way for us to really get in outside of watching the movies. Now I'm able to show my son the Lego Jurassic stuff. We were playing the games the other day with the Lego Jurassic games. And obviously Camp Cretaceous. We watched that several times over. So yeah, I mean, there's many ways for kids these days to get in outside of just the toys. And you have toys. You also have, well, you have Mattel, and then you have their, you know, off brands, like Imagine Next, with those like toddler brands and stuff like that. You also have Duplo, sets. So there's so many, you know, outlets for kids these days to get involved, and Camp Cretaceous is going to be a big part of that. You know, seeing kids say that their favorite characters are from that show, or you know, in a few years talking about like, oh, do you remember when like the kids just like totally destroyed that Carnotaurus and that warehouse thing? Like, oh, that was so cool.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
I think that's awesome.
That's and you know, it's funny, like now you can go on like Screen Rant or like Collider, and they'll tell you like immediately, like, oh, new sequel coming out, or there's a new this
Yeah.
or whatever, and the toys of Mattel are, you know, there. But like I remember when like you wouldn't really have a trailer or anything till like you would catch it on TV. We didn't you know, we didn't have like the internet back then,
Yeah,
really.
yeah.
Like
No.
we had what, AOL, like America Online.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
like finding out information about toys and the movies was pretty much left to like maybe magazines. Like I remember when you would buy like Batman the Animated Series toys or anything really Kenner, it would bring these little booklets, and in the booklets it would have all the upcoming toys. And that's how I knew
Oh,
like
yeah,
there's
yeah.
going to be new Jurassic toys coming. Like I didn't really like, it's not like now like I can just look on Instagram and Collect Jurassic will let me know what's coming up. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
back then it was like I buy this Batmobile and hopefully it has that booklet in it, and then I can look through it and it would have like aliens, it would have Terminator, and then what, like 2 or 3 pages all Jurassic. I'm like, oh, those are series 2. There's series 2 coming out. When is
Yeah.
that coming out? And it would just say summer 95 or no, 94, and then those were never released. But so I was constantly going to the stores looking for these like second version of the Explorer and Jeeps, and I didn't
Yeah.
find out they were never released until like 2000 or 2001 or whatever, when JP Toys website went online and explained like they
Yeah.
never were released. And I was
Yeah.
just like, as a kid, I was like constantly like, where are these? Like going to all these stores and looking.
Yeah, I mean, things are definitely different now, and it's a lot easier
Oh
for
yeah.
us. And I love that we can kind of discover how big the fandom is and what's popular about it. Like, what are the things that people are into? But yeah, it's a fun series. I don't know, like, you know, I don't know if it'll ever reach that like super hype of like the Mandalorian, you know, and how things are connecting and weaving in and out of, you know, prequels and the original movies and sequels and everything else in between, an animated series. I don't know if we'll ever get there. It might take another 10 years. Because the thing about the problem with like Jurassic is that they, like you were saying, they didn't care, or they didn't think anything would come of it back in 2015. So they gave it no time of day. They just said, here's a movie. Hope you like it. And there was not an accompanying books, you know, many books. There was no accompanying comic book series that is in canon. There's no, you know, other stuff. It was literally just a movie. And then it's like, oh, I guess people like this. We should put theme park stuff in now. Now we should make a book, but then never follow that up. We should do all this other stuff many years down the road. Like, it literally took them 5 years to do an animated series. So it's crazy that it takes them so long when Star Wars is laying this all in front of you, or even the Marvel Cinematic Universe is like, hey, they, you know, Jurassic has been at it half the time that they have, and they only have like 2 things, 3 things. You know, the 2 films, or a book, and then one season of a TV show. right?
The thing is too that like I guess it would be like the foundation that they laid for Jurassic is very small, and that's the big problem that we have in this like Jurassic franchise and universe. It's
Yeah.
it's basically based on characters that weren't really recycled into, or like not recycled but reoccurring. We had Malcolm basically, and then Grant. Those were the
Yeah.
only reoccurring characters we really had going. Like, yeah, you see Ellie, and like the kids for like 5 seconds.
Yeah.
Tim and Lex, you see him for like 5 seconds in Lost World, and you see Ellie for like a little bit in JP3, and then at the end, that's it. So those
Yeah.
like they only base two characters as like pretty much the faces of the franchise for years, and now they have Owen and Claire that are basically the faces of the characters in the new trilogy, and like they're trying to connect it to like the old characters, and it's hard because it's like when you have such a small universe of characters, it's hard to really like expand it. And I can understand how hard it might be for the writers and for the people working on these films and just on this franchise in general. It must be really tough for Colin, really, but
I
with Star
guess.
Wars. Huh?
I guess we just gave them 10 ideas that they could have taken.
Oh yeah, no,
straight
the fans,
from
we
the
can give them
beginning.
ideas all day, but I mean, they're not really gonna sit there and really they'll listen
that's
somewhat to us, I guess. But
that's what makes me struggle with it, because like when Jurassic World came out, if Universal had enough hope for the series, you would have said like, all right, here's a comic book series. It's based on just like other workers. It's not Owen. It's not Claire. It's like, here's a comic book series based on workers of Jurassic Park. And it's set a few years before Jurassic World workers. Set a few years before the Indominus Rex thing. And then you would have also put out a book at the same time that said like, this is a book about something, or, whatever it is. I don't know. But, we didn't get any of that stuff. And even the stuff that we did get, like, the Evolution of Claire. I love the book. Did you get a chance to read that at all?
Yeah, I got to read it like before it was like on sale from a publishing company. I did the review for it.
Nice. Yeah. I had it a little early too, but like, that was outside of like all of our coverage and stuff. There's no talking about it ever.
No, it was like a quick like coverage of it, and that was it. I think it's because her character's so polarizing from like the first film to the second film, and then that in between just doesn't feel organic as much as it should.
That was supposed. I feel like that was supposed to help you. Make it feel more organic, but it literally kind of made it feel less likely to happen or something. It just felt weird.
Yeah,
and it kind of at the end of the story, it just kind of like it went in full circle, and then like you started back where you were, and you're like, wait, what? Like this didn't help me.
No,
I liked it. I loved the book. I thought it was fun, and it built out that world a lot. But like nobody ever talks about it. Not even any of the creators, or I don't know. Maybe the author still talks about it every now and then. But like Colin never has mentioned it. It's never become a part of the lore. Like for instance, if a Star Wars book came out yesterday, that's official. It's there. It's real. So I don't know. I feel like I wish that they, and I said this about, kind of like comparing it to The Mandalorian. I wish they valued the audience a little bit more and knew that we were smart enough to figure things out and to be a part of the conversation in a way. I don't know.
No, I completely agree. That's one thing. I don't want the filmmakers to think we're just stupid and just feed us whatever. I want them to know that the franchise, like the fans themselves, like, and even people just coming new into the franchise, you can throw these characters, and you don't have to throw in so much like exposition to like explain who they are exactly, but like you can do it in a way that it works. I feel like if they go to like that bridge between the Dotson from '93 and the Dotson now, there has to be something like you keep saying, right? But I don't think it should be they have to do it in a smart way where it's not so much thrown like, hey, look, this guy, red shirt, red shirt. Like, you know?
Like if they did a comic series explaining it, sure, everybody that read the comic would know, but I feel like it needs to be something bigger too. You know, I don't know. Maybe.
Do you mean the web comics?
I don't mean those. And that's another reason. That's another thing that just shows that the effort is low. The effort is very low.
I honestly I like the stories. I just didn't like the animation.
I'm losing you. I'm losing you. I can't hear you anymore. Oh, he's gone, guys. Right. He's gone. It's so weird. He just disappeared. No, no, look at it. I'll give you that. I'll give you that. Some of the storylines and the where they were going with it was a potential interesting route.
Okay, let me
the execution.
Rephrase that. I like that they showed two prey animals, two herbivores facing off.
I loved that. Great. I did love that. That was a highlight for me too. Yeah, I thought that was pretty cool.
And I liked, the Allosaurus kind of like being thrown in there because I honestly is something okay. I'm gonna ask you because I don't know if it's common knowledge. Common knowledge to me now because I found out something that Sam Neill said like a week ago. Is that common knowledge or no?
I mean it's fairly common. We'll just not talk about it because I don't know if everybody wants to know. But yeah, something big is coming.
Okay, there we go. Okay, that's where I see it. That's where I don't agree with what they're doing. They keep going the big dinosaur route. Stop. Like if they could have used, they had a perfectly good dinosaur to use from the mini
JP3
movie that they had.
JP3, right?
No.
Come on, man. Just say it.
Done and gone. No, that movie it's another movie. It's gonna be me versus that animal. You'll see.
Yes.
It's Godzilla versus King Kong.
I can't wait, man. It's gonna be a good one.
Yeah, it's me. It's gonna be me in that like Explorer mecha suit.
I'll brave the theater to go see that. Yeah.
That'd be great. But no, my thing is like, they should have they had the Allosaurus, and the Allosaurus is like a dinosaur that I wanted them to use. Mm-hmm. And when I saw it used in Fallen Kingdom for that brief moment, I was like, oh man, missed opportunity. And then they used it for Battle at Big Rock, which is great. But I would have loved them using mid-sized predators, mid-sized carnivores. And I've said this like a bunch of times, that like bigger than a raptor, but not the size of a Rex. They can still go into buildings, and if they could have used like a duo set of like Allosauruses, that would be terrifying. I mean, they're a little bit bigger than an Indoraptor, which we saw the Indoraptor can move within a building, within a mansion.
Yeah.
You put these characters trapped in like a warehouse system, you have like a Dino Crisis type of situation with Allosauruses. Would have been awesome, but they're always going the big route, and I'm kind of like, I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little tired of that. I'm kind of like, okay,
yeah, it is kind of like all the same at some point. Like, what is the difference between that and the Indominus Rex or the T-Rex? Like, why even bother changing it at that point? Spino, yep, the best one out there. But
oh man, you're cutting out, Brad. You're cutting out.
Oh, now I'm cutting out. I see how it goes. But yeah, you're right. Like, what is the point? Somebody brought it up on the mailbag, I think, this past week, where like they said something about they've just added too many dinosaurs in the Jurassic World movies. Where it's like, hey, here's this, there's so many different things to look at, whether it's Apatosaurus and you've got the Indominus, and you've got 4 different raptors, and then you've got all this other stuff. Now there's Carnotaurus, Allosaurus, Baryonyx, like specifically Fallen Kingdom. Like if you look at that movie, there's so many different things attacking you all at once, when like, maybe if they simplified it, it might make it a little bit more, I don't know, realistic, but like more believable or something like that, or more, more thrilling if you don't have to focus too much.
Yeah, too many chefs, So it's like, basically, I mean, you throw that many characters, they don't have enough time to shine on screen. Like a lot. Like honestly, I would have loved to see more of the Carnotaurus, and thankfully,
Mhm.
we got to see that in
Yeah.
Camp Cretaceous, which I was so happy that the Carnotaurus got some time. And you mean, I love the Tyrannosaurus, I do, but like Camp Cretaceous not featuring her in the first season was great. I didn't,
Amazing.
you know what I
Yeah.
mean? It's a
Amazing
little,
call.
sacrilegious for me to say that, but honestly, like I love that they focused on a mid-sized predator
Mhm.
and they didn't have to focus on these predators that we know so much. Yeah, they had the
Yeah.
Indominus in there, but the Indominus, we had a film with her, but there's a whole time like we don't really see anything that she does, and we know she caused a lot of carnage, but like it's so cool to see the carnage that she was causing while we weren't seeing in the movie. That was
Yeah.
awesome,
Yeah, I can't wait
But
until I actually have it all down as far as like when everything took place, so that when I do watch Jurassic World, I'm like, oh, this is the part where she was over there. I still don't have it all like officially down as far as when everything took place. I'd really have to sit there and like compare and contrast. But yeah, man, that is cool that you can do that, and you can kind of look back and say, oh, that's what was happening there. I think you'll be happy with season 2 at least. It seems like with the dinosaurs that are gonna show up, they all do seem to be mid-sized carnivores. So,
That's cool.
and
Yeah,
most likely
more,
the T-Rex too. Hopefully the T-Rex gets a spotlight. You would think now that she's out. It made sense the first season she wasn't out. But now she's out.
honestly, if she's in the new season, which I'm pretty sure she's gonna be, I want her, like, as much as I love that she's, like she's the queen of Nublar. She's hailed as like sometimes like in at the end of Jurassic, she becomes kind of the hero. I want her to go back to that T-Rex where you're afraid of her. You know what I
Mhm.
mean? That's the T-Rex I always love. Like I want the breakout T-Rex back.
Okay,
You know
yeah.
what I mean? I don't want her to become necessarily the villain, because I view these dinosaurs not as villains, just animals,
Yeah,
just
yeah.
trying to eat and trying to get, survive. When we're putting this like villain kind of like emphasis on these dinosaurs, kind of takes you away from the whole majesty or like mysticism of Jurassic. Like
Yeah.
Lost World, there is no villain dinosaurs. It's just raptors and T-Rexes just protecting their territory and trying to eat. Where we get a little bit more villainous is
Yeah,
with,
I mean, I feel like the
you know.
Raptors in yeah, I feel like the Raptors in the Lost World, like, yeah, sure, they're defending, but like, man, those things are straight up like monsters. They're even
savages.
crazier. Yeah, they're crazier than the Jurassic Park Raptors somehow. And they're straight up. They feel like monsters to me because they're just completely irate the entire time, just like wild beasts trying to attack you from every side. And I don't know.
Honestly did love that about them, though.
Of course. That's what makes me love them. And I know, you probably, I'm not sure, maybe you feel that same way, but because it sounds like it, because you're talking about you want them to feel scarier and stuff. I don't know. Everybody says that the like Jurassic World raptors are not scary anymore and stuff like that. I just don't see that, because I was watching it. I was watching it the other day and I was like, these are scary. Like there's literally a same exact moment in the Lost World. And it's a scary moment with those raptors attacking the InGen people,
No, they're. It's just okay. So this is where I feel that people say about the Raptors not being scary. It's the fact that like Owen and Claire and whoever is hanging out with them at the moment, you don't feel that tension of fear when they're around Raptors because of Blue. So that's where I feel like people
Yeah.
lose that like fear for the Raptors, because they know that the Raptors not gonna attack them. You know what I mean? Even in
I'm
the
okay
movie
with
when you
that.
felt like it was gonna happen, it didn't really. But that just goes with the context of the movie Jurassic
Uh-huh.
World, though. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because at the end of it, they're like ready. They're ready to attack, but then like they kind of remember or just kind of feel like,
Yeah.
wait, that is our alpha or whatever. And
Mm.
you know what I mean? I honestly, I don't know why Jurassic World gets that much of a bad rap. I love that movie. I absolutely do. Now,
Yeah.
like where I feel like maybe we need more savage type of raptors is because in Fallen Kingdom we didn't have many. We just had Blue.
We had one. Yeah.
So
And then a few
and
other
that
babies, from the past. That was it.
say again.
We had Blue, and then we had the babies from old footage and stuff.
which
So
was just a stab in every Jurassic Park's fan's heart because you see them as
yep,
babies and you know that
yep.
all of them are dead. And I was like, oh, come on, man.
That's why I thought
Why?
like that was pretty interesting, and it actually hit home in Fallen Kingdom when Owen is in this trailer. You know, he tries as hard as he can to not care. You know, he's like, I don't care. You know, go ahead, go back to your island. I'm not helping you out. You know, and then
I love the Owen voice, man.
and then he's like, well, hold on, I gotta go watch my home videos, and he like goes and watches them, and he's like, oh man, I care again. And he goes and he cares because, like, yeah, that it is supposed to be this emotional punch straight through your chest. Like, you literally just watched one blow up, you know, and one got fried on a you know, a grill, and then another one got just chomped. And I watched it the other day, and it hurt, man. It actually hurt, like somehow more than usual. I don't know why. I was watching it the other day with my kid, and I'm like, oh man,
Yeah.
that is rough. Like. So yeah, it did its job, I think. Fallen Kingdom kind of showing you a little bit more backstory as to why Blue is the way she is, and I love it. It's not trying to tell the same story as Jurassic Park, and you know,
No.
honestly, it's kind of like Eli Mills says in the movie. It's like, I think he says it right. He says like something about you can't put it back in the box or something. Like, you know, it's kind of like that. With once Jurassic Park came, you got the awe and majesty and inspiration of the music in the score in that moment with the Brachiosaurus. Like, once you saw that, there's no going back. You know, you can't do it again. It's just not going to be the same. You know, you can't replicate
Yeah, I
that
agree with
moment.
you on that.
It'll never be as good as that moment. And you know, unfortunately, everything is kind of looked towards like that moment, like the T-Rex breakout. Never going to be a moment as good as that moment. You know, the raptors in the
No.
kitchen. Almost never going to be a moment better than the raptors in the kitchen. So it's really, really tough to kind of replicate that. And I feel like for the most part, when people discuss why they don't like Jurassic World, it's because Jurassic Park did those things already. And why is it up to Jurassic World to do the same exact thing? It shouldn't be, right?
Yeah, it isn't.
It should be up to it to do its own thing.
Jurassic World. Okay, so Jurassic World to me, like when I saw it in theaters, I was I cosplayed as John Hammond. I had like my beard had like that white like spray that you put in like like costume. So I was like, so when they show like the park functioning and all that, I started bawling, man, just watching that. The paint from my beard started dripping onto my shirt, like you know what I mean. It hit, you know, and like just seeing like Rexy at the end reclaiming like her kingdom. I took my mom to see the movie, and she was, you know, what I mean, she loves the first one and the second one, and she like she wanted it. She hadn't been in theaters in years. I think the last movie she saw was like Saving Private Ryan. And so that's a long time ago. So I took her to see it, and she absolutely loved it. And the same part, like at the end when Rexy rolls up there, she bawled, you know, watching a dinosaur movie with me, you know? It's moments like that that really like get to me that I love so much about that movie. And they got, you know what I mean? There has been things said about the characters not being as fleshed out as they should be, and the writing and this and that. Honestly, I don't see that. Like, I don't really see anything wrong with that movie in my eyes. You know, you know, we've talked about this before, where I kind of like have a constant switch between Lost World and Jurassic as my favorite, absolute favorite, and then like immediately after them is Jurassic World. You know, and then like Fallen Kingdom and this other movie.
You know, like, and I know you won't agree, but like Fallen Kingdom is I think my number 3. I really think it is. I think it's up there, and it's tough because Jurassic World is so good, but I don't know why. I just think it falls at number 3 for me.
I know you guys, you and Steven really love that movie.
I love it,
and
man.
I've heard your like your explanations
and
it just
not
didn't
good
hit
enough.
me. It didn't hit me like I want, honestly, I want that movie to hit me like it hit you guys, you know. but it just didn't. It didn't resonate with me in that sense. But I don't hate the movie though. Like I don't
Sure,
like
sure.
dislike it where I'm like, ugh, I do not want to watch that movie.
Mm-hmm.
There
Yeah,
is a
I don't
movie
know.
like that, but
I like all these movies, and I think Fallen Kingdom really does it for me. I think like sure, you know, it's got its problems, but like so does Jurassic World, so do all of the movies. I mean, even Jurassic Park has issues that you can see things on screen, and like, you know, it's not perfect either.
But like potted plant and stuff.
Yeah. There's like a dude's hand in the background. There's a cargo net in one scene. It's like, it's like it's all over the place. But like
I feel like where honestly, I think I kind of pinpoint where like Fallen Kingdom lost me, and it's the attack in the mansion is where it kind of lost me. I feel like it resonated with me on the island a lot, and then when we get to the mansion and like the Indoraptors kind of like the Frankenstein's monster going through like the mansion or whatever, that just felt like another movie to me. The auction scene was awesome, except for the prices on the dinosaurs. I was like, wow. Okay.
They're a little low. They're very low.
Yeah,
you know, like
fossils of these dinosaurs cost more, man.
That somebody didn't do their research when it came to that. Like, there's definitely issues like that. Like the map is obviously a big one, but like I love both, even though it feels like or both. I mean, iterations within that movie. The first half being adventure, and then the second half being like a horror movie. And I'm surprised that you don't like the horror aspects of it, because I just look at that and I'm like, oh my god, this is first off, this is a Dracula reference right here. This creature is Frankenstein's monster, and then Frankenstein's monster goes on the roof and references Wolfman, and I'm like, this is insane. And this score is Bernard Herrmann, which is like a huge horror guy, like, and it's just amazing what they pulled off. I love that. I actually really love the ending. I guess
it has to do. I guess it has to do with like I don't really have an affinity for the old horror icons.
Oh, okay.
I guess
like
Universal monsters.
I
love
those
know
guys.
of them, but like I'm like I am a huge horror fan, but I guess I'm more like the new horror. Like a horror film that I appreciate would be like The Thing. Like Aliens, stuff like that, you know. For the old classic monsters, I appreciate them for what they are, but I don't have this affinity for them. So I see the relation to that, but it doesn't hit me. That's where I'm losing the movie, and you're kind of understanding now why I don't really.
I guess. I mean, I feel like even you can make parallels to like Crichton. With the whole cloning aspect, and
definitely.
It definitely branches off in its own direction, but I feel like when you look at that, it's like, man, that's a Crichton move right there, and it ties everything together for me. And I love the action of that ending, like Owen just like demolishing a bunch of people. So much fun.
It reminded me of Indiana Jones when that.
It's like Indiana Jones, like he's just making it up as he goes along, throwing chairs and punching people. It sounds like an Indiana Jones punch. I love it. It's a fun movie for me. So I don't know, I like it.
I thought what was one of the things that really I really loved was it, like I said, the prices were off, but the auction scene was something that I can see really happening, because that's how the world is. It's all everything has a price, unfortunately, even animals. We keep finding out, like I keep hearing in the news, like a suitcase, a box opened up at an airport full of like a certain type of species of animal that they were smuggling. Like, so why wouldn't they smuggle and auction off dinosaurs? Which
of course.
I remember reading articles that that's stupid. That wouldn't. Yes, it would, because it's happening right now with regular animals. It's funny to me how like a lot of the critics of these movies say a lot of things that like, that could never happen. Look at the world right now, this year. The funniest thing to me is like old like zombie movies and movies that like show people getting scared and like, oh my god, biocontagion and all this. Look at the world right now and how we have reacted to it. We can really believe how these movies are not that fake from what it would really happen in the world.
That's why I feel like they're
So-
going to take that turn and show how we've reacted to this COVID virus and show how that is reflected on how people react to dinosaurs, being alive and in the wild. I think it's got its own parallels there, and I think it might be utilized for its benefit instead of showing, hey, everybody's going to get the virus in the movies and that's it, and then dinosaurs live. But yeah, I don't think they'll do that.
Like you probably seen the meme where it was like, oh, they would never open Jurassic Park
Yeah.
again or something like that.
Oh, here
And
we
in the
are.
world of today, like that's a constant thing. We're like, oh, that's so stupid. They would never open a dinosaur park again. Yeah, they would. They do that with other things where
Yep.
we don't learn our lesson. We never
Yep.
do. We
Yep.
always. That's the human hubris where we think we can always control things, and then it blows up in our face, and then we try to control it again. It blows up in our face again until it completely eats us alive.
Yep.
That's it's funny that like that's like the main criticism of the Jurassic movies, where
Yeah.
oh, these people keep making the same stupid
No one
mistake.
would ever do
but
that. Who would go to the
just
park?
look. Say again.
Yeah, it's like, who would go to the park in the first place? Like, why would you go there? Obviously, it's a bad idea. No, we would all go there. Even still,
We would all.
after watching 5
Even
movies.
the critics themselves saying that would
Yeah.
be the first ones in line to go
Yep.
there. It's just, come on, man. Like it's just it's funny because that's just like these parallels. Say things, and then you do something else.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I think we did pretty good here. I think we did pretty good.
Oh yeah, definitely.
So look, man, we've crossed 7 hours of live streaming. 7 hours. I want to give a shout out to Neems in the live chat there. He also donated to the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia. So
Awesome.
if anybody out there is watching right now, please go ahead and donate via that button down below. We've been talking Jurassic for 7 hours now, over 7 hours. So please donate any amount of money you want, whether it's $1, whether it's $100. Please, that would be awesome. This 100% of the money is going to the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia. So YouTube's taking care of all the transaction fees or whatever happens there. So 100% of that money will go to the organization. But yeah, this is going to be going on until the 20th of December. So please check out all of our videos coming up. If you're watching this 7 hours in, who are you? Comment below. I need to know who's watching this still. Who's
Super fans. That's who.
Oh man. So I feel like it's almost time to wrap it up. So Jay, why don't you say goodbye for now and tell everybody where you can find them or where they can find you online.
Where can I find all?
Where
of you?
can you find all these people? Hey,
Where-
everybody, comment in the chat. Let him know where they can, whatever the words are.
I'm on Instagram and Twitter under the same name, J Jurassic, JAYE_JURASSIC and a K. So it
There you go.
separates me from the Jurassic. Yeah, you guys can find me on there. I haven't been posted that much. I'm just too busy with all the tattooing stuff right now. But
Yeah, man.
I've gotten a lot of really cool stuff. I just haven't really posted it, and I want to. But I mean, I got all the
One day.
Raptors from the Mattel Amber collection and
Mhm.
other stuff, and I got the chess set. But yeah,
Oh,
I have all
nice,
this stuff I want to show that I haven't really been able to show. And at one point, I'm just gonna just video after video and just like bombard people with all the merchandise I've gotten through COVID quarantine.
Yeah, I know. That's the thing. It's all piling up during quarantine. So you'd think you'd have more time to cover everything and do everything you want to do, but no, you don't.
No,
somehow.
no, you
It's
find
less
out how
time.
precious time is.
Yeah. So thank you, dude. I appreciate you stopping by for quite a while and keeping us busy as we continue to live stream. It worked, dude. We did it.
Awesome. Yeah, I was glad to be on here, man. Thank you
Yeah, man.
for having me here.
Thanks for joining.
Okay.
Take it easy, dude.
See you
See you on the
guys.
podcast sometime.
Yep.
All right. So that was our buddy Jay Jurassic, guys. I hope you enjoyed that. That was like completely unplanned. Like he showed up in the chat and I'm like, hey man, you want to come on? And he did. So like I said, we are 7 7 hours and 10 minutes into this. That's crazy. It's past midnight now. It is 12:13 a.m. here. So, Robin here says, I'm getting a Tarbosaurus for Christmas. Awesome. Way to go. That's one. I don't have that one. I'm not sure if I ever want to pick it up, but and I know a lot of people really love that one. But yeah, it's an interesting one for sure. So enjoy it. But let's see. Yeah, I feel like we're gonna wind our way down in a little bit here, but I want to go ahead and take a quick break. I have we've been doing so much tonight. We talked with Kayla Burnett about Jurassic music. We talked with Victoria about toys. Victoria from Victoria's Cantina. We talked about the year in review in 2 different parts with Tom Fishenden. We talked Jurassic streaming, roller coasters, all kinds of stuff with Aaron Beyer. And then we just talked a bunch of more random stuff in Dominion and Camp Cretaceous with Jay Jurassic. It's been crazy. My son was on for a little bit, and that's where I'm going to transition into our last little clip here. It's me and my son hanging out for a little bit here, playing with some dinosaur toys. So I'm going to take a quick break, and I'll be right back. Enjoy this. Sarcosuchus!
I'm not playing with him.
You're gonna play with? Oh, I'm playing with him. Ready? He's gonna get that mosasaurus. Ah! Chop, chop, chop. Ah! Ah! No, chop, 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 chop. Oh! Whoa. Hey, give me that back. I'm gonna take this one. Ready? Ready? Gonna get you. He's gonna get you. Ah! Whoa. He's gonna get your finger. He's gonna get you. He's gonna get you. Ah! He's gonna get your nose. Ah! No! Ah! You got them. Oh! Got him. Guess what? Baby Yoda's coming in. He's gonna get him. Ah! Grogu! Ah! Grogu, get him, touch your nosy. Tickle. Tickle you, I will. Ooh, tickle!
I'll try this one.
The little tiny one. The tiny one.
Hey! Look at I chop.
I'm not sure.
Look.
You can hold it up a little bit more.
Why?
Because Baby Yoda can't see it. No, don't eat the mic. Don't eat the mic. Ah! No. Ah! You're going to eat Baby Yoda? How can you do that? How can you eat bored Grogu? Don't eat bored Grogu. Ah!
Yeah.
No.
Ah.
Oh.
What?
Grogu is sad.
It's okay.
It's okay, Grogu. It's okay.
Now try Mozo.
Mozo?
Are you gonna be nice? Mozo, are you gonna be nice?
Give me this. Oh!
He's
He's gonna be nice. He's gonna be nice.
Ow!
He didn't even bite you. He's nice. Ah! He's gonna be nice. He's gonna be nice, right? Ah!
Be nice.
He's gonna be nice. He's gonna be nice. Ah! Oh, no! 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 Ow!
Ow, ow.
A little hurt. No, don't eat the microphone! No! No! Don't eat the mic! Stop it. This is a podcast. What are you doing? You're supposed to talk on a podcast. No! No! No!
I'm going to jump on
No, not chomp on a podcast. You're supposed to talk. Talk on a podcast. Don't jump it! No! No!
Yoda?
Yeah?
Baby Yoda. Baby Yoda.
Hey, everybody. We are back live. I hope you enjoyed that little clip. Took a little break, so we're back now. And it is, let's see, what are we? How far are we? 7 hours and 16 minutes. Wow. That's crazy. I've never streamed this long before. I think what was the longest I've streamed is like maybe when we did because we did a bunch of live streams for all the films where we did like a watch party and we watched through 5 films, Battle at Big Rock, a bunch of theme park attractions and stuff like that. So this is taking the cake here, and we have officially crossed the barrier that is the longest live stream. I don't know. It's been long. So I hope you guys enjoy this one. We are going to be, like I said, we're going to be collecting donations via our YouTube channel. So we recently crossed the threshold on our YouTube channel, which allowed us to begin to fundraise. So we chose a charity. I chose the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia because it was something that was very close to my family and their hearts after something we had to go through this past year. So I was like, you know what would be a good organization? I think CHOP, as they call it. It's the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia. So all the money that you donate, every dollar, every cent goes directly to the Children's Hospital. So YouTube, I know, is taking care of the fees and costs that it takes to, I guess, send the money over or to collect the money. But yeah, amazing. And you guys have been coming through all night. Now, what's going to happen is this live stream will end. You should be able to still do it on this video, but any video that we post in the next few weeks will have the option to donate while you're watching, after whenever. So please hit that donation button. Tell your friends, tell your family, go donate. It would be awesome. Would really, really appreciate it. So I want to give a big thanks to everybody that has been a part of this. Kayla Burnett, Victoria from Victoria's Cantina. I want to thank Tom Fishenden for his contribution recording with me yesterday. Aaron Byer, Jay Jurassic. Man, it's been crazy. It's been a crazy night. 7 hours. Nuts. But I know there's some final things to wind down here in the chat. But yeah, we'll cover that in just a second. But yeah, a huge thanks to everybody that have donated tonight. It's been awesome. You guys have really you really killed it. Let's see, where are we at right now? I got to bring it up here. You can do it via your phone. You can do it via the website. So I just click onto it. You can donate now. There's like a little pop-up that comes up. And you can choose like $5, $20. So it's all over the place. $50, other. So we are at $435, guys. $435. That's amazing. That's amazing. That's awesome. We have 9 days left, guys. 9 days left. That's amazing. Very, very cool. So I'm excited. But that's awesome. We really wanted to help give back to a very cool organization, somebody that, an organization that helps with research and breakthroughs and helping families connect with these doctors and stuff like that, and helping the kids in the hospital, helping train the doctors, nurses, whoever works there to provide some amazing service. So I think it'll go to a great cause. It's all we can do right now. So I appreciate each and every person who has donated. It really is. It's awesome. You guys are so cool. Yeah. I'm putting in some music here. I feel like we need something to jam to for a little bit. It's gonna be quiet. But all right, going over to the chat for a minute. Let's see. Jurassic Raptor says, the Battle at Big Rock, Allosaurus, and Fallen King Carnotaurus are my favorite dino designs in the franchise. Go team mid-sized carnivores. All right, so Battle at Big Rock, Allosaurus, and the Fallen Kingdom Carnotaurus. You know, yeah, that Carnotaurus in Fallen Kingdom is amazing. And, like, it just drives me crazy when everybody's like, oh, the CG is better in Jurassic Park. When you look at that Carnotaurus, how could you lie so blatantly? Because that Carnotaurus is flawless. It looks like there is a real creature right there. You can see every crease and indentation in the skin on that thing. It's just insane how detailed and how amazing that creature looks in that movie. The Allosaurus, yeah, that's an interesting one. I feel like people either really like it or dislike it. And I wonder what you think about the toy that came out from Mattel. If you got a chance to get a look at that. That thing is like, it's like hard. Did it represent the Battle of Big Rock Dinosaur? I don't know. It's interesting. And it definitely looks way different than the other Allosaurus toy, which this is supposed to be, the adult version of that juvenile from Fallen Kingdom, right? Let's see what else we got here. BC Fuzz Gaming says, can I share my coolest Jurassic item? Go ahead, share it. Share it. I don't know if you're still here or not, but go ahead, share it. I'd love to hear. Okay, so Robin here says, so what dino would you recommend for me? Because earlier Robin had said that they're getting a Tarbosaurus for Christmas. So, especially for stuff that's on the shelves right now. There's some pretty good stuff out there right now. I love personally the Amber Collection stuff. It's a very nice collectible. But if you want something more in line with the original scale, with the Tarbosaurus and stuff like that, it's one that I have not gotten. But the Albertosaurus, I don't know if you have that one already. An Albertosaurus came out twice before. It came out in a green and brown iteration. That was the first one, and it was a battle damage, I believe, maybe a Walmart item. And then another one came out, which I don't think was really released here in the States, but it was I think it's still battle damage, maybe? I don't remember. But it was a tealish one, like a greenish one. But now at Target, they have another green one, a darker green with orange in there. So that's a pretty cool one. I also do love the Sarcosuchus. It's not exactly a dinosaur, but it's like a crocodile-looking creature. And it's pretty awesome. The color scheme that they have that's in the stores right now, it's really, really cool. It's like gray and purple and like pinks and orange. It's like a crazy looking thing. It's awesome. I love it. And the snout on that is massive. I love it so much. So I would check out those ones. But yeah, and of course, if you can find a Bumpy out there, you got to get that Bumpy. Let's see. That Jurassic coolest item from BC Fuzz was, I have a prop used in Jurassic World of the Indominus Rex tooth that Owen pulls from the gyrosphere. Wow, that's really cool. So wait, are you saying you have like that exact thing that he pulls out of the gyrosphere, or is it like a replica or what? Like, because that's really cool. Either way, that's awesome. To have a replica or a prop, whatever it is, it looks really that like it's really awesome looking when he pulls it out of that thing. It's super cool. But yeah, that's cool. Man, you guys have killed it with a live chat. I'm scrolling through and it's been going all night long. We're reaching 7.5 hours now. I don't know if I have the strength anymore to reach like another hour. So like 8 hours. Oof, that would be interesting if I could. Can I make it to 8 hours? I don't know. I don't think so. But yeah, it's been awesome, guys. I'm looking at my things right here, see if there's any final. Oh, I got some more comments here online. Got people asking how it's going. So BC Fuzz says it's the actual tooth that he pulls out. That's amazing. That's awesome. How in the world did you get that? How did you get the real tooth? It's about the size of your forearm. Yeah, I can imagine. That's massive. That thing's huge. That's so cool. I don't know how you got that, but that's awesome. I don't have any I don't have any like props or anything like that. I have some like replica stuff, like a like a badge or something like that. I don't have any props. I have collection of toys and figures and action figures and stuff like that. I've got my Lost World stuff on the shelf. I've got my Jurassic Park stuff on the shelf. I've got Star Wars and Ghostbusters, all kinds of crazy stuff up there. But yeah. Yeah, let me see what's going on here. Anyway, as we're winding down, I just want to say thank you once again to everybody who donated. And if you want to, like I said, it's going to be on every video until the 20th. We got 9 days left. I put it like a reach $500 thing, but I just did that as like it asked for a number and I just put 500. So yeah, we'll try to keep going beyond that, of course. And man, I'm so excited. I'm so glad that this worked out. I was unsure. I put together all these clips and I uploaded these videos of me and Tom talking tonight, and I was like, man, I hope those work out. So it's been a blast, guys. It's been so much fun. And please, if you are listening to this right now, make sure to go download the Jurassic Park podcast. That's our number one hub for everything. We do weekly podcasts out there, so we have tons of different segments. We've got a bunch of different people as contributors. You heard from a lot of them tonight. There's plenty more after that too, but new segments pretty much each and every week. We have stuff like the Jurassic Wire. You heard Aaron Beyer here earlier tonight. Me and Aaron do that. Me and Jennifer Evans do the Jurassic Mailbag every month. We have so much stuff over there. So please go to Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts, Spotify, Amazon Music, wherever you listen to podcasts. I use the Overcast app to listen to podcasts. Go download it over there. And please leave a 5-star review on iTunes, Apple Podcasts, wherever it is, and just leave a 5-star review. You can write something in there. I tend to read them at the end of a lot of our shows, so at the end of a lot of our podcasts. Of course, we do live streams over here, not typically 7.5 hours, but we do a lot of live streams on this channel, and I love them. I love them so much. That's why I was like, you know what? We got to do a fundraiser. We got to do a long one to try to get a bunch of money and raise some awareness. And I love doing the live streams over here. So yeah, and the podcast and the videos, we do toy hunts. We do all kinds of fun stuff on the YouTube channel. But what else we got? We got Instagram, at Jurassic Park Podcast on Instagram. Always posting stuff over there. At Jurassic Park Pod on Twitter. As far as social media goes, that is like our main hub. You'll always find us over on Twitter. We do have a Facebook and a Facebook group. We utilize the Facebook a little less than everything else. But we do have a Facebook group. You can join up with the group and chat along with us. Just answer a few questions. I'm part of the official Jurassic World Facebook group. So I am a moderator over there with a few others. You heard Tom here tonight. He's a moderator as well. But yeah, we do a lot of stuff over here at the podcast. And I hope you guys help participate in this fundraiser and share it around to everybody you know. It's been awesome, guys. It's been so much fun. 7.5 hours. Oh, man. Who knew? Anyway, I wish I had more stuff for you guys. I would keep going, but I'm like, I don't know what to do now. So thank you guys so much for being a part of this. It's been awesome. It's been so much fun. The Jurassic fan community is, I think, the best community out there. You guys are so positive, so hopeful, so much fun to interact with, and I love each and every one of you. And thank you so much to everybody who donated here today. It really means a lot. Like I said, the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia is something that means a lot to my family. So it was great to raise some money for them, and we're going to continue. throughout the rest of this month until the 20th. So please do whatever you can. Donate as little or as much as you want. Or if you can't afford it, that's fine too. But I appreciate each and every one of you. Thank you so much for watching this. It's amazing. And even as it uploads, who knows when this entire thing will be able to upload. I feel like they take a little while to render, but like 7.5 hours? Yikes. Okay. Sorry, YouTube. But I appreciate each and every person out there for watching the entire thing, whatever you watched. If you just watched a little bit, if you're just watching only right now as we're saying goodbye, I appreciate each and every one of you. So thank you so much. I'm going to head and go get out of here. Make sure to go to JurassicParkPodcast.com, find all of our stuff over there, share that around. Thank you guys so much for watching this. Stay safe out there, and of course, enjoy.